Day 2 of CCT Series 16, CC2 Season 2, should I say, Series 16. We're getting into the thick of things here in the play-ins. We've had a couple of the opening matches played already, and now we can actually start to get into some winners and losers matches as well. Start to seed some teams through to that play-in decider, and say goodbye to a couple of teams today as well. My name's Hayes, as you can see, and I'm going to be casting the first 2 games of the day, which I certainly am looking forward to. So before we get into the conversations for the matches themselves, let's have a look at the tournament format so you guys can familiarize yourself with what's to come, with what you can expect. Make sure you clear out your calendars accordingly. Playoffs going to be on the 30th of Jan. That is where the competition is red hot. That's where it's at its best. Still building up to that point now in the play-ins. Have 4 teams that make it through from the play-ins to the group stage, where they're joined by 12 invited teams to form that 16-team Swiss stage. 8 teams from there progress through to the playoffs, joined by 8 more invited teams. And that is how things go here at CCT, as they have throughout the past season and a half. As we do get a look at today's schedule, going to be opening up with Fluffy Gangsters versus Yano. That's an elimination match. Loser of that is out of contention for the Swiss stage that I just referenced. Then we go to Cybershock Anonymous, another losers match. That's going to be a Group B losers match. And then we jump into some winners games, Fireflux Alaska, and then Eyeballers against BC Game. The winners of those 2 respective matches will end up in the play-in deciders. As we do just quickly flip through the groups here, you guys can just have a look at how the actions unfolded. I'd say nothing too surprising about the games in Group A so far. Good work from Eyeballers to overcome Cybershock. I'm expecting big things from Cybershock this year because they were disappointing towards the end of 2024 for the amount of potential that they had on display. Of course, there is some roster changes on that side of the server, but we'll get into that a little bit later with their game against Anonymo. The match that everybody is equally as excited and terrified about is Amcal against Ninjas in Pajamas. I mean, that is a storied matchup for all the wrong reasons, and that's going to be happening tomorrow. And then Big Equipper against Endpoint. Haven't gotten into any Group C or Group D action just yet. Once we've populated and concluded Group A and Group B by the end of the day, then we can move on to the next groups. Copenhagen Wolves Gen 1. I mean, I think is actually the most open-ended group, just because there aren't any clear-cut favorites as far as I'm concerned. I think that all of the teams would probably fancy their chances. Either way, let's take a look at our opening game here, and let's focus up on the matchup that we're going to have first today. Fluffy Gangsters and Yano. I actually got to cast both of these teams in their games yesterday. Fluffy Gangsters against Fireflux, where they had some convincing moments. They should have or could have won on both the maps that were played, despite the fact they lost 2-0. This team has got some incredibly talented individuals. They just seem to disappear on the server, like, you know, at the drop of a hat. They'll have some really good rounds. They'll have pop-offs looking phenomenal individually, and then all of a sudden they just lose 5 or 6 rounds in a row. The kills don't come through the way that they were previously. So I think there's a big consistency problem here with Fluffy Gangsters. And if that's something that they can remedy, I feel like these guys could punch way above their weight, just based off of their ridiculous individual ability alone. I think Sol B, again, one of the players who blows very hot and cold. When he blows hot, he's incredible. Highness has some very good multi-kill potential as well. Dijon has some great first bullet accuracy. Yorimiata is good with the AWP as well. I think I was more impressed with him when I saw him last year than I was when I saw him yesterday. But this one series, so we won't judge him too harshly. Let's move things along here, and we can have a look at their opponents coming into this. Yano, of course, the Finnish powerhouse. I only call them the Finnish powerhouse because they're probably the best team out of Finland currently, which is not a great look, to be completely honest. Not a great look. If I just go have a look at Finland's rankings, am I missing anyone? Well, you know what? Ents Academy are ranked higher, and then Haimo are ranked even higher than Yano. Yano are currently ranked 3rd in Finland. Either way, yesterday was a disappointing outing for Yano. They looked super convincing on the first map, Inferno, and then they just completely fell off after that. It was actually abysmal. That was against Alaska, the UK team, Extinct, and Artist, a couple Irishmen in the mix there, Leaf, to note a couple of the players. But yeah, after that first map, Yano just disappeared off the face of the earth. Individuals looked completely out of form. Alu was hitting great shots with the AWP on the first map, and then could really struggle to connect on the second and third. Airax's individual level has always been a big concern for me, and that shone through yesterday. Ariel did have some good rounds. He was probably the more consistent player. I think the pick of the players for me would have been Henu, though. Even when they were getting demolished on Nuke, he was still able to kind of go toe-to-toe with Alaska. Either way, let's have a look at the veto here, see which maps are going to get played between Yano and Fluffy Gangsters. course, it's pretty difficult to make any inferences about their map pool because they just don't play a huge amount at the moment and haven't over the past couple of months. Are we going to get Train? That's the big question. Do we get Train? Surely Yano go for Train here with them being the underdogs, right? Kind of push us into, there we go, we got it, into some unfamiliar territory for both of the teams. Train has been picked. We're going to get to see Train, ladies and gents. That is an exciting prospect for sure. Keen to see how differently the map is going to play with the changes that have been made. They have Mirage that's going to feature, stock standard, a map fluffy gangsters like to fall back on more often than not. It's their best map, their most played map, so it makes sense. And then Dust 2 will decide the series if we do go to a third. So there we have it, Train, Mirage, and Dust 2. That is how the battlefield is set up between these two teams, fighting to keep themselves in contention for the Swiss stage. You win this, you get to play the decider match in the group, which is the loser between Fireflux and Alaska, right? You keep yourself alive. So with that, guys, we are going to be throwing this to a short little breather while we wait for all of the players to get ready on the server. Once they're all ready and about to jump into the action, we will be as well. So don't go too far, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Alright, we're back, and look at where we are. One of the all-time great maps has been reintroduced into the pool, and it is Train Baby. We are jumping into the action. We don't have game sound, though. Production, if we could just get on that, that would be great. I don't think the issue's on my side, unless it's just to the VMix link. Either way, Fluffy Gangsters versus Yano, playing for their lives in the competition right now. It is Yano's map pick, and Fluffy Gangsters obviously get to choose which side they start on. CT side start for them, a 4-1 stack, 4 players outside. Just Takanashi jiggling with his Julies and a smoke. Now, of course, Julies were never prevalent when Train was in the map pool previously. And I guess if they were, we'd probably only take them towards Pop Dog, which is completely different now. Exactly as we get to see from Alo's POV. Which I'm not a huge fan of. Honestly, I'm pretty bleak that Pop Dog has been changed so drastically. I think it was a very volatile, random part of the map, but brought a lot of innovation in terms of how teams would approach taking the control from both sides of the map. Anyway, Takanashi does have these Julies on towards the B bomb site. Sol B's rotated, and Yano are just taking so much time. And this is something that's well known on Train, because as the T side, you can get into the positions that Yano are in right now without much concern or having to use too many resources. It's trying to transition from these positions into the bomb sites where it becomes very difficult for the T side. Either way, looks like Henu's going to be left with this very late lurk through Ivy. And in fact, he's not going to try and take attention away from his teammates. They're going to be committing to the pushes to the B bomb site. Sol B takes first contact. Takanashi with the Julies gets one. Can he find more? Absolutely. Good kills coming through from him. Buys time for the rotations as well. Oh, this is brave from Yano to continue to take these fights at range. Henu's still actually yet to activate, and Alu's going to go back to try and join up with Henu now and get the bomb onto the A site, and I think there's just enough time. Bijan kind of has the read here. Can he do anything about it is the question. No, Alu has been able to get across into the site just in time. Oh no, Alu's gotten off the plant. Alu, why? Why in God's name did you stop planting, Alu? That was an awful decision. He was being covered by Henu. And the problem with that decision is even if he does get off the bomb plant and get the kill, there's no world for him to actually plant the bomb afterwards. You just got to commit to the plant there and hope for the best. Trust your teammate, Alu. Oh man, what a back and forth pistol round. That's a big blunder from Alu, in all honesty. We are currently working on the game sound, guys. Just bear with us. Not going to be too long before we do resolve the issue. Oh, there you guys have game sound. Okay, word on the streets is you guys have game sound. It's just me who is watching Counter-Strike in mute right now. Not as entertaining. Alright, well, full eco now for Yano off the back of that mishap in the pistol round. Bomb plant ripe for the taking. But it was unfortunately not capitalized on. It was aborted. Alu aborted the plant, and well, that cost them a lot of money coming into this following round here. Even if they had lost the pistol after that, probably would have seen them go for the force buy. Lots of drastic changes to Train. Outside yard, the size of the train is one of the big things to try and get used to. A main feels pretty similar, in all honesty, I'd say. That's probably one of the parts of the map that is almost exactly the same as it was in the previous iteration, but there are a lot of things that changed, especially, like I said, in yard outside the A bomb site. You know, immediately as you go outside A main on your left, you've now got the little barrel and that plywood or the crate to cover you. The size of the trains is different. You can't work with the ladders as smoothly and fluidly as you were able to in CSGO as well. Just kind of one of the best mechanics of the map as far as I was concerned. It used to be a very high skill ceiling map to Train. I feel like that might have been blunted a little bit, but it replaced Vertigo, and that's just always going to be an easy option. I'm very happy to see the back of Vertigo. The inclusion of Train, I feel like we were lacking some tactical depth in the map pool, and Train certainly does bring that back to a degree. Alright, Yano still clearly happy to take their time here on this T side, get into these safe positions. Out of default right now. Don't have a huge amount of utility. In fact, just 2 smokes and a molly left remaining, so it's going to be pretty difficult to get onto a bomb site once the XQ comes through. Actually, the life of a B anchor, man, just jiggling with utility out. Not ideal. Look at how deep Fluffy Gangsters have gone right now. Solby is all the way in towards the A main. He's just thrown a fresh smoke as well. It's going to delay proceedings even longer. Yano are going to have to be comfortable just biding their time. But moves are being made elsewhere. Yoromiyato with his AWP has been able to find Alu. There's a kill from the MP9 as well. This is looking pretty damn good right now here for the CT side. And it's good to see that it's one of the maps where you rely quite heavily on the individuals on the CT side. Because you have one player who's kind of watching Ivy, and maybe one player playing Pop, and one player playing A main. It's not like you get to always work in conjunction and play off of one another. Compared to a map maybe like Ancient, for example, or Inferno, obviously probably the best example. CT side success on Train is heavily reliant on individuals doing well. Like Anubis, I guess, is probably another one of the maps you could compare it to in that regard.
Counter-terrorists win.
And that's going to be the end of the round. Solid work from Fluffy Gangsters, flexing their muscles, getting in the faces of Yano, which we love to see, fighting in A main. Fighting in Ivy, peeking down Pop Dog, just not giving any space to Yano for free. And even late in the round, just forcing that control, using all of their utility, not keeping any for that retake, just trying to make the round as challenging as possible for Yano, who are going to have to just go for a bit of a half-buy here, play around the saved AK on yellow. What a way to start off the round with the shot through the smoke on Aerial, and he only narrowly misses out on a follow-up there as well. Proved to be costly though. I don't think that they're aware that Airax is actually dropping out of A main. Highness could pay the price. No. Big wide swing from him and good awareness as he does round the corner. Highness is one of the guys who, when he pops off, might actually be the best individual player on Fluffy Gangsters. Not the cleanest, but his multi-kill potential is actually just ridiculously impressive. For Yano to try and find a way back into the round. We've barely seen them actually get into a bomb site. The only time they were able to was in the pistol round when there was all that chaos that ensued, and even then didn't really count. Great work here as we just see Fluffy Gangsters locking down A main. It's not like this was a free round for them. There was quite a lot of armor purchased, a couple rifles in play as well. And now you get into a scary situation where you've got two AKs on the CT side on Train. It's going to be difficult to contest for Yano. Gonna have to see a big round out of them here, and that's going to be predicated on Alu's AWP. He's gone for the glass cannon, no utility, recognizing that the AWP could be the difference maker, but it's still going to be a pretty rough purchase here for Yano, in all honesty, because they've got a Galil on Aerial and on yellow. They're light on utility, which is obviously so important on Train. Things could get ugly pretty quickly here. And those stake odds already heavily favoring Fluffy Gangsters here for the map. So, I guess. What's the change up? It's still a very similar pace from the get-go coming through here from Yano. Tough to play with with pace on the T side. I feel like Astralis on the T side against Virtus Pro. Oh man, I'd be lying if I knew exactly which event. I want to say Krakow. 2016 maybe, 2017. Oh, it was okay. It was Atlanta. That was the E-League major. My bad. That third map decider in the grand final where Astralis made the legendary comeback on the T side with Glaive just calling those fast, pacey outside hits. I feel like that kind of just changed the meta slightly and made teams realize that they can just try and bully outside and yard and fly out with the utility early in the round, pop flash their way through smokes, chain flash over the top, and just apply maximum pressure on that A bomb site as early as possible. We're not seeing anything like that from Yano. It's just very slow, methodical, and quite predictable, these defaults round after round. He's in the front lines of this AWP right now, super uncomfortable territory. The fact that he's actually still able to get a kill is a pretty good return, but there we go. big hit coming in on the safe bomb site. 3 players from Pop and frags being found left, right, and center. Far more convincing. Takanashi will not be afforded his life either. And that will be Yano getting themselves on the board. Exactly as was required of them. Yoromiyato was in that position that's really just do or die. There's no way to fall back. You have to connect on every single shot that comes your way. And unfortunately, missed that first shot. That means that they just sprawled all over him. Let's see if Yano can start to build up some momentum off the back of that note. Could that be the start of something? It is going to allow for Aerial to actually flex his muscles a little bit. This is the pressure that I was talking about that you can get away with through A main into the A bomb site. You just have to be comfortable getting your hands dirty. It's exactly what Aerial's done. Yoromiyato posted on the angle. Will be able to drop Henu, but Alu, he's in a key position to get the trade. Yoromiyato surely not going to expect this. It's just about whether or not he actually exposes himself. Alu's still just patiently waiting, tucked in behind the box, and well, Highness finds a frag before he inevitably goes down, which is again not a bad reward. Alu's still just posted, waiting for the Ivy player. He knows that he's got Yoromiyato locked in towards Olaf right now. Surely it's a matter of time, and there we go. Yoromiyato oversteps unknowns to him. Alu just waiting patiently for that opportunity. Now Takanashi left alone. He's synced up Alu, and he'll find the frag on Aerial, and he finishes off the job on Alu as well. Great work out of Takanashi, because Alu was the full health player there, so the fact that he dinks Alu and then is able to get the kill on the low health player makes his clutch so much easier. 5-1, Fluffy Gangsters get back to winning ways. That round was a struggle for them though. Seems like Yano are starting to find a little bit more momentum now on their T side, a little bit more of a foothold on this T side, and it's come with a bit more pace and a bit more initiative, a bit more intention in these rounds. Just playing these, 1-2-2s, patiently waiting, and around the 50-second mark start to make some moves. And in fact, talk about moves being made right now. See why that's so important? You just force the B anchor to use his utility right at the start of the round, and now both Heaven and Ramp become a problem. Because now Takanashi can't just hold Ramp by himself, watching towards the top of Ramp, knowing nobody's crossed. And that's why Yoromiyato is forced to rotate into that B bomb site. So Yano should recognize that they forced that rotation, and they've weakened up the defense on the opposite side of the map. That's the push and pull of Train. And it didn't take much, right? You just run at that B anchor at the start of the round, you throw one flash, you jump across, force him to dump his util, and just like that, you've denied a whole lot of information to the CT side. Once again on the front lines is going to be able to find a kill. Dijon doubles down. At least there's a bit of a rebuttal that's come through. Alu nearly gets the collateral, but he does find a frag, and he gets out with his life intact. Takanashi once again is going to have to rotate through here to try and affect the situation, and he will be able to come out on top of that duel there with yellow. Alu at range because of his low health is in a really awkward and challenging position, and it doesn't work out for him either. So that will be Fluffy Gangsters continuing their tirade on the CT side. That means it's going to have to be an eco for Yano. 6-1, this half is starting to get away from them. Still time to turn it around though. Some firepower here at the disposal of Yano though. Upgraded pistols, 2 rifles to work with as well. Position from Dijon. This is the first time we've seen the CTs get cute with it, and not a bad spray transfer attempt. Look at Takanashi. He's hearing all of the footsteps in the world right now. Eric is flying around the corner first. Takanashi locking it down though. 2 kills and nearly a third as well. Solby will be able to finish off the job. The 1 casualty in the round Not going to be a problem here for Fluffy Gangsters if they can just keep it at that one player losing his life out, and Yurimianta will finish off the job. That is very impressive from Fluffy Gangsters there, just keeping tabs, keeping their composure, and dealing with everything that came their way. 7-1, popping off right now. If they can win this next gun round here, then I think Yano starts to ask some serious questions of themselves, because, well, they'd be running out of time to save the day, and especially if they don't get a bomb plant, that would be a huge problem. Oh, great work from Alu there. Posted on the angle. Yurimiata caught a glimpse of him, and he decided he still wanted to actually commit to that AWP battle at range. And he comes off second best. Oh, look at the aggression here from Fluffy Gangsters, though. Pushing through pop, pushing through B main. Pushing in towards A main as well. Highness is going to lose his life out as a result. This is looking very good here for the T side. And in fact, it looks like they've now... I kind of feel like they've cleared out locker room and showers. Although they know Yellow is still kind of in the vicinity there. This is a round that Yano absolutely have to convert. 3 versus 5. Is there any way for Fluffy Gangsters to find their way back into this round? Is the question. Henu gets that kill on Sol B. I mean, surely that's enough to lock in the round. Takanashi just has so many players running in his direction right now, and somehow he's been able to find a multi. Good damage done to Alu as well. Dijon looking to reposition it towards Olaf, and he's found that frag on Alu down to a 1v1 right now. Bomb plant. Actually, Airax has decided to move across from the A bomb side in towards B, and it seems like Dijon has the read on him here as well. It's a really good heads-up call coming through from Dijon. He's going to rotate across through CT. Does Airax hear this? He has now out in the open. Kill comes through. Really important clutch out of Airax. Had he lost that, that would have been a brutal, devastating round for Yano to have let go, but not the case. Nice attempt from Dijon, maybe getting a little bit ahead of himself, to be fair. Well, now Yano have an opportunity to really build up some head steam here on this T side. Kills going back and forth. It's pacey and it's punchy and it's successful. Brilliant triple kill out of Airax. And he had 0 kills going into the previous round. All of a sudden he's up to 4. Looking a whole lot better is Mr. Airax. And that's going to be a 3rd round on the board now for Yano. Really have turned up the wick here towards outside. Okay, well, Yano string some consecutive rounds together, start to build up a little bit of momentum. And they keep it up because now what they've done is they've been rewarded with an anti-eco. They're going to get to play against the pistols now. Of course, Takanashi does at least salvage an AK from that previous round, so there's a little bit of firepower at their disposal, but really not much to speak of. A really nice little piece of utility a good chunk of damage. Yellow not afraid to get his hands dirty here, even against the pistol, to force the issue and come out on top of both of those players. There's good awareness here from Yano, cleaning up everything that comes their way. Nashi has been tagged down heavily as well. Down exactly where he is. Simple swing from Airax will conclude proceedings. The 4th round on the board for Yano as we head into the last of the half. Starting to look a lot more improved here from Yano. Alright, last round of the first half here. Train delivering the entertainment. It started off a little bit slow from Yano, but they realized that that lack of impetus was making life more difficult for themselves, and they're playing with more confidence, which is good to see. How do they go about their business here to finish off this first half? Can they get themselves a fifth on the board? Like Fluffy Gangsters would probably be a little bit aggrieved if they only carry 7 rounds over into their T side, considering the position they were once in. We haven't seen this from them yet. The classic IV flash play being made. Looked like Henry was playing anti-flash. He peeks out after the flash has popped. Himself and Highness exchange glances and end up just both walking away with their lives intact. And it looks like Fluffy Gangsters maybe want to shift their focus elsewhere as a result. Time Arax will be put to death. His little rampage he's had over the past couple rounds not going to be carried over into this round here. Opening frag found for Fluffy Gangsters. Yano again have slowed things down here. This is when they've looked the least convincing, to be fair. They just take their time in the round. Fluffy Gangsters have been actually pretty good at getting control and information, which isn't necessarily the case in this round, to be fair. But they have held on to their utility well. There's still a late smoke from Takanashi here towards B ramp, and then you've got Yoromiyato with the full belt as well. He's in a position for a quick rotation, which will be required. And they're setting themselves up to head into this B bomb site. Good awareness from Highness, not going to get caught over at Ivy. And that leaves it in a 3 versus 5. Fluffy Gangsters piecing this round together. They realize what's going on here. Can they do anything about it is the question. Yano gaining some traction, gaining some momentum as they're pushing towards this B bomb side. Both Ariel and Alu find opening kills, and Yellow's gotten in on the act as well. And Alu's perfectly positioned to try and make sure that there isn't going to be any success on the flank. Oh, Fluffy Gangsters, they've completely fallen apart in the round, and you could argue that that might be down to the new architecture of the B bomb site there, with one of the players pushing out on the catwalk the entire way through and catching a glimpse of the player behind Blue Train there. And that ends up resulting in Yano winning an unlikely 3v5 without even losing another player. That's going to be a really good boost for their chances now going into the second half. A great recovery from Yano, considering they were down 7-1 at one point. Winning those last 4 rounds changes the complexion of this map now. Alright, well here we go. Second half is underway. Pistol round going to take a bit of shape. Fluffy Gangsters, like I said, probably a little bit annoyed that they only get the 7 rounds considering they had 7 in the first 8. But let's see if they can kickstart their campaign in the second half of the pistol round win. Arax is hearing a lot of footsteps right now. He's going to try and track and trace. Look at the setup in CT. Alu hasn't left spawn. Oh, he's missing his shots though, but he will still be able to get his crosshair in the right place at the right time. Down to a 3v3. B-bomb side has fallen. Alu at range continues to do work here. Aerial in on the action, as is Arax. The 3 A's. A cubed from Yano. And that will be actually a solid pistol round there. I mean, I think that Fluffy Gangsters are just wondering what in God's good name is Alu doing in spawn. What is he actually doing there? That is probably the first and last time they'll ever have to deal with somebody in that position in the pistol round. But it worked. You can't bash it if it worked, right? That's the logic. Well, it is going to be an eco round now from the T side. It's an opportunity for Yano to level up the scoreline, and it's exactly what they're going to do in pretty clean fashion as well, keeping 4 of their 5 players alive. Yano really starting to build themselves into Train. It's their map pick, and, well, we can see why they brought it to the table. Hack pause here, called by Yano, interestingly enough, just to try and figure out the setup on the CT side. Alu already has the AWP at his disposal as well, which is going to be a big boost to their CT side setup here. The defense, of course, Train heavily dominated by AWPers in its history of as a map. Look at how those odds have actually changed. It was 1.17 for Fluffy Gangsters at one point. Certainly not the case any longer. Look at this from Airax as well. So early up B ramp, and that could completely catch Takanashi off guard. Oh my goodness, this is not something that you'd see too often. Just blitzkrieg effect or a plan coming through. And actually a molly from the T side. I think it, yeah, it ticked Airax down. That's some really good information found now. And there's no one on the B bomb side for Yano. They're going to have to start to push the issue here to get information. And Ali's going to have to rotate across. This is not ideal at all. At least Yellow's able to find a frag before he goes down. But Fluffy Gangsters will absolutely favor that exchange. Where to from here is the question. Now that they've got the advantage, Aerial's actually scaled into that exact same position where his teammates had previously fallen. Aerial's always been so good with the UMP, and the one thing he has going for him is that Dijon only has 4 health on the opposite side of that wall there. And Dijon does connect on a shot, but it's not the necessary headshot, so we're back into an even numbers game now, and Aerial immediately pivots, drops the Incendiary at the front of their main. This is really good for Henu. Oh, perfect position being taken up by the youngster, able to get the kill on Yorimiata, but Takanashi trades through the smoke. It's only Alu left remaining all of a sudden. And he may be able to catch the bomb carrier. Oh, the timing. Highness just runs with his back turned. That is not necessarily ideal. Takanashi gonna have to go for the fight in this one, and it's Alu who comes out on top. What a wonderful clutch from the veteran. Really well worked there. You've got to wonder what Highness was thinking. I mean, I don't think they had any information that Alu was on the B bomb side earlier on in the round, so he didn't really have ironclad reason to kind of just believe he was certainly coming from Connector. Certainly an oversight there from Highness, and a costly one at that, as Yano have now been able to get themselves the lead. Okay, well, big defense now towards outside against the half investment here. Of course, it's a little bit of a lighter investment from the T side, saving their money for the next round, but they just get completely peppered and mowed down as they try and force their way into the A bomb site, but that door does not open up. 9-7. Yano were down 7-1. They've won 8 rounds in a row since then. A wonderful turnaround here from the Finnish team. And they're just 4 rounds away from winning their map pick. Okay, well, let's see. Fluffy Gangsters, this is kind of their last opportunity to really feel like they can keep themselves in the game, because if they lose this round here, then I don't know how they get back into it. Dijon, crosshair placement on point. Oh my god, that's such a beautiful spray transfer at range from Dijon. That pinpoint precision, the accuracy, that's a thing of beauty, man. Coming to marvel at Sol B with some great accuracy as well. Dijon just continues his tirade into the A bomb side. And just like that, Fluffy Gangsters finally going to get themselves back to some winning ways here. It's been longer than they would have liked. This was the cleanup in the previous round from Yano against the Pistols. Have a look at the spray transfer though. Alu was actually fading away after throwing the flash. The timing just unfortunately narrowly off there for Yano to make that play. They have got enough money for the investment here in this round, but should they lose it, then it's back to an eco, and then Fluffy Gangsters level up the scoreline and have a chance to get the lead. And that's the opportunity that presents itself right now. really big round here in the grand scheme of things for both of these teams. I almost want to say more so for Yano than Fluffy Gangsters, just because of the economic situation that both of these teams are in and the implications of losing this round. Another interesting dynamic is the way that you can clear out smoke grenades in CS2 and how that's going to affect the run of play on a map like Train. You know, normally teams like to chain smoke in towards Ivy and A main as well. You can really disrupt those types of plays now. Both ways, in fact. Either way, Fluffy Gangsters making their way through Ivy right now. The push and pull means that Yano have to try and get something else where Takanashi was clearing out the fire hydrant corner. And that means he's going to miss the timing as the players come around the corner. Yurimiata waiting patiently, though, is able to get the frag on Alu. And now action starts to break out over on the same bomb site. Highness gets the kill to earn the advantage for his team. And that means Yellow is left alone in the clutch. 1 versus 2. Yeah, he has got a kit, no utility, no money. Certainly does fancy his chances, though. Wants to roll the dice. Yurimiata is going to just miss out on his timing as well. Whether that works in Yellow's favor or not is yet to be seen. Kind of feels like he might just be hunting and searching to see if there's anything on offer. And if he can't find any kills for free, then maybe he just kind of accepts his fate. Because now the round is too far gone. Now it's impossible for him. Yurimiata misses a shot. Has to go for the pistol. That's not ideal. So at least Yellow's going to get an AWP out of that. That's probably a little bit unfortunate for Yurimiata, but it is what it is.
Terrorists win.
Alright, well, game on. Game very much alive right now. Bit of a half investment coming through here from Yano to distribute their economy a bit more. Give themselves an investment in the next round and have a little bit of firepower here, but not much to work with. Ariel just trying to play around the flames right now. There's an AWP in play for Alu as well. Of course, that was the AWP carried over. So let's see if he's going to find a way to maybe impact the round here. Influence the round with his sniper rifle. He's going to have to work some sort of a miracle here if he is going to be able to influence the round, because it's just himself and Henu left remaining, and Henu ain't going to be contributing much, that's for sure. There we go, Alu does draw blood. Has been able to find a kill. Unfortunately, though, that then compromises his position, and the bomb's actually just been planted straight up over towards B. So, I guess his objective now is just to make sure that he carries the AWP over. But that's going to be contested, and in fact, he will be found as well. Job done. Fluffy Gangsters regain the lead, as expected if they were able to win the round prior to this one. Let's see. Now, the shoe's on the other foot. Now it's pressure on Yano, because if they lose this round here, 11-9, no money. At that point, they're going to be feeling pretty nervy about the prospects of the map at large. And it looks like Fluffy Gangsters are going to try and turn up the pacing towards the safe bomb site right now. Highness is the one leading the charge. Utility just raining in over the top. He's going to go straight through the sandwich smoke. That's really brave. Henu just mows them down. Oh, it's a bloodbath on the safe bomb site. That is a statement coming through from Yano that Fluffy Gangsters are going to have to dig a lot deeper than that if they're going to be looking to try and hit on that A bomb site. Such a simple and elementary approach is not going to be enough to win the map from here for Fluffy Gangsters. You can understand why Fluffy Gangsters went for that option, though, to be completely fair to them, right? Because they know that they've got Yano under the pump, they know that they've got momentum behind them, and they know that it's something, a strat that they haven't attempted yet throughout this map, right? So it's trying something different at new, at a point in the game where you know you can actually break your opponent if you do win that round. So I think the timing of that play was actually really good. It was just the execution that was a little bit off. Seemed a bit haphazard from them, like... I get that it's a very aggressive play to make, but it almost seemed like there was just no structure at all with them pushing out. Henu shouldn't have been able to inflict so much damage before there was any response either. Right, massive round here for both of these teams in the grand scheme of things. Yano have a little bit extra money in the bank. In fact, they've a decent chunk of change in the bank considering that all 5 players stayed alive in that previous round. That's given them a huge boost here on the map. Both these teams going blow for blow, toe to toe. Who will get across the line first? Will we require more rounds than what regulation provides? Fluffy Gangsters taking their time here in this round, a stark contrast from what we saw from them in the previous round, where they looked to build themselves into where they looked to play with a lot of pace and vigor into that A bomb site. This time they're building themselves into the round. I've got Highness, who's made a bit of ground in towards Ivy, waiting for someone to maybe peek down and offer him up a bit of a fight, but Henu expecting that angle right now for the time being. Big wide swing, nice swing there from Henu. That's going to prompt the execute now towards the bomb site, but Alu's there with the AWP, and we know how dominant an AWP can be in this position. In the meantime, Yellow with his AK has been able to mow down the players coming down ramp, and Aerial rotates through as well. Yano deal a decisive blow by winning that round, and that means that Fluffy Gangsters are going to have been reset economically, and they've got a tough decision to make now. Do they actually spend all their money? Do they go for an eco and try play for an overtime? Those are the two options available to them. Alright, well, Fluffy Gangsters have indeed opted to spend all their money coming into this next round here. They're going all in the hope that they can try and level up the scoreline here once again and avoid having to play for overtime. But what that means is if they lose this force buy here, they've got an even worse buy going into that following round. This is where it could completely fall apart, the all-in play. Bit of a 2-1-2, Sol B dumping utility in the A-bomb side. Not sure what the purpose of that is, though. Maybe hoping that it could lure a peek in towards Ivy for some information, but for the time being, Yano not interested in that at all. So space will start to be taken here by the T side. Kills being traded back and forth in towards Top Dog. Oh man, Henu should have gone down there without finding a kill as far as I'm concerned, but Takanashi wins out a big gunfight there, and that's going to put Alu on notice. He's got his back turned. He's trying to have to use the E-box. In fact, he's been able to retreat back into connector at least, but misses a key shot there. So that's going to give Fluffy Gangsters some space now to actually get onto the A-bomb side. Shouldn't be much of an issue for them. That's a really brave game, Highness. My god. I wasn't expecting that, and again, he jump peeks across to get the info. Pays with his life here, and he's got to activate the bomb here. Oh my goodness, Fluffy Gangsters are playing with fire with how they're approaching this. We've already seen Alu win 1-1 versus 2 on this very bomb site. And he could be on for another here as well. I do like the positioning being taken up by Yorumiata and Takanashi, though. Playing together, they were nearly a little bit too far apart. The trade came through a little bit later than what Takanashi would have liked, but he got the kill nonetheless, and the gamble pays off for Fluffy Gangsters. Massive round here. Winner of this game gets themselves a map point. Loser doesn't really have much money going into the last round of regulation. So it's kind of one of those rounds where, not in its entirety, but if you win this, you have a really good chance of winning the map, even though you only get to 12. It's almost like this is the 2 for the price of 1 type of a round. Alu will not have an AWP in the next round if he dies here or if he isn't able to save one. Takanashi has been really good with his duels in towards Ivy so far. And he's done enough to just force Arax off the angle as well with his jiggle prowess. In fact, that's going to force Yano now to try and explore in towards A main. And Ariel does exactly that, and he comes out on top of Dijon. So it's a good way for them to find some space and control. Yorumiata doesn't want to give up the fact that he's here as well by scoping in. So he's just going to try edge his way forward and play with the quick scope. But this is a huge problem. Oh, he's not at all expecting Arax to be in the corner here. The problem is that Ariel's already died. Eventually, Arax will step out. Certainly an oversight from Yorumiata. That's round over. I mean, just look at the time left here on the clock. How on earth did they salvage this? It required Takanashi to get the kill on Arax and pick up the bomb. But Arax has done more than enough. A really solid job coming through from him here in A main. Brilliant work from Arax. Tucking himself in the corner, getting that kill on Yorumiata, and then finding another 2 frags after that as well. Huge value out of Arax, who's completely turned his game around. I think he was like 0 kills after the first 8 rounds or something like that. He's now up to 17. I was questioning his individual ability and level coming into the series, but absolutely delivering right now. 12-11. And the money looks bleak for Fluffy Gangsters. Can they find a way to force us into overtime? Okay, massive round. Overtime or bust here for the seaside. Can they find a way to make it work? Yeah, no, fully bolstered on the defense. Henry, you're burning. You're burning alive. Oh my goodness. Narrowly escapes. Third degree burns as he makes his way back to safety with 4 points of health. Yorumiata's going to have a big role to play here in this round with his AWP, one of the notable weapons alongside Highness's AK. Arax again on the front lines here. This time he's going to get demolished by Dijon. Highness with his AK gets in on the act as well. This A bomb side is looking compromised. Alu is committed right now behind that bomb train. Does find a good kill. Looking for more though. Goes Ariel. Yorumiata going to be dropped to the grave. And oh my god, it looked like maybe Alu had done enough there, but it's now only Henry left remaining. He's got 4 points of health. He was the one who took all that molly damage at the start of the round, and they now know exactly where he is. This is surely overtime. This is OT written all over it. Fluffy Gangsters are on the brink of having fought their way through this T side. It was looking so good for them at the start of the map. They were up 7-1. Things then fell apart from there. But they have been able to at least salvage OT. Very good work. Very good work coming through from Fluffy Gangsters to hold their nerve and keep their composure right up until the bitter end. And I guess the end wasn't that bitter. Quite a sweet sensation. Okay, well, into overtime we go. First time we're looking at Train here, at least from CCT Season 2, I think. I'm not sure if it was actually played yesterday in the games I didn't cast, but the point in case is that we're really getting a look in on Train. In fact, we're rolling it back to CSGO. We're playing MR15 on Train here today. And we may even need more than that. Oh, Fluffy Gangsters, this is the most pace we've seen them approach any round on the T side, besides that one round where they just went 5-man outside and got shut down. This time, they use Pop Dog as an extra avenue of entry to get into the A bomb sites, and that's the key to unlock A. Just an extra direction of pressure there. Too much for Yano to contain. That's a statement from Fluffy Gangsters. Keep up with that pacey play, and in fact they may still. Lots of utility being dumped here from Yana to try and keep the T side at bay. That is a really nice timing on the swing there from Airax. Oh, it's so messy, so much damage done. Salty will be able to affect the trade at least though. Henu strikes to get a kill back and gain the advantage for his team, try and buy some time. Does he peek out for more is the question. Alu is there with the AWP as well. Highness is edging his way forward, catches a glimpse of Henu. If he does pursue Henu too much, he'll walk into Alu's AWP. Highness, hello? I guess he just realized the opportunity was gone, so he doesn't even have a second look in to try and get that kill on Henu. In fact, he's rather going to go through Connector. Certainly does shake things up. The problem is that Yorumiatsu is going to really struggle to get on this B bomb side, even if Highness does. Yorumiatsu is going to have to go the entire way around now. Alu has already started the rotation, but it's quite awkward with the AWP. Oh, the no-scope. That is insane. And Yorumiatsu's going back into the A-bomb side. I feel like Fluffy Gangsters just completely overthink that round. Outgame themselves, in all honesty. I don't think it was necessary to try get so deep and cute with it. If we have a look at the round here now, where they get the trade on Aerial, I guess the kill from Henu is not one that they could really do much about, but even the frag there, like Highness is going searching way too much into CT spawn, and Yorumiatsu is now, you know, second-guessed himself and hasn't rotated all the way. I guess he didn't know where Alu was. Maybe he would have been concerned that the flank wasn't, or the rotation wasn't an option. I don't know. Either way. Yano have been able to level it up there once again. Both teams got 7 rounds on their CT side in regulation. Something to keep in mind as, well, Takanashi has just destroyed yellow, but the kill comes back elsewhere on the map. That looked, I don't know, man. Sol, that's probably not going to work out too often. If you're going to step through a smoke, you have to step as you're exiting the smoke. You can't just shift walk through it. Anybody who's watching that, this is going to be way too easy for them. And look at this play being made here. Look behind you, Highness. Jesus. Oh my god. How is he not clearing both corners after he's pushed through off the back of a flash? Can't really make it make sense. This round's completely fallen apart. Fluffy Gangsters get the opening kill in the round, but that's all they'll have to their name. No way back here for Takanashi, that's for sure. That bomb is in full control of Yano's grasp right now. Of course, he will go for it with it being the last round in the first half of OT, but even with the way he's approaching it right now, it just doesn't make sense, because even if he gets both those kills, there's not enough time to pick up the bomb and get back to the site. So, Fluffy Gangsters just lack experience, man. I think that's as plainly as I can put it. I think that this team just lacks experience in knowing what to do in tense situations. You know, Highness not checking both corners when he gets flashed through the smoke there. That's a calamity. Sol B just shift walking through a smoke into the A-bomb site without any sort of assistance or flashes, or maybe clearing out the smoke with a nade first to get some info. That's a disaster. But you got to give credit to Yano here because their individuals are really looking red hot now, popping off. You know, some good positions being taken here on the safe bomb side, some good shots being landed. Alu's popping off as well, having a great game. I love seeing the initiative that came through from Yano in that previous round as well, pushing through A main, flanking Ivy. Not afraid to make moves, showing signs of confidence. Now it's Yano who lead by a round. Shift into the second half of OT. Yano have to win 2 rounds here to win the map. Fluffy Gangsters have to win all 3. They have to go flawless in this half of OT. 2 more for them would secure another set of overtime. Oh, Henu goes really wide with that one. Uses the dumpster and then goes even wider afterwards. And that means he's actually able to swing past the shot there from the orb. Draws some attention and forces some utility in towards Ivy. I don't think Takanashi's realized the 2 players have already crossed, but Dijon has arrived on the scene. Yellow's now the only player left alive on this bomb site. The low health Dijon will get taken down, and Takanashi's very low as well. Problem is they know exactly where Yellow is, and he'll be dispatched of as well. I'm surprised that Takanashi even gets that kill, considering the fact that he's low on health. And in fact, it's going to be a pretty elementary cleanup coming through there from Fluffy Gangsters. A solid round from them, all things considered. I mean, Yano probably would have been licking their lips having gotten those players down ramp into the B bomb site undetected, but Takanashi ruins their party. It's Takanashi's castle over towards the B bomb site. Only real ones would get that reference. Well, scoreline leveled up there once again. Everyone's just trying to get themselves up to map point. That's exactly what I was referencing early on in the map in terms of how you can use HEs to clear out smokes and how that could change the dynamic of how train plays. Look at how that just changes up the pace here in the round all of a sudden. Not like they have to wait 15 seconds for that smoke to clear, which would then allow them to make the play, but would obviously be the timing with which they'd make the play there for the CT side. Right, because they'd know smoke's faded, execute's probably coming through. Now they're able to do it on a moment's notice. Just burst onto that A bomb site. Aerial is 26 and 22 right now. He's having a field day of it. He's the one who offsets this round. Dijon playing anti-flash. He gets caught off guard. Then Aerial flies through. What is Sol B shooting at? What was Sol... Can we get a replay from Sol B's POV? I know we can't, but like... What in God's name was Sol B... Am I missing something? It looked like he was shooting the windows above the left-hand side of A main when you walk out from the T's perspective. I don't know, man. I must have missed that one. That wouldn't make any sense. Unless he was blind. Yano, up to map point. Brilliant entry kills there from Aerial. And they have another chance now to finish off the job on their map. Can they get it done here? Sol B actually locking it down here. It's looking quite disjointed from Yano. Not a word I've used to describe their T side so far. Doesn't look like they were all on the same page with the execute. That looked a little bit lackadaisical. And it looks like with that, we're going to run it back into another set of overtime. Yes, we are. Fluffy Gangsters have done again. They've kept themselves alive again. Okay, OT2, we run it back, baby. We're getting all of the rounds on train, and I'm all for it. Good to see my favorite map back in action. Yorumiata actually does leg Airax, and Airax realizes there's probably an airstrike coming in on his position since he's been put on notice, so he gets out of dodge, wisely so. These sort of slow, methodical approaches from Yano have been the least convincing in my book so far. See if they can change that up, although there is some emphasis now in towards IP. Nice shot from Yorumiata. He's going to go back for more, and he absolutely does connect on the second, along with the third as well. Now he's going to peer down range and towards A main. There's still 2 potential victims for him, and he will pick up that 4th scalp on for the A. He's going to have to get a reload off first. Able to do exactly that. Aerial still cooped up in the corner, trying to bait out the shot. Yorumiata Is he going to rack up the ace here to open up OT2? Unfortunately not, but that doesn't matter because they win the round keeping all 5 players alive, and ultimately that is what matters the most. Okay, well, Fluffy Gangsters setting the tone here as they open up OT2 with a round win. And now they're going to look to make moves here on the CT side as well. I wonder if this is going to be cotton onto here from the CT side. Oh my goodness, Salty starts shooting Alu. Doesn't finish off the kill. Maybe caught a glimpse of Airax, swings out, kills Airax, and then his teammate joins up with him and finishes off what he started on Alu. That was comical. Not what I was expecting, but ultimately it works out. And that's why those types of plays are so successful in overtime, because you start to get a bit more lazy. You start to take things a bit more for granted in terms of how the map has played out throughout the entirety of all the rounds you played so far. And the patterns, right? So it's not like Yano were completely prepared for that pop push to come through there. They kind of just assumed they had the control for free, and that costs them. And it could start to get ugly for them here. They've had 2 map points so far. Haven't been able to complete either of them. Okay, well, can Fluffy Gangsters go flawless here in their first half of OT2, or Yano, can they find a round? They have to. Yano need to win a round here. Oh my goodness, Highness, that's a really good spray down through the smoke there from him. Taking down Henu. I mean, himself and Henu kind of exchanging glances with one another. They both had equal weaponry, and Highness comes out on top. He's had a pretty good map so far, 22 and 19. And it's a great way for them to start off this all-important 3rd round here. Let's see, what's the plan? How do Yana try and turn the tide here in this round? Right now, still taking their time, but there's not a huge amount of time left at their disposal. Ariel's been really good at cracking this A-bomb side open throughout this map so far. See if they're going to be able, if he's going to be able to make it happen once again. It's going to be a bit of a split now. 2 through Pop Dog, 2 through A main. Uramiata with his AWP has been forced off the angle initially. 18 seconds left now. He hits the shot despite the fact he's completely blinded up. Highness is on the front lines as well. And Yano will not even be able to enter this A-bomb site and get a look at bomb plant area. This is diabolical. This is a really solid defense there as they completely shut Yano down to Fluffy Gangsters. A really stern defense coming out of them. On the front lines, locking it down as soon as Yano show a little bit of ankle. And that puts Fluffy Gangsters in a commanding position here. They've got 3 map points to finish off the job. 3 opportunities to win here on train their opponent's map pick and take a 1-0 lead into Mirage, their map. So, and we know how good this team are on Mirage as well. So that would be a pretty scary prospect for Yano if they went down 0-1 moving into Mirage next. Alright, game on. Yano have to try and replicate what was just done to them so that they can keep themselves alive here on train. Can Fluffy Gangs finish off the job here? The chip damage being exchanged by both teams right now, but nothing fatal. We really haven't seen much action over towards the B bomb site, and I'm surprised because look at the position and should I say the opportunity that presents itself to Fluffy Gangsters right now. Full control of Heaven and Ramp. They could throw big executes into that B bomb site with the correct utility, and it does look like they may be setting themselves up for that, which is a really good option right now, considering that Yano are heavily prioritizing this A bomb site, and it's not like they have any players in the position to rotate quickly either. Airac surely going to start to realize what's going on here. Oh my goodness, this is not looking great. What an adjustment, what a shot there from Highness. That is incredible. And that could be a huge problem now for Yano in the 5 versus 4. Takanashi continues to close the gap. He's had a brilliant map. 31 kills for his name. Or to his name, should I say. Alu at least going to be able to get the frag there. I guess Takanashi just overextends. Is that the kill that could unlock the round? It doesn't look like it. Fluffy Gangsters coming into OT2 are different gravy, baby. And they're on the brink of winning all 4 rounds here. And with that, winning the map. And they've done it. That is a fantastic display coming through from Fluffy Gangsters. They were right up against it. They had to force it into overtime in regulation with a broken bye. They did that. They then had to force it into OT2. They did exactly that as well with the successful CT side. And then a flawless CT side in OT2 sees them get the job done and win on their opponent's map pick. It was a hard-fought victory. Took a lot of energy, but they do get across the line. And with that, they lead the series. We're going to be heading into their map pick of Mirage next. A deserved break for the players and everybody else involved. We'll be back in about 12 minutes with Mirage. After a prolonged affair on train, we'll be jumping into the second map soon enough. It's Mirage. It's the pick of Fluffy Gangsters, the team who lead the series 1-0 currently now. Arguably, they shouldn't be leading the series, considering the way the train had played out. Yano had their chances. They had a map point in regulation at 12-11. Felt like they were in control of the CT side in the second half, and they should have won the map from that alone, not only because they got to map point first, and then they had another map point in the first set of overtime. Couldn't get across the line in either of those occasions. Got into OT2. Fluffy Gangsters were flawless. They won all 4 rounds that we played there, 3 on their CT side and the 1 necessary on the T side to finish it off. And that means they'll carry momentum and a map lead into Mirage, which is the one map they've been the most reliable on, I would say. So I'm a little bit concerned about Yano, to put it lightly, here in this elimination matchup. Whoever loses this will have their chances ended of making it through to the Swiss stage. Winner of this plays the loser between Fireflux and Alaska, a game that will be taking place later today. As we do get a quick reminder of the Yano roster, we'll have to just wait patiently to jump into that next map. Of course, for me, Takanashi was the pick of the players on Fluffy Gangsters. Sol B, he's been leaving a lot to be desired. I mean, he seems like he has these moments of individual brilliance where he pops off like a madman, but we just don't see it consistently enough. Like, you'll see it for a round or two across like 12 rounds that are played, and it's like, well, where is that level throughout more of the rounds, right? We need to see him, I'd say, you know, even if he just lowered his ceiling a little bit to improve his consistency, I'd say that would still be a good trade-off. That's a trade-off I would take from a player like Sol B. Instead of going for very extravagant, you know, flicky, volatile players more regularly, maybe just tone those down a little bit in favor of some consistency. I think that would favor a player like Sol B, because his individual ability is definitely not what's in question. Anyway, let's jump into the game now. It's time for Mirage. Get into the second map. See if Fluffy Gangsters can get it done in 2, or if we will require a third map. Alright, here we go, baby. Here we go, we're live. Right, let's see. Yano obviously gets to choose which side of the map they're going to start on. Fluffy Gangster didn't bring the flashbang in the round with the intention to try and contest top middle. More just an option on the fly. My god, Yellow's been dinked by Highness coming out of Palace, but actually it'll be Yellow who gets the kill. So, good work from him, all things considered. Takanashi realizing, hang on, maybe I have to go for a bit of a gunfight here before I can get the bomb plant. And with that frag on Catwalk, he's actually created a lot of space now. Bomb plant shouldn't be too much of a hassle. Post plant's going to be the challenge, and this is actually really brazen, the fact that they've decided to plant for CT. I mean, even with Yorimiata rotating around from T-spawn, I guess they were very worried about Connector and Jungle. Threat's going to be coming through from CT, though. Both of these remaining players for Yano are going to be pushing forward from this part of the map. There's an incendiary for Airax that's been thrown behind the bomb site, and the smoke's been dropped on the bomb itself. Airax going to look for the 10-second defuse in the smoke here. I don't see any world in which he's going to be able to make this one work, and as expected, he will falter. So Fluffy Gangsters open up their account first here on their map pick. Eco now for the CT side, going to be looking to inflict a little bit of damage. Sol B with his Mac 10 can rack up some extra cash. 2 kills coming through for him. Takanashi's the other one with an SMG. Highness doesn't want to overcommit here, and arguably does there. So 2 kills here in the full eco is enough for Yana to feel like they've had success. Looks like Henu's kind of keen to, I was going to say maybe carry the Mac 10 over, but that's not going to be afforded to him. Ariel's going to try and get the Galil across into the next round, would enable him to get some more utility. Galil on the CT side feels fine. I mean, there's not a huge difference between the M4 and the Galil, to be fair. Pretty similar weapons. That is going to be Fluffy Gangsters making it 2-0. But now we get into the first gun round of the map here. Let's see what Yano have up their sleeves. Are they going to look to try and contest map control? Are they going to prioritize the bomb sites? What's the plan going to be? Miata in a very forward position here early on in the round. He's going to catch Henu off guard. Henu was also trying to get some control there in towards apartments and wasn't expecting to be Henu wasn't expecting to see Miata so far forward in apartments. That catches him off guard, and a good opening frag found for Fluffy Gangsters. And I love the immediate response from them. They don't just like pause for 20 seconds and then start to try and figure out how they want to use that advantage. They recognize they've gotten an early kill over towards B, and with that they're going to try and pressure the opposite side of the map. In the meantime though, Yellow and Aerial are making moves of their own. This is the push and pull going on right now. And they're going to be pushing into a number of players here over towards the ramp as they set up for the execute. Oh, it's awful timing. As they're busy lining up the utility, Yellow's going to mow down 3, completely flips the script on the round. That includes the bomb that's been dropped as well, so it's going to be a very challenging position for Fluffy Gangsters to try and reconcile. Oh, and Takanashi with his Mac 10, his position now made known as well, so things just getting more and more difficult here for Fluffy Gangsters. Let's see if they can find a way. Good setup between Yellow and Aerial, to be fair. 2-for-1 trade, not awful for Fluffy Gangsters. Bomb picked up, rifle recovered as well, but the problem is that these players have now filtered in position over on the A-bomb side. Aerial at range will lock down the angle, and that will be Yano getting themselves on the board. Okay, enough money here for Fluffy Gangsters to piece together an investment, but not one that really gets the juices flowing. Couple Tech 9s and a Galil in the mix here as well, and they're going to go for a pretty straightforward execute in towards the safe bomb site. Yellow, that is really good work from him there. Talent's being completely discounted by Dijon, and how's Aerial found 2 kills from that position? That's sacrilege. Jeremiata, though, will answer back with 2 of his own, and Highness gets in on the act as well, so it's 2 versus 5 for a brief moment. That's actually now shifted into a 2v2, and a fresh smoke jungle is going to be difficult for Yano to navigate. Airax is on a massive flank around through T-Spawn as well, but not like he's got much on offer here from T-Spawn, to be completely fair. And it looks like Henu's kind of figuring out what's going on here. He's got an inclination that both of the players must have gone in towards CT. There's a kit and there's plenty utility, 2 smoke grenades and an incendiary. So absolutely everything Yano needs to make this retake happen, but time is dwindling. Time is dwindling really quick here. The smoke's been deployed on the C4. Yomiata has an HE grenade to try and clear that smoke grenade out, and Diffuser's been killed. That's going to be round over. Even if Henu gets both these kills, maybe not, you know. Maybe if he found that second frag instantly, he could have been able to jump back to the C4, but we'll never know. What a recovery there. What a recovery from Highness. And I think it was Takanashi. Uramiata, actually, excuse me. Highness and Uramiata. What a sick 2v5. Of course, it was a 2v5 for a very brief moment. There were a couple quick trade frags that came through from that, but that's a huge round win for Fluffy Gangsters, and look at what that does to the economy of Yano, man. It has forced them to buy pots and pans coming into this next round. Ramp right now, but that's not going to dissuade the T side from committing to this big push. Oh my god, bodies just lit to the floor right now. Takanashi narrowly escapes with his life intact. He's going to get the bomb onto the site. It doesn't look like Alu wants to give it up for 3 though. He's going to drop down into Sandwich, but commits everything and walks away with nothing. Henu tries to make a play at the same time through the bench smoke. He's also gone down, and the force fire unsuccessful for Yano. It means they're going to have to eco here as Fluffy Gangsters start to build up some head steam here on their map pick. Full eco now for Yano. And again, just not pulling any punches, just charging straight towards the say bomb site ruthlessly right now. The MAC-10 featuring in pretty much every single round here for Fluffy Gangsters. Just gives them some liberty, right, with how they can approach these gunfights. Send somebody deep on the front lines with license. And there we go. That is going to be an easy cleanup for this T side as they make it 4-1. Big round here for Yana to make sure that Fluffy Gangsters don't run away with the early stages of this map. Big kill from Ariel. Going to be an important cog of the setup here in the defense, but look at that from Sol B. This is what I was talking about before we got in the map, just in terms of the explosive potential that he has. Oh my goodness, not too keen from Arax, but eventually he will still be able to finish off that kill. Alu gets one of his own. That's his second in the round here with the Zorp. And they know that Highness is here as well, so all the information available for the CT side, although it doesn't look like they've pieced that picture together, because look at the way that Yellow is still clearing out snipers right now. Even though Highness actually got a kill coming out of apartments, they didn't pay enough attention to the kill feed. Alu's in an awkward position as a result, but he will still be able to connect on the shot regardless. Highness had his opportunity there, but it wasn't an instant headshot, and that means Yano able to get back to anyways. It was actually 5-1. I said 4-1, excuse me. Okay, well, the team is starting to get into this game. Yana looking to try and sink their teeth into Mirage right now. So uncomfortable for Euromiata. Arax in a deep position in apartments, goes completely undetectable, unchecked. Makes for an easy frag as Euromiata just walks into the angle with the North, never stood a chance. And Fluffy Gangsters being picked apart here in this round, don't have much to show for it so far. Yeah, Arax probably best to not position yourself where a stray bullet through the smoke can take your head off. He's going to recover the AWP and get out of dodge. That's a good exchange. Oh, good tag from Arax, but it's not going to be the frag. They're now going to pursue him, and there isn't actually anybody to immediately provide assistance. Henu at range is trying to just pepper the smoke right now, but oh, he's going to be reloading. Oh, he's so lucky to not go down there. Eventually, Highness will be able to get the kill. It's not the cleanest, but it comes through nonetheless. Alu's missed a shot from apartments as well. Sol B, can he find the bomb plant here? He is in position where he should be able to get the plant. The problem is that Highness has died in middle, so makes life a lot more difficult for these players on the B bomb site now. Sol B just hugging the boxes, waiting for somebody to come through the market door. Of course, they're incredibly susceptible to the push from Catwalk right now, and Alu's just posted on the angle. Aerial edging his way forward. Really good crosshair placement there, man. Sweeping his way through into the bomb site, cleaning it up. He's going to find the headshot on Takanashi as well. Aerial just continues to provide the goods, man. Okay, well, just as was the case on Train, Fluffy Gangsters came out the gate swinging and were able to build up some head steam, and then Yano slowly clawed their way back. It's similar here to how we started off on Mirage. Here we go. Pistols, loud and proud, making a lot of noise in apartments right now, and unfortunately, they've been rejected. They haven't had the red carpet rolled out for them to push into the B bomb site, and it's one of those awkward situations where you're the last player rotating across to join up with your teammates who are trying to get into the bomb site, and you see all of them turned around running back towards you like, yeah, that's a dead end, mate. We ain't going there. And you kind of just left without any options on the table. Aerial's just wide swinging onto Highness. Good shot being landed by him, and it feels like this is one of those rounds that's just going to get picked limb from limb, really. That's a gorgeous shot out of Dijon, to be fair, though. That's an AK that's recoverable as well. This man is incredibly deadly with the rifle in his hands, and, well, now, if they can try and pull the attention away from this B bomb site, there might be a world in which Sol B could get the C4. It's actually quite smart. Takanashi has just run through lowers in towards middle, and he knows that's probably pulled the Catwalk's attention, the Catwalk player's attention away. And with that, Sol B will be able to shift in position. And, yeah, guarantee himself a bomb plant. So at least that's something Fluffy Gangsters can take away from that eco round alongside the kill. That's all they'll have to celebrate, though, as Yano draw within one.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Oh, that's a big miss shot there from Alu. Perfectly positioned from him. Scoped up. Sol B swings into the scope and is actually able to take Alu's head off. Alu was one of the key factors for success for Yano on Train. Even though they didn't get across the line, he was certainly one of their top players alongside Aerial. I've seen him struggle on maps with the AWP already, especially in yesterday's series against Alaska. Was very good in Inferno, but struggled heavily on Ancients and Nuke. I suppose Nuke not really an AWP's playground, but still. Alright, well, let's see if Fluffy Gangsters try and capitalize on that opening kill. It looks like they're going to venture in towards the, say, bomb site. Aerial, in the meantime, is getting information in lowers, and although it hasn't completely cleared out apartments, it's still enough info for Airax to say, you know what, we're going to have to roll the dice a little bit here because we're down by a player in the round, and he's immediately pivoted across towards the, say, bomb site. So Fluffy Gangsters are actually very well poised. Excuse me, Yano are very well poised to deal with what Fluffy Gangsters are about to throw at them. That is, well, it's one thing being well prepared and well poised for what's coming your way. It's another thing altogether dealing with it. Airax, trigger discipline, multi-kill, a third, absolutely. Tries to draw the sidearm, doesn't happen. Aerial's now coming through with this big flank. He can catch Solby completely off guard. I think he's also playing some trigger discipline. Oh no, they now know exactly where he is. They're going to try and go for a big double peek here, but they're disjointed. USP out for Aerial. This is ugly. He's so close to actually winning that clutch with the USP. That would have been the end of the world for Fluffy Gangsters, but Highness prevails. And that means Fluffy Gangsters will deny Yano leveling up the scoreline. Okay. Well, Yano have been able to afford a reinvestment here, but should they lose this next round, then it's back to pots and pans. It's back to full eco territory, and at that point, Fluffy Gangsters have guaranteed themselves a lead going into the second half. Yellow from the big balcony, good for one. Aerial and Connector, good for a kill as well, and that's going to allow for him to pivot and swivel and join on the defense on the safe bomb site as well. And in fact, he even concludes proceedings, does Aerial. He's been a multi-kill monster. He is a massive shining light for this Yano team. I was always very disheartened when I saw that Aerial had decided to kind of take a step back from competing in Counter-Strike. I'm glad that he kind of turned his back on that decision. And he's been hanging around. I mean, I know that Yano is not necessarily full-time grinding, but it's just good to have him in the competitive space still. On the A-bomb side right now, and Yellow doing exactly that. Two good kills out of him. Can't keep Aerial out of the action. Henry realizes there's so much action going on in this A-bomb site that he can kind of take advantage of that and just slide his way through, drop into sandwich, and conclude the round. 6-all. Good effort there from Yano, especially considering the way the half was shaping up at one point. It was looking like Fluffy Gangsters might run away with it. They were up 5-1. But it ends up being a 6-all half. And generally, Fluffy Gangsters actually favor the T side of Mirage, so I'd say Yano are still certainly in a position to win the map from here and take it to a third. Pistol round. Fluffy Gangsters with a job to do over towards the B-bomb site. Highness is good for a kill. He's going to be able to get the reload off as well, but that's just for effect. It doesn't really affect the round at all. Yano just all over this B-bomb site like a rash right now. It's going to have to be a retake from Fluffy Gangsters, and an unlikely one at that as well. Two players in market. Soul B coming through from Cat does land a nice tap, but there's still so many players in good positions right now to try and figure out where they are and root them out of position. Dijon with his Julies is doing damage though. It's actually only down to Henu, who's in apartments. The bomb has certainly been well planted for him. Yorignata has a kit though, but that molly could make the difference. They're able to wait it out. If this kill comes through, then there might still be a chance. Yurimiata just... Oh, he doesn't have a kit. I lied. I lied to everybody. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a fibber. I thought he had the defuse kit, but evidently not. Fluffy Gangsters opting for the force bar after they lose the pistol round, and they're trying to venture through a main, but Yano are so well poised and well prepared to deal with what's coming their way. Yellow and Aerial with a good setup, able to kill both of the aggressing CTs at the expense of only one. Man advantage, and that A bomb site is looking compromised. Dijon is in a really tough position, although a tag from Highness on Arak means that the one shot from the scouts is enough to finish off the job. The spray from Henu is a messy one. The second kill far cleaner, and he actually gets the third as well. Oh man, the 35 bullets in the magazine of the Galil is what makes the difference there for Henu. It looked like he should have died without a single frag, and he ends up staying alive and getting all three. Oh my goodness, okay, well, this is a farming session coming through from Yano in the anti-eco, not pulling any punches here, charging straight into battle. Making it look easy as well. SMG is able to get in on the action to get some extra money, and Sol B accepts his fate, cowers in the corner. And that will be Yano building themselves a 3-round lead here on their opponent's map pick, 4 rounds away from leveling up the series and taking us to Dust 2 as the decider. This is a massive round here for Fluffy Gangsters if they're going to stand a chance at still finishing off the series 2-0. Lose this round, and I think Mirage is pretty much as good as done at that point. So the pressure certainly on here coming into the 16th round on Mirage. And it's not like they're looking to roll the dice or make any risky plays here either. Very standard setup. 1B, 1 cat, 1 connector, 1 CT, and then 1 forward A player. Here we go. Yano biding their time, waiting for the big execute. Oh, nearly found some timing as Solby goes down the ladder. Smoke now going to start to fade. That's going to start to expose some players. Aerial peeks out after the flash has been thrown. Really good timing there from him. And Arak spots the head of Yurimiata, just pops it right off. Dijon at least going to be able to find 2 kills in return and keep himself alive, and hasn't actually fallen back to middle. Instead, he's still going to lock down connector. Molly could be perfect as well there to force that player out. Arax is deep in the bomb site. Molly actually hasn't gone deep enough, so he can maintain his position safely for now. And a 3 versus 3 will ensue. Alu being tagged up there in Palace, and he actually misses a shot there. That could have been the kill that locks in this post plant, and in fact he does go back and finish off that frag. Takanashi He's got a kit at his disposal. He's just trying to walk into the smoke right now. Eric is the one who has to try and deny this defuse. He's going to drop a HE grenade on the bomb. Takanashi gets off it in time, gets the kill on Erax, and then gets back on the defuse. Highness covers Palace. That is remarkable. I am shocked that Fluffy Gangsters have actually been able to successfully navigate that chaotic situation there. Props to Takanashi as well. I mean, the plan was clear. Try and stick the defuse in the smoke. Once he heard that HE grenade, though, he immediately gets off the defuse. Erax, in and amongst all of the turmoil, doesn't realize there isn't a player sticking the defuse. He dies, and the defuse comes through afterwards. I actually want to see if Erax, I want to see him throw the nade here again. You can see when he throws the HE grenade, he doesn't actually throw it in the air to clear out the smoke. He drops it on the ground. That's what gives Takanashi the audio cue. Had he looked higher up and just right-clicked the nade, then Takanashi never realizes that nade's been thrown. And probably just gets killed on the defuse. It's a small detail, but makes a big difference. Fluffy Gangsters, well, they live to fight for another day. Well, Fluffy Gangsters now with the job still on the same bomb site. Miata catches a glimpse of Aerial before that smoke blooms, so he'll be able to at least get the kill. Bomb plant's still going to be found, and Fluffy Gangsters going to have to retake. It's going to be a difficult one for them. Plenty util still being thrown in here by this T side. They've used pretty much everything that they've got. Alu with a couple flashes left remaining. CT going to be a big point in the retake here. Solvi, the first player to swing, gets himself a frag, and able to affect the second one as well. Alu at range has a job to do with his orb. He's able to find a kill. And he's going to be left alone in the clutch now as well, in towards Tetris. He's a really tough position to clutch from with the orb, but he's doing a great job of it. Oh my goodness, the multi-kill found by Alu. 3 frags in the round, but ultimately his efforts in vain.
Terrorists win.
Oh, Miata, the bomb actually explodes in his face. I thought he had enough time there. Surely there would have been a kit on the ground with one of the players. Yeah, I think it's right there in front of him towards triple. Decides against picking up the kit. Instead, he goes for the defuse, and ultimately there just wasn't enough time. Surely there... Oh my god, I can't believe it. I thought there was more than enough time there for Miata. Deciding against going for the kit proves to be a very costly decision, and Yano even called for a pause straight afterwards. That could be breaking point for Fluffy Gangsters. Alright, well, Yano just chaining their pauses together here to really add insult to injury. Allow Fluffy Gangsters to marinate in what's just gone wrong. Well, Fluffy Gangsters licking their wounds with the tail between their legs. They move into this 18th round with one objective on their minds, and that is win this round. Because should they lose it, 11-7, no money, becomes 12-7. Barely any round loss bonus behind them. That would be a really difficult position to come back from. Yano in control. And they can sense that they're on the brink of breaking Fluffy Gangsters. In a very solid T side so far, being led here by Arax. Quite a lot of pace and vigor on display from them. Speaking about pace, Dijon looks to make a play, not too pacey, but fairly aggressive this late in the round, and he does come out on top of that duel, which makes this A execute kind of bluntens it a little bit because they don't have that extra avenue out of pallets. They have at least been able to get a play out of ramp, but Solby's never going to be expected behind default. He catches them completely off guard. Not able to do anything about the plant though, so at least Yano have gotten a bomb plant here to try and make something work here, but they continue to lose players. Highness is in a really good position here on Catwalk as well, although he shoots at Henu, which gives Alu the information. Alu's double down, he continues to commit to the spray, he's low. Henu on stairs has been able to find a frag as well. It's only Takanashi left. He's going to tap that defuse and try and sow some chaos into the round. He's now gone searching with the USP, knowing that both these players are low. First frag found, he's going to have to gamble, but it's a 10-second defuse. I don't even know if there's 10 seconds left in the smoke grenade right now. A single bullet from Alu in the head would be enough to get the job done, and there we go, the smoke is faded. And Takanashi's left exposed as a result. Oh my goodness, Alu is having a baller of a game right now. But Fluffy Gangsters are just proving to be their own worst enemies. They had the numbers advantage, they had everything going for them in that situation, but they just could not make it work. And that's going to be another very costly round for them to lose. They're going to continue to force buy here, but the writing is on the wall and the end is nigh. Again, you got to give props to Yana just in terms of how they've navigated these post plants, these chaotic situations. They've actually had some really good composure. Alu has been key. Really has shone bright when his team has needed him the most. And well, now they're 2 rounds away from leveling it up and taking us to Dust 2. Numbers committed to the A bomb site for Fluffy Gangsters. 3 players in forward positions right now, but just with way less than ideal weapons. So still not like it really gets you too excited about their prospects on the defense. Either way, they're going to get tested, and we're going to see how they're able to hold up against the might of this Yano execute against 3-1-1. It's exactly the same strat they ran in the previous round. This time, though, they do run into some stern resistance. Dijon on Catwalk does fantastically well to get both those kills, and it's only Yellow left. Trying to just hunt down Sol B, recognizing he's low. He's able to get that frag, but with only 25 seconds on the clock, this is impossible for Yellow. And it looks like Fluffy Gangsters are going to live to fight for another day here on Mirage. Probably should have won both of the 2 rounds prior to this, but they're still alive, and ultimately, that's what matters the most. Okay, well, 11-8. Let's see how far Fluffy Gangsters can take this, because now they have to play against a Force Buy, so a bit of an easier prospect for them coming into this next round, all things considered. 4 pistols and a Galil. That is what they have to go up against to make this 9-11, and then they play against an Eco. They get themselves up to double digits, a 1-round gap, and we're cooking with gas at that point if you're Fluffy Gangsters. Fluffy Gangsters just absolutely can't afford to lose this round. I mean, that just goes without saying, right? They've worked so hard to actually get themselves into a position where they have this opportunity. Playing against the pistol, playing against the force spy. It's been a hardcore map for them so far. And in fact, they're actually in a pretty awkward position. It's only Takanashi who's over towards that B bomb site, and pressure's going to mount really quickly. He's quite fortunate that Aerial's taking as long as he is to activate on Catwalk, because that's giving more time for rotations to come through. And Yano have missed their window of opportunity. They've kind of paused, hoping that Fluffy Gangsters may rotate away from this B-bomb site. And in fact, Airax is going to run through lowers. They've thrown a smoke in towards jungle as well. And it's done enough. It's done enough. Yorimyatsu's been pulled off of B, and Takanashi's come at somewhat repositioning as well. He's now going to realize what's going on here. Yano have completely sold the fake. It's worked out perfectly for them. Airax may still die, and he does, but Takanashi's in an awful position. He's gone down. Oh, Fluffy Gangsters, not like this. 3 versus 3, make it a 3v2. This could be the end of the world for Fluffy Gangsters. They've been sold down the river. Sold a dream. Only to realize it was actually a nightmare. And I woke up to reality. You got to just give the props to Yano, though, for in terms of how they navigated that. The one thing I will say is Fluffy Gangsters, they used a very similar strategy in the first half. Very similar strat, just stacked up outside of apartments, and one player rushing down lowers, throw a smoke on the A-bomb site, sell the fake, have another player in middle, and it worked on that occasion to get a bomb plant, and they fall foul to the exact same strat when it's done to them. 12-8. Yano have 4 opportunities here to finish off the job on Mirage and take us to Dust 2. They failed to finish it off on Train when they had 2 map points. See if they can make it happen here on Mirage. They absolutely have to, right? I mean, if they don't, if this goes into overtime, that would be a disaster. Defense required go over towards this B bomb site. Takanashi's going to get taken down. Great entry from Yellow. Dijon with the FAMAS now tasked with a big job on his hands. He's got some support from Yorimyato, who will arrive on the scene just in time. Keeps the man advantage in play, maintains his position, and now there's more rotations filtering through. And it is going to be enough for Fluffy Gangsters to again just get a gasp of air and fight for another day. 12-9. Fluffy Gangsters proving very difficult to put away here. And Yano put them away. They're going to go for an eco. Last time they were in the position, they actually went for the force fire. This time they've decided to settle for a save. 12-10 right for the taking. Then a full investment from Yano. Lose that 12-11. Not much money. Oh man, there's a very conceivable world in which it goes into overtime. Unless Alu says he's had enough. Yeah, forced forward by the Molly. He's going to win the gunfight with Highness. Okay. Just as I say there's a conceivable world we go into overtime, it looks like Alu may actually just drop the hammer. Is in a really awkward position. Oh, great adjustment to find that frag on Yellow, I must say. And then smartly decides not to continue to commit to the fight there. He knows that his position now, his presence alone is having a lot of impact. Himself and Sol B going to double up here with their push through apartments, and well, Dijon just has to stay alive for as long as possible. It's actually really important that Dijon stays alive here. And he's done it, not only stayed alive, but he's been able to get a kill. Alu on low health continues to do work. It's going to have to be an ace clutch, but with only 18 health, surely this is not going to happen. And there we go. Great timing from Yorumiata. Sees Fluffy Gangsters win the round. A lot more economic damage inflicted than what they would have liked to have suffered, but they win the round.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Okay, Yano, this is a nice pacey approach from them as they just force their way in towards the A-bomb site early on, and not much resistance on the site itself. Fluffy Gangsters instead prioritizing the retake. They've got all utility necessary. Blows being exchanged through the smoke there. 1 for 1 the result. Oh, Yellow, he wants to force the fights with these jungle players. He'll do exactly that, and he comes out on top and once more. Oh, I'm thinking he's bitten off more than he can chew here, but it actually will still work out. This could be the end here. Alu's rotating back around to get in towards Palace. The bomb is planted default, if I'm not mistaken. Alu's been mollied off. There's actually a kit on both of the remaining players. There's smoke stations to work with as well. Takanashi's going to tap that defuse. Henry just swings out. There's no world in which Takanashi gets the job done, and there we go. Yano have finally done it. Yano have been able to win a map point to get across the line as they win here on Mirage, their opponent's map pick, and they force it into Dust 2. That is a very impressive result coming through from Yano, considering that Mirage is just not really a map that they're too well known on, and not only that, but it's a map that Fluffy Gangsters are generally very proficient on. So yeah, certainly will be happy with that one. Yano fighting for their lives in the competition of both of these teams now, as we have one map left remaining between them. Don't go too far. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's time for Dust 2. Okay, we're back, and somewhat surprisingly, we require a third map. And I say surprisingly because we went to Mirage as the second map with Fluffy Gangsters leading the series 1-0 after an impressive win in double OT on Train. And I thought that would be enough to get the job done, but Yano were the ones who prevailed on Mirage, and that means they take us to Dust 2 to separate these two teams. We're going to jump straight into that third map and see which of these two teams will be out of contention for the Swiss stage and who will keep themselves alive and go to the decider match of their group. That is the situation. That's going to be Yano who starts on the CT side. They got the choice of sides as they won the knife round here on Dust 2. So let's see if they can make good of that decision. Enu with his Julies in towards lowers was always going to get overwhelmed there. So the fact that he's able to get one kill before he goes down is a pretty good return. I don't think Alu should consider standing up again once his head had been spotted. And wisely will decide to fall back. Fluffy Gangsters have some options available now as they've been able to take some space and kind of deprive Yano of information. Takanashi, nice swing there from him. Yellow still in position though, calmly tapping away, able to get a second kill using the barrels as cover, gets the reload off, but unfortunately can't affect the defense any further. 2 versus 2 now, Sol B. Looks like he wants to try and take some initiative here in the post plant. Ariel's still a while away before he's able to join up with Alu, and I don't think that there's a kit on the bomb site here. Ariel searching for some utility perhaps, but there we go. It's going to be a double push coming through. This is dangerous. This is really dangerous. They've given up the fights to Yano. They've given fights in the post plant, deciding to try and take control over sitting back and waiting. And it's cost them everything. I mean, they get the kill on Alu, but Ariel arrives just in time, gets the first trade, and then catches the second player trying to fall back into the bomb site. That is a really big round coming through from Yano to open up on the decider. Okay, well, Fluffy Gangsters are going to be kicking themselves, and they've been kicking themselves quite a lot here in the series so far because, well, there were a number of rounds of Mirage that they certainly should have gone on to win, but they didn't because of maybe some miscalculations on the retake in terms of the time that was left on the bomb and not picking up kits instead they decided to just stick the 10-second when they could have gone the kit and then guaranteed the round win. Force buy from Fluffy Gangsters here to try and get themselves on the board. Conjuring up a bit of a 3-2 split. Taking their time in the round here, not too much action in the first minute of the round, and a fresh smoke towards long to be really difficult for Fluffy Gangsters to try and navigate. Airax, but a little bit slow on the reaction. And he's still going to be able to mop up all 3 players who come through the smoke. That is a really good effort from him, in all honesty. I mean, you think about how it was really awkward for Fluffy Gangsters initially with that fresh smoke. They're able to get through the smoke initially. Airax on the other side, and, well, he ends up getting all 3 kills, even though he was a little bit delayed. And it will be a very clean round from Yano, indeed, keeping all 5 of their players alive against the force buy. That's a really healthy boost to their economy. Fluffy Gangsters are now going to have to settle for an eco. Now, obviously, one of the bigger battles we'd have to highlight coming into Dust 2, regardless of who's playing, is that AWP battle. Alu on one side of the server, Yoromyata on the other, and Alu's definitely been the better of the two so far. Yoromyata's had his highlight rounds, I'd say, but Alu's just been ridiculously consistent throughout the series. Surely the top fragger for Yano so far alongside Aerial. It's got to be the two of them at the top of the scoreboard. Just having a look on HLTV, there we go. Aerial 46 kills, Alu 47. Next closest is Henu on 37, so those two absolutely doing majority of the heavy lifting. Dijon been the best individual player so far here for Fluffy Gangsters. Let's see if he can keep up throughout Dust. Both of the previous maps have actually seen Fluffy Gangsters start strong. Remember, they were 7-1 up on Train, that went into double OT, and then 5-1 up on Mirage, which they lost 13-10. So my concern here is, what if Fluffy Gangsters don't get off to that good start? Do they keep up with the pattern of struggling the longer the game goes on? Struggling more, perhaps? Has his AWP already here. Doesn't want to rattle off a shot through the smoke, though, and give the information away that he does have an AWP at his disposal. You'd rather try and guarantee a frag before the opponents get that info. Which means that Fluffy Gangsters are going to be able to make their way up catwalk here. Heading in towards the, say, bomb site. Taking their time once again, but Adu, he's not going to just be sitting back holding an angle. He's still kind of venturing, poking and prodding in towards middle. He's going to find a nice kill at range and a tag onto Dijon as well. Oh man, Solby is looking for a way to try and edge in towards the, say, bomb site undetected. He actually misses his opportunity. He sees the util being thrown. He steps out. The head was exposed of either Aerial or Henu, and he unfortunately wasn't able to connect. That is going to start to prompt the execute, prompt the push from Fluffy Gangster. There's actually only Yellow left over towards B, and he's going to get taken down. A really solid push coming through here from the T side. Quite a lot of damage has been done, though, so it's not like the round is completely locked in here for this T side. They've still got a job to do in the post plant. The lone flashbang left remaining for Yano being thrown in over the top, and they weren't really in a position to capitalize off of it. So now they're going to have to try and do it a little bit more dry. That's a really big missed shot there from the AWP behind us. He picked up that sniper. Solby in the meantime is flanked back around tunnels. He's going to be able to find one, and he gets the kill on Aerial. I think Aerial heard the footsteps just in time there, but unfortunately wasn't able to do anything about it. And actually a really nice heads-up decision there from Solby to wrap around tunnels and have that extra aspect in the post plant, because had he stayed committed to the bomb side, it may not have worked out in their favor. Just kind of read the situation well, right? Because he realized that they had boosted up in CT to get that little aerial view above the smoke. And eventually the tunnel saw no resistance and took full advantage. Fluffy Gangsters on the board. Important round here for both of these teams. Neither team with much residual money. Airax normally always the man with an SMG if there is one in play for Yano. Loves to be on the front lines, making plays, trying to create space for his team, get information. He's done fantastically well in this round, and still has more work to do, and he will. Trades up his gun. MP9 for an AK. He wants to make more plays though, and bites off a bit more than he can chew. Yoromyata, I mean, actually does really well to hit that shot, to be fair. A lot of damage in the process. A very even 3 versus 3 in that regard in terms of the health available. Problem is for Yellow, both the players coming through from tunnels with full health. Back turn though. Oh, Yellow's missed his chance. So much damage has been inflicted, but it's just not fatal. Alu will connect on one, and Aerial's found Yoromyata, so that turns the tide now. Takanashi with only 25 health is going to struggle. be able to find him in the corner. Really important retake coming through there. Fantastic work out of Aerial. Great timing, great push coming through from him. Around long as well.
Counter-terrorists win.
That will result in Yano building up some more distance between themselves and Fluffy Gangsters here. It's looking convincing so far from the Finnish team on the CT side. Aerial and Alu are just so consistent. What a duo, man. So much experience, storied careers, and still just dishing out lessons to the up-and-coming players. I mean, Aerial is 31 years old. I was shocked when I saw that. When you look at his picture here on the HUD, he doesn't look 31, I'll tell you that much, and that's a compliment. Any 31-year-old would be happy to have that said about them, I'm sure. By the way, Dijon, a glimpse of ahead there, and he's going to try and get ahead of the game, catching Arax on the jump spot there. Arax had no idea that Dijon was so far forward. Here, some opportunities now for Fluffy Gangsters. Need to try and group up. It's a numbers-based game for them. They've been playing pretty... I'd say both teams have been prioritizing more default-esque Counter-Strike than pack-based mentality. Think about both Crane and Mirage. There were a lot of defaults played out. A lot of 2-2-1s, 2-1-2s, and all the rest. Quite a lot of time being taken. I don't feel like either team has just completely employed the bulldozer approach at any point throughout the series. It's just been the variation strats every now and again. Kills going back and forth now. 3v3. Fluffy Gangsters able to utilize their numbers, and Alu, wow, this is really... I mean, there's two players on the bomb side right now. Up close and personal, he would have heard the bomb plant, so he knows that Dijon's there, but takes down Takanashi, and I don't think that Dijon's going to expect Aerial to be here too. Maybe he does. Well, even though he was somewhat prepared, it's not going to change the outcome of that gunfight, and the problem is the round's over because Highness is so far away. Aerial just has to stay alive here, and Highness will head for the hills, so... That's going to be Yano getting themselves a 5th round on the board and condemning their opponents to eco territory. So they're actually pulling ahead here. Remember, as I mentioned earlier on, it was Fluffy Gangsters who got off to the favorable starts earlier on. On both of the previous maps, they went up 7-1 on Train and 5-1 on Mirage. Won the first map in double OT, lost the second map 13-10. Our Fluffy Gangsters with pistols find themselves in a spot to bother, because remember, it's not like this is just a fresh map in isolation right now. Fluffy Gangsters are still carrying the baggage from what happened on Mirage, where that map fell apart for them, where they lost out, 2 or 3 rounds in the last 6 or 7 rounds of the half that they probably should have won. Just some poor timings on the retakes and some things just not really going their way. Some rough decisions being made as well. I mentioned I feel like there might be the lack of experience is one of the bigger problems for Fluffy Gangsters, just recognizing the best option to employ in certain situations. Sometimes it feels like they just have one gear, and that's relying on the individuals popping off. And when that works, it's great because they really have talented and skilled individuals, but it's a very volatile way to play the game. That's going to be all 5 players staying alive for Yano, which is a huge boost to their economy. Now they've got momentum, they've got confidence, they've got the previous map victory behind them, and they're sailing off into the sunset. The question is whether or not Fluffy Gangsters are going to be able to catch them. And if they are, it's going to be predicated off of them winning this gun round here. Because if Fluffy Gangsters lose this round 7-1, surely to become 8-1. And that could be just too much for them to try and fight back from, right? Not just because of the scoreline or the map or anything like that, but because of the circumstances, the context of the map and how the series has played out. Yellow with a job to do up close with that MP9. That is a intentional choice. More than enough money to get the M4. He's just carried it over a couple of rounds and to get at least one kill. It's okay, I guess. But this is huge from Sol B, lucking down tunnels. Those 2 kills there is just going to be right up the end of the round. Fluffy Gangsters do win that key round, and it's a change up in approach. It's the numbers-based approach from them. Simple and direct.
Terrorists win.
Gonna have to be a lot more where that came from for Fluffy Gangsters, though. That is the start of what needs to be a streak. Plan going to be? Do they fall back to what they've kind of gone for more often? They're not just taking their time to try and get control, force rotations and exec on a site, or will we see them keep up with this punchy approach that worked so well in the previous round? Big round here. Airax, the sole defender of the B bomb site, and it's not like there's any rotations immediately available either. Aerial kind of being caught up in towards it, trying to throw the support util. Aerial gets a kill and then inspects his gun, which probably just causes a bit of a distraction. But I mean, I was even surprised he got a single frag from that, all things considered. So not an awful return. You look at the money here for Yano, and you got to kind of ask a question: is it actually worth it to go for the retake? Probably a lot of people watching thinking, oh man, it's a 4v4. Why wouldn't you go for the retake? But such a challenging retake to make happen. And the risk versus reward, I just don't think it's worth it. You go for it and you win it, you win 1 round. If you go for it and you lose it, you lose 2 rounds. So the risk reward's just really not worth it in my opinion. And looks like they're going to co-sign that approach. Got a game in our hands here. Fluffy Gangsters starting to warm up to the occasion now as they want to contest for that spot. They want a spot in the Swiss stage. Of course, there's still a long way ahead to get that spot, but they're doing everything they can to make it happen. Good aggression coming through. A big fight there towards long breaking out, and Yano are the ones who prevail. Aerial gets himself 2 kills, and we've seen Yano stacking up the numbers towards long throughout most of this half so far, and they haven't really had much come their way. You know, Fluffy Gangsters have prioritized middle a whole lot more, and also just committing players in towards tunnels. And off the back of that big skirmish towards long and all the space that's been offered up, and no further presence there from Fluffy Gangsters, Airax reckons, okay, well, I'm just going to push through and venture forward and see what I can find. And he finds the back of Yoromiata. Really good job. Like I said, Yano just continuing to commit the numbers towards long, recognizing that eventually, surely, Fluffy Gangsters were going to head in that direction. And they do. And And Yano finally able to shut them down. So that's going to be 7-3 locked in. And it means that Fluffy Gangsters looking at their money, yeah, there'll be a buy coming into this next round. But again, they're heavily behind the pace of the game here on this decider.
Counter-terrorists win.
Yano have been very impressive here on Dust 2 so far. They really have warmed up as the series has gone on. And Ariel's just been a monster with 10 kills to his name, 9 for Alu. And certainly got to mention Arax's impact as well. Arax has been the floating player on the CT side so far. We've seen him have impact in on Catwalk. We've seen him have impact defending the B-bomb side. And we've seen him towards Long. So he's just that floating player right now all over the map, reading Fluffy Gangsters and positioning himself accordingly. A lot of trust is being put in yellow over towards that B-bomb side as well. Talk about making plays right now, easily venturing forward. You can see that Yano are just brimming with confidence off the back of the successes that they've had on the map so far. And Henu doubles down and gets out of dodge. That's a fantastic way to stop round. In pursuit of making it 8-3, win this. And all of a sudden you've got almost a 9th round for free because there's not going to be any money here for this T side. So may even be a conversation to be had about Fluffy Gangsters carrying their guns over here. I know it's not ideal, but now we do see some moves being made by Fluffy Gangsters as they have to try and pivot away from tunnels and see if they can crack the code on this A bomb site, which has actually been a bomb site we haven't seen much of throughout this half, to be fair. Fluffy Gangsters really haven't prioritized A or haven't really ever been in any positions to get in on this A bomb site. Solby is dropped, and with that, any time Yurimiata was already, had his mind on the post plants. He was going to try and play it out here from Catwalk, but that meant Solby was kind of left to his own devices on the bomb site itself. He goes down. Round over. Yano up 8-3. Okay, last round of the first half here. Fluffy Gangsters, I guess, have a better set of weaponry to work with than what I was initially expecting because of the round loss bonus behind them. But have a look at those stake odds, man. My goodness, they were actually favoring Fluffy Gangsters. They were favoring Fluffy Gangsters significantly at the start of the decider. That is no longer the case after the huge success we've seen from this Finnish squad so far. Okay, well, looks like Yano are going to try and hammer home a 9th round in the first half, which I'd imagine should be enough to conclude the map. I don't see a way back into this one for Fluffy Gangsters if all they have is 3 rounds going into that next half. Oh man, really good work from Dijon, activating here when his team needs him to the most. He's been the best player so far for Fluffy Gangsters throughout the series. Henu and Yellow to try and find a way back, and they will get the kill on Dijon. At least there's a bomb plant found. It means that the player's out in the open, and Henry's just going to force the issue on him. Do they have a smoke grenade? They unfortunately don't. Flash is perfectly timed. Molly forced way earlier than Takanashi would have liked to have thrown it, but he's got a chance here. Still a flash for him to play with. The problem is he hasn't been able to pick up any weapons, so all he has is a Tech 9 right now. That defuse is not being stuck. Takanashi doesn't know that, of course, and the double peek comes through. Yellow will be the one to find the frag, and that is indeed a 9th round for Yano. Very strong display coming through from them in the first half. They've been slow to start throughout the previous 2 maps in the series, but boy have they delivered in Dust 2. Right. Well, Yano have an opportunity to put the final nail in the coffin if they can win the second half pistol round. Fluffy Gangsters, it goes without saying, they have to win the pistol round here. They've got to convert, they've got to win the first gun round. That is the immediate objective that they have to accomplish. And they have got the numbers stacked up on the correct side of the map right now. There's 4 players over towards the A bomb site. It's a huge triple swing on the A bomb site, but they're all just missing their shots. Oh my god, I can't believe that Yano are the ones who are coming out on top. How are they all still alive? There's barely any damage inflicted. Fluffy Gangsters, not like this. That's a team kill from Takanashi as well. And it looks like Fluffy Gangsters have just checked out, man. I mean, the flash play was perfect. They had the swing, they had the numbers, but they just couldn't connect on the shots. That is going to be double digits now for Yano. What a brutal display here. Yano, I really like that pistol round approach. I mean, it's probably the most standard and common pistol approach on the T side of Dust 2. But I think when you've got such a big lead as well, you just want to go for the brute force disrespect approach. Numbers based, keep it as stock standard, as simple as possible. And they're now 3 rounds away from eliminating Fluffy Gangsters from the CCT Season 2 Series 16.
Terrorists win.
Okay, well, Fluffy Gangsters have opted for the full eco here, and I actually respect this decision. I feel like most teams in this position would actually decide to go for the full force because they're thinking, well, we're already so far behind the game, we might as well just force buy. So we've been trying to get back into the game as soon as possible. But the reason I like the eco here is because it means that they're guaranteed at least 1 full buy on their CT side. Should they have forced Borcha and lost it, then it's 11-3. I mean, at that point, you have to save, and then the 1 full buy you get, your opponent's already on map and series points. So I prefer this decision here. Yano up to 11, and we get to see at least 1 gun round from Fluffy Gangsters. Alright, well, let's see what Fluffy Gangsters are going to be able to bring to the table here in this all-important gun round. What is their approach going to be? Right now, it's stock standard. 2 players towards A, I guess. 1 long, 1 on the site, 1 playing mid-deep in CT, and then 2 rooted on the B-bomb site. Means that Yano are being offered up all the space in the world. Nice little tag there on Sol B. Just making sure that He gets handicapped, as if times aren't already difficult enough here for Fluffy Gangsters. Looks like Yano again going to just go for this numbers-based approach. 4 players making their way through tunnels, but they're just trying to take contact right now. And then as soon as they run forward, they start to dump the utility in. Trade's the name of the game. And in fact, only have to trade out a single player to get both of the B anchors. And that's round over. Fluffy Gangsters have no option but to just call it a day and save their guns. Oh my goodness. I love the simplicity and directness of that approach there. What a call from Erax. Really big fan of that one. When you know your opponents are down 10-3... you know how important this gun round is for them. You just go for something out of the ordinary. You go for something out of the ordinary and you catch them completely off guard. And I love how late they left that utility to be thrown as well. It's not like they threw it and then started running forward. They threw it on the run as they were emerging. As they were emerging out of tunnels, that utility was being thrown. Really good spacing from them as well. Now Yorumiata and Highness just looking to try and save their guns, but... I mean, that's just such a small consolation prize as Yano are up to 12. 12-3. What a display. Scoreline was 6-3 at one point, so this is a 6-round streak out of Yano. But, I mean, they've just been in the control throughout the entirety of the map so far. Looks like they're going to just try and fake out as though they're making the same play. Henu and Yellow trying to work in conjunction with each other. They were hoping they would have been able to trade their way into the B bomb site and open it up, but it doesn't work out for them. And that is going to be Fluffy Gangsters keeping themselves alive for a little bit longer here. I mean, it feels like that round could have certainly gone either way. It was a little bit close for them to maybe open up that B bomb site, which could have forced some rotations and changed up the complexion of the round a little bit, but 12-4. How much do Fluffy Gangsters have in the tank is the question. How far can they take this? Can they make Yano work extremely hard to get across the line? I mean, you'd imagine there's no world in which the comeback is possible. Not expecting much out of this round. Yano just have some upgraded pistols. Not much to celebrate, but... especially on a map like Dust 2. I mean, if they were playing on like CT side Nuke or something like that, maybe then you could fathom a world in which it's possible, but not here on Dust 2. Gotta make sure they clean up. Good space between them and Yano. Good support there, working together, and that will be Fluffy Gangsters getting themselves a foot on the board. Consolation rounds, I mean... problem is, if they lose one more of the next 7 to be played, they're eliminated from the tournament. That's what they're faced with right now. Perfect way for this next gun round to be started off as well. Yorumiata dropping his opposite number. And it's good to see that they're still playing with some confidence, because you have to. Sometimes what can happen when you have to make these huge comebacks is that you just play too reserved. You play too passively, you go into a shell for fear of making a mistake that gives up the round. But it means that you don't stick to your protocols and your strengths. So it's good to see Yorumiata taking those early door fights, to see him pushing through middle the way that he is right now. See them contesting for long with so much vigor. If there's a world in which Henu, I was going to say could make this one work, but certainly not anymore with his attention now being taken in towards long, and all 3 players are going to fight him at the exact same time there. So that will be Fluffy Gangsters getting another on the board and condemning The T side to another eco. Fluffy Gangsters just going to be kicking themselves a little bit, I suppose, that they haven't been able to get themselves a few more rounds to work with coming into the second half, right? Because we can see they have the prowess on the defensive half, especially with an AWPer like Euromyata operating at the level we know he can. Yano have been very impressive throughout the series so far, it must be said. Just one round away now from getting themselves into the play-in decider, where they'll play against the loser between Fireflux and Alaska. That series is going to be happening a little bit later on today. Loser of this is, obviously, as I've mentioned a number of times now, eliminated and out of contention. Still a long road ahead here in the play-ins to try and get to the Swiss stage, but win this and you're still alive. You're still in contention. That's what matters. I think if we could see Fluffy Gangsters just improve their consistency, they could be a serious force to be reckoned with. Okay, I'm not going to get ahead of myself here because the bomb is still dropped in towards middle and there's only 23 seconds left on the clock here. Oh my goodness, Alu at range and he just tears Takanashi's head off, but not going to happen. So yeah, that will be the end of the round just by virtue of the time left on the clock. But like I was saying, if we could see an improvement in the consistency from Fluffy Gangsters, I actually think this team could be a serious force to be reckoned with. They've got some really talented individuals. If they could just improve their teamwork a little bit more, maybe have some more protocols and systems. Maybe the communication. Like I said, composure is a big one for me because it feels like in tense situations, that's where they start to fall off. When things go well, they go really well. It's just about improving how often they go that well. This is a beautiful shot from Alu. Really nice counter strafe there. Again, Euromyata just looking to make plays here in the opening stages of the round to see if he can force fights, and he's gotten another opening kill, and Dijon on Catwalk's going to be able to capitalize on that attention being taken as well. This is actually starting to get a little bit nervy maybe, I reckon, because lose this, 12-8, no money, eco, 12-9? 12-9, if you're just tuning into the broadcast and you're seeing 12-9, you're thinking, alright mate, well, that's a very... I mean, that's not impossible to come back from for the team who's chasing the game. You tune in, you see 12-3. That's a different scoreline altogether to try and fathom. Still Takanashi at the back of the bomb site here to be dealt with, and he's got really nice timing on the peak there around the corner. So many angles for the players who are coming into the bomb site to try and clear that. Difficult to be ready for that fight, and Takanashi takes it on his own terms. 12-8, no money means 12-9. And like I said, Fluffy Gangsters are difficult to put away, man. It's exactly what Yano are proving right now. Yano. I mean, I don't think it's a chance or a time now to start to get panicked, but 12-9, lose the gun round at 12-9, then I reckon they start to break a little bit of a sweat, because that's 12-10, money's looking bleak, and comeback is very much alive and well at that point. So, yeah, it's still a pretty calm situation here for Yana, just based off of all the good work they've done throughout the map so far. But Fluffy Gangsters are chipping away at them a lot quicker than I was expecting. All 5 players stay alive, looking in complete control right now. And like I mentioned, if only they'd given themselves a little bit more to work with coming into this next half, if they were able to accomplish a bit more on the T side. And this is what I'm saying, like, you watch Fluffy Gangsters and sometimes they actually just look really compelling and convincing. And you can see the potential. Just about bringing this level to the table more regularly. Opening kill found. Yano just rolling up their sleeves now, looking to force these fights in towards long. They're going to be able to find a good opening kill, and there could be more where that came from, more on offer. I'm actually really surprised Dijon's decided to hang around, but I'm even more surprised that Henry's gone through the smoke the way that he has there. That feels like a bit of a rush of blood to the head. They don't have to continue to commit to this. They've got the advantage, they've got the control, but they're going to continue to take fights, and they're going to come off second best as a result. Uramiata, he's able to find some really key kills here in this round so far. It's Alu left alive. He takes a big nade, and he's supposed to try and recover the bomb here as well. This is looking like it's going to be double digits for Fluffy. Yano were able to go up 5-3. And I think that Alu's actually just realized that he's got to just save the AWP here. I mean, thinking about their round loss bonus, yes, a couple players can afford to invest in this next round. Oh, Yano. I guess Henu in particular is going to be kicking himself that he tried to make a hero play to finish off the job there by going through the smoke, and Yano just continued to commit to those fights in long. Now they find themselves in a situation where they've kind of given away a key opportunity to finish off the job.
Counter-terrorists win.
Yano using a timeout. I'm surprised it's taken this long for them to actually use one of their pauses to try and break up the game here and find out a solution to get the job done, get themselves across the line and win the map that they've always been destined for, considering what a strong performance they put up in that first half. But yeesh. Back into the game we go. Yano, eco territory for them. They do have this AWP that's been carried across by Alu. Spots a couple players on the cross. Doesn't connect on a shot, but he has got some info. I guess quite a bit of that info would have been concealed by the bloom of the HE grenade. And Ariel has a hero AK. Oh, they've just run straight into the B bomb side. I think that Alu only saw one player crossing. And that was enough for Yano to think, all right, boys, there can only be one guy in this B bomb site right now, but there were actually three because of the HE grenade that had been thrown to conceal the other two players crossing. A false sense of security and information is costly here for Yano. Oh, Henu didn't notice the shoulder there. Fluffy Gangsters on the verge of making this 12-11. Ali probably having a bit of a think right now about whether he actually wants to commit to this round or not with his ult, because if he does go down, he's only got... Oh, well, there we go, he's dead. $3,600. I guess Yellow could drop him one, get a Galil in response, or in return. But this is just a disaster for Yano that it's fallen apart so much, man. And feels like it's just happened really quickly. It feels like they've just blinked and they've gotten to this point. And I feel like the individuals have just disappeared because they've tried a few different variations in terms of how they've tried to get into the bomb site itself. Haven't seen them go back to that big push into the B bomb site, which worked out so well for them earlier on in the half. Also had a good take towards Long, which... Well, the take of Long wasn't the problem. It's what they did afterwards where the round fell apart. So I'd like to see them go back to that, and it looks like they will now. Not much of a contest here from Fluffy Gangsters. And Yano have control. Something they haven't had much of throughout the entirety of this T side is control of Long in the early stages of the round. With that, they're going to try and keep the focus in towards the A bomb side. Airax dropping util. Fluffy Gangsters are thinking we need to take short now, but Yano are shifting their focus in towards this B bomb site. And here we go. Looks like they're going to try and go through the smoke as well. This is really brave. Oh, Yoriata with the AWP finds the first. He's got Takanashi to play off as well, but Yellow finds two brilliant kills. Airax in on the action as well. Bomb carrier's gotten across. Airax is going to try and get out of dodge, and Highness realizes he has a window of opportunity here to try and force the fight with the bomb planter. Airax is coming through though, and finally the job is done. I can't believe that Yano have left it to the final round in regulation to get across the line. I think they were leading 12-3 at one point. They go on to lose 8 rounds in a row, and eventually they win the last round of the map to get the job done and win the series as well. They certainly made life difficult for themselves, but you got to give some mad credit to Yellow there. I mean, remember, with how that push into the B bomb site had started, it was a disaster. They lost the first 2 players. Yellow then gets 2 instant trades with some clean taps, and Airax does work in middle as well. And with that, Yano are still alive, and we bid farewell to Fluffy Gangsters. They are going to be eliminated, as you can see in that losers match. Yano through to the decider match, and we're going to go through to a break here, guys, because we're way behind schedule. So yeah, we got Fireflux and Alaska coming up later. That's the winners match of Group A. Let's go to a break, guys. When we come back, it's going to be the next game of the day. It is going to be Anonymo versus Cybershoke. Be sure to join us in a couple of minutes. Second game of the day about to get underway. First game was a marathon. We're over 30 minutes behind schedule because Yano against Fluffy Gangsters was a lengthy affair. Eventually Yano came out on top. There was a 3-mapper. They were leading 12-3 on the decider, and eventually they won the map 13-11. So just wanted a bit of cinema, a bit of entertainment, I suppose. But eventually they were crowned as the victors, which means they're still alive here in Group A. And we're going to move across to Group B now. We're going to move across to the elimination match of Group B. So you guys have seen the tournament schedule earlier on today. We can just focus in on the Group B itself, and then we can have a look at this particular matchup. So we saw Eyeballers overcoming Cybershock and BC Game cleaning up Anonymo yesterday. So both those losing teams will face against each other, and then Eyeballers versus BC Game will take place later on this evening. The winner of that through to the play-in decider, and the loser of this match is eliminated. Winner plays loser between Eyeballers and BC Game. Pretty simple if you just look at the graphic, right? Tells you everything that you need to know. Cybershock versus Anonymo. Now, I'm kind of keen to actually get into the rosters of these teams because Cybershock is a team I watched a heck of a lot of in 2024. They were one of those like tier 3 teams who could have a really strong upset and some really good performances on their day, but consistency was just the issue. And when they were the favorite, they underdelivered. When they were the underdog, they were a team that you just always had to keep an eye on. I think that's probably the best way to describe Cybershock. They've decided to make some changes. I mean, Stunix was benched towards the end of last season. They were trialing Trunic. They've decided to not pick him up. They're still looking for a 4th and 5th player. Of course, Levantino no longer a part of the roster. That was a bit of a gamble, I think, picking up Levantino. Trying to use him as an anchor. Didn't have any experience. It took him a while to get going. He kind of improved as time went on, but still never was able to seriously find his footing. And so they've got Glowing now, which is a massive upgrade for the Cybershock roster. I think this will be a huge pickup for them, just in terms of bringing some experience to the team. Glowing from 9 Pandas, of course, has had some really good performances with that team. And then they've got Blixie, the rifler from the Aurora Youngblood team, who's also probably the best rifler on that team, I'd say, combined with the 3 players who have remained, Fenomen, Levikas, and Notaneki. So I'm high on the Cybershock roster. I think that if they can keep these 5 players, I think there's a really good chance they could find a recipe for success here. Let's move things forward. We can have a look at their opponents, Anonymo. Now, I know less about Anonymo. Certainly some recognizable names here in their team, like Darcheville and Enzo. I think probably the 2 names I recognize the most. I mean, Enzo has been around the block for a while, right? Played in pretty much every single lower tier Polish organization there is, like Anonymo, Permitter, the Los Kogutos teams, AGO, Izako Bors, PGA Turov. He's played in all of these different teams, and he's I mean, he's had times where he's AWP'd and where he's rifled, and there was that time on I think it was Permitter or it might have been AGO where they didn't really have an AWPer. They just had like 5 riflers and they kind of passed the AWP around a little bit. And Enzo, I think, was one of the players who would AWP a little bit more often. And then Darcheville, also a pretty well-known player from the region. Keen to learn more about the rest of them though, but let's have a look at the veto. See which maps are going to get played here in this all-important elimination game between both these teams. Okay, Train removed immediately by Cybershock. Not interested in featuring new map feature here in this series. Instead, it's going to be Mirage, which has been their bread and butter for a long time. Even with their previous roster, Mirage was a very good map for them. Nuke is picked in response, and that's normally been Cybershock's permaban. But now, since Train's been introduced to the pool, it looks like they're banning Train instead. So that leaves them vulnerable to that Nuke pick. I'm sure they've been working on it, and Glowing is a very good Nuke player as well. So he'll certainly bolster their level on Nuke and improve it, no doubt. And then Ancient will decide, which was also a very good map for Cybershock in the past. Anonymo, they enjoy playing Ancient as well, but the game is live. So let's jump into the first map here, and we can see exactly what Mirage has in store for us. Okay, of course Anonymo get to choose which side they're going to start off here on Mirage. CT start for them, an HE grenade for Enzo and an incendiary by Nami. Interestingly enough, Nami doesn't have both of those pieces of utility because normally the players Once you spot someone at the back of apartments, you throw the incendiary, and then you nade behind the incendiary, just because the T's wouldn't be expecting it. But Blixie, that's insane. Just catches Nami on the jump spot. That's an incendiary that he's now been able to pick up. There's still work to be done. Blixie, pinpoint accuracy. My God, he's on a tear right now. Tries to throw the molly deep in towards market there to stop players from being able to rotate through, but doesn't even matter. Jesus Christ, Blixie. Those are some just disgusting entry frags to open up the B bomb site. And Glowing will put the finishing touches on the round as well with the clean tap. That is a bit of a statement round win out of Cybershock as far as I'm concerned, man. That is something to marvel at. Those shots out of Blixie, those opening kills on the B bomb site were quite spectacular. Alright, full eco here from Anonymous off the back of losing the pistol. You're gonna just try and work with some numbers here, but Glowing is locking it down. Very good angles being taken there, just kind of retreating with each fight that he takes, falling back, making himself a difficult target, and Levikas will finish off the job. With that, we get into the first gun round, and Melavi is the AWPer. Okay, I haven't seen anything from Chuddy, Nami, or Melavi before. I'll be completely honest with you guys. It's the first time I'm getting a look at the lot of them, and I'm keen to see what they're going to be bringing to the table here. Chuddy, 19 years old, played in the Los Cogutos team before this. Nami, also in the Los Cogutos roster. He's 23. And then Melavi is 22 years old, and this is his first professional team. So it shows that they're trying to bring in some youthfulness into this Anonymous roster. You know, Dodgeville is an experienced player, as is Enzo, so I guess there's a bit of a balance there. You know, generally the split that you want is 2 experienced players and 3 up-and-coming sort of uncut diamonds that you can shape and polish accordingly. Either way, it's going to be more of a simplistic approach from Cybershock to try and pressure in towards the safe bomb site. Dodgeball fully focused on Palace is going to go down. He has got teammates who have been able to at least inflict some damage, but a really big double kill coming through there from Nontaneki. Enzo is able to get a frag back, bring it into an even numbers game. Oh, big miss shot at the AWPer. Nontaneki's going to be kicking himself, though. He had 2 opportunities to finish off that frag there on the AWPer, and he's not able to get it done. In the meantime, Enzo's actually repositioning towards CT. Nontaneki and Fenneman working together here to clear out jungle and connector. Bombs plants a default, though. No kit, that could be a problem. And Melavi didn't even have armor. That makes the missed shots from Nontaneki even more egregious. Enzo's going to go straight through the smoke. That's free for Fenneman, and that means there's no chance now for the AWPer, who's going to try and save his gun, but it's going to require him to win a gunfight out with Fenneman. Don't think he'd survive there with no armor. Ichi grenade, oh, that's not comfortable. There we go, Fenneman toys with them, gets the kill. That's going to be an AWPer for grabs here for Fenneman as well. It's just left across for him to pick up. And that's another convincing round out of Cybershock. So much impetus from this team, and going through the motions really nicely as well. You can see that they've got good plans in place, good protocols. Work from Nontaneki there to shut down the rampaging Enzo. And again, just very good patience here from Cybershock, not getting caught off guard by any of this aggression. Nontaneki is patrolling both ramp and palace right now. Dodgeable. How's he gotten that kill? Oh, Melody with the Desert Eagle gets a frag as well. Looked like Dodgeball should have been dead to all right there. Very slow rotation from him as he turns around and faces Palace. I'm surprised Notsaneki didn't actually have a favorable angle there. And the way, I don't think the round is actually in question. Dodgeball may even be considering just saving his AK at this point. Unless he gets a kill, that may motivate him to think otherwise. But an AK on the CT side is so valuable. Instead, he's going to feel this one out here. And there's nothing to lose here if you're Anonymo. And that's a nice shot there from Nami. The Desert Eagle is prevailing here in this round. 3 kills for Anonymo. Certainly enough to regard this round as a success and for them to take something away from it. And, well, Nami's not going to have any saving. I say not going to have any issue. He may have an issue. Well, it requires a gunfight, and a gunfight that goes his way. So that's a really good eco round from the CT side, getting 4 frags and carrying an AK across. They'll be happy with that. Okay, well, those stake odds have basically written Anonymo off altogether, which I think is a little bit premature, is the word that comes to mind. A little bit premature for stake, in all honesty. Haven't even seen Anonymo in a full gun round yet. And they have an AWP and all the fat and all the trimmings, all the utility, and it's looking alright right now. Skills breaking out left, right, and center. They've been able to manage a 3 versus 3 here. Blixie is... oh man, he's just looking to force as many fights as he possibly can right now. Not afraid of making his intentions known as well. Levikas could peek with this incendiary. He does. It's such a deep incendiary for Levikas to play behind. All by design. Really nice. I think it was actually Blixie who throws that molly. Both the rotations from Anonymo are over towards the B bomb side. So it's actually a really good read on what's coming their way. And it's going to be Melody who's dropped the bomb. Has it actually been thrust into the bomb side? I don't know. That means Cybershock may not actually be able to get out of this. They're going to be forced into the fight. Melody's been tagged. And he's been fragged. Levikas with some brilliant crosshair placement there. Just rips his head right off. And this Cybershock team is looking tasty. Like I said, I must have cast these guys over a dozen times last year. Over a dozen best of 3s, quite comfortably. I got to know them well. And like I said, when they were the underdogs, they were awesome to watch. When they were the favorites, they just never really were super convincing. They're favorites right now by some distance. And they're playing really solid and reliable Counter-Strike, sustainable. They're not going to just sit by idly and defend the bomb sites. They're going to try and take the fight to Cybershock, and it's worked out well here. Contesting middle, they know they've got the AWP locked in behind the boxes. Top mid, he's missed a key shot there to try and relieve some of the pressure. Dodgeball swings out wide. Finally, Notsaneki will get one. He gets a second as well. Certainly doesn't expect Nami to be in such a far forward position as well. And Blixie, who's trying to come through from the B bomb site, well, they've heard that now. Discreet about his approach. Okay, well, Anonymous able to win one round, but there's going to have to be a few more thereafter. Has to be the start of something, building up a bit of head steam here, some momentum on the CT side. Again, presence in towards mid from Cybershock. That's going to be a theme throughout pretty much every single round on this T side. There may be a variation where they go for an exec or a numbers-based approach, but very default-esque approach here from the T side. Good control found. 4 players in towards mid, and Anonymous this time are giving it up. It's Melavy with the AWP who will actually draw first blood. I was a little bit skeptical of their approach to give up full control of middle, but the fact that they've been able to at least get a kill here is a pretty good return. Oh, Darchville, as that smoke palace starts to fade, he could get caught looking between 2 different places. A good transfer there from Fenneman to complete the wall bang. But Darchville is doing work from underneath balcony right now. And that molly from Fenneman actually not really ideal. It could have displaced Darchville and maybe forced that second kill. Now knows there's a player in CT and that there's Darchville under palace, and well, Fenneman's going to have to try and get out of dodge here to join up with Glowing over towards that B bomb site. He's the one with C4 on his back right now, is the Belarus player. And Glowing has completely cleared out B. Nami has given it up. Glowing, you don't have to extend so far forward. Nami is waiting for it. Oh, Glowing has given it up, man. He could have just stayed in market. He really wanted to try and capitalize on that position and force the issue, but had he just remained in market, that was a guaranteed bomb plant. And now, it's a lost round. Opportunity now. Anonymous have earned themselves an anti-eco. It's just pistols, barely upgraded at that. They have lost one, but rotations have come through thick and fast. Should be a pretty easy cleanup. A bit of a shooting range here for these CTs. And they will make sure it's just the one casualty inflicted. Wonder if Stake are reassessing their odds a little bit here after the recent success from Anonymous winning 3 rounds on the trot. Remember, this is Cybershock's map pick as well, and those odds were just for the map, to be fair, but they're showing some grit and tenacity. Good opening kill being found in middle, though. Taking down the AWP, who's proven to be a bit of a thorn in Cybershock's side in these past few rounds. Kill from Glowing as well. Pieces just falling into place right now. Oh, Enzo, awkward timing for him, but actually doesn't take as much damage as I initially thought he did from that first gunfight. Flash high into the sky, just dancing on the bomb site right now. Big wide swing, catches Notineki off guard. Enzo's doing the most right now. He's bought time. He's even gotten a kill through the smoke as well. This is brilliant work from Enzo. Fenneman eventually gets the trade, but so much damage has been done. It's not even on Enzo himself. He's ready for Enzo to peek through from Broken Wall. He wins out that gunfight, but he's taken so much damage in the process of winning those 2 initial fights in the 1v3 that he's down to 23 health. 1v1 against Nami. It's going to be difficult here. Fenneman could at least recover a bomb plant. I reckon that would still be at least a pretty good result in the round. He's going to fake the plant out. He draws the spam from Nami. Goes for the swing. He can't actually catch him. Now it becomes a game of cats and mouse. There's still a smoke here for Nami to play with as well. Fenneman is going to fake the plant. Absolutely he does. Again, that's going to draw the spam through the smoke. Nami's run out of ammo. Fenneman, you beast. What a way to clutch the round out. That's ridiculous out of Fenneman. Oh, working against his opponent and the clock. He's still able to navigate his way across the line and win that clutch. A 1v3 from Fenneman. And he lost health in that first gunfight. He lost even more health in that second. Have a look at this from Enzo. I thought that enough work had been done once Enzo cleans up the triple. There's Fenneman, first frag, below half health. Then he forces the fight here with Enzo, down to less than a quarter. Through the smoke, Nami runs out of ammo. His heart must have been in his throat. And with that, it's going to be Cybershow to get back to winning ways. It's going to be restoring some confidence for them as they keep a good amount of distance between themselves and Anonymous. They're going to want to dominate this first half. I mean, if this ends 6-all, I reckon Anonymous are the happier of the two teams. Good call here from Cybershow, just forcing the issue into the B bomb site. It's only Enzo there at range. Levikas destroys him. Still a chance for the retake though, especially with Chuddy having found that frag on the flank. Will actually make it. The retake is going to find that kill on glowing. Notsaneki burns out of the round. Levikas gets a kill and stays alive. That's the key right there. Mac 10 is in towards market door. Melavi has an AWP. It's so awkward for him. Blixie is desperately trying to force out a shot, and eventually he just commits to the gunfight. Picks up the AWP. Misses the shot though. Darcheville without a kit will get one tapped out of the round by Levikas. That is a brilliant shot from him. No interest in saving the AWP. Wouldn't have made a difference. Still dies to the bomb explosion anyway. But that is a wonderful effort coming through there from Levikas in that round. Some really important kills and very clean with his shots as well. 7-3, and Anonymous have opted for the Force buy. I'm not actually a huge fan of this decision to go for the Force here, you know. Trade there, but Levikas goes one step further. At least Enzo is able to find a frag back, but remember, this is a force buy from Anonymous, so Cybershow still have the advantage here considering the weaponry. Enzo is just tracking and tracing through the smoke right now. We've got the scouts in CT. Melavi is going to deny that bomb plant. Venom is going to have to go for another clutch here, and he gets 2 of the 3, but he falls short at the final hurdle this time round. And Anonymous have robbed Cybershow. That is a huge round here for the CT side to win the force buy. I mean, they would have been staring down the barrel of a 9-3 half had they lost that round, but they make it work. And look at what that does to the finances of Cybershow coming into this next round. They're now going to have to eco. It's going to be a big push in towards the B-bomb side coming through from Anonymous, but Chuddy's done well. He's got the frag. Nami is staying alive with his MP9 as well, and he's tearing heads off. Not only is he staying alive, he is thriving. So stern defense over towards B, and Cybershow only going to have a 2-round lead now going into the second half. Looked like they should have had more than that. Okay, big pistol round here to kick off the start of the second half. Can Anonymous continue with their success they found towards the end of their CT side here at the start of their T half? It's a solid execute into the A bomb site. Stock standard smokes being deployed, and there's going to be a massive battle for CT spawn right now. This entire post plant lives and dies with the fights in CT. There's a flash here for the T's to work with, and they do find the initial 2 kills. And in fact, well, they do find the initial 2 frags, but then Anonymous, they answer back. They answer back with some fantastic frags. That is brilliant. That is a really good recovery coming through there from Cybershoke after they lost the first two players there in the retake. They hit some really clean shots, and like I said, whoever won that battle out in towards CT was always going to win out the round.
Counter-terrorists win.
Okay, well, exactly what Cybershoke would have been hoping for to kickstart their campaign here on their defensive half. Keeping good distance between themselves and Anonymo, and now they've got an advantage to really push this map home. You win here against the Force, 9-5 becomes 10-5. You're going to see a lot of smokes raining in on the safe bomb site now. Big executed game coming through from Anonymo, looking to try and run it back. This time not Negi is committed to the bomb site. Lots of damage being done with his SMG. He's got the USP out right now. Oh my god, how has he been able to find a second kill? He's always going to die. He was the man committed. Phenomen commits as well. Maybe unnecessarily so. Blixie clears out the smoke and CT with the nade. That rewards him with the frag, and Melavi will eventually go down as well. A very fast-paced round coming through from Anonymo. One that doesn't work out, but there certainly was a chance. 9-5. Cybershoke weather the storm on the A bomb site 2 rounds in a row now. And that means that they should be rewarded with a bit of an easier round now, playing against just the eco. No head armor, so you can just go for these taps at range. The A1S is deadly in these sort of positions, and Notaneki's having a field day of it. Good cleanup coming through from him. Cybershoke looking to keep numbers alive here. They are in pursuit of making sure that this is a flawless round, and that would build up some good economy here for Cybershoke. Melavi, well, he's going to get hunted down here. He's got a scout, surprisingly enough. I guess it's okay to get the scout there, because he can still get AK armor here, but it means he's going to be lighter on utility. Okay, well, you look at Anonymo, you look at the context of the game, down 10-5 right now, T side of Mirage, and you realize that they have to win this round. That is really as simple as it gets, and well, it's not an ideal start. I mean, there's still a lot of damage that's been done. Levikas and Phenomen are basically limping their way through this round right now, but Blixie's in the perfect place at the perfect time, capitalizing on the attention taken to Connector, but there are a couple of kills that come through back to try and breathe some life into the round here once again, and Phenomen is still low. This is doable for Anonymo. Enzo and Melavi have to combine. Plenty time for them to play with here. They've got some utility as well. Smoke and a flash between them. Was actually 2 flashes, excuse me. Where do they go? How do they try and get themselves back into the round here is the question. Cybershoke have spread themselves quite thin across the map. You've got Notaneki and Palace, so he'll be tasked with controlling the A-bomb site. Then Blixie, who's still in ladder room, and then Phenomen just posted on the apartment's angle with Jaw. And Enzo's the one who steps into the angle and comes out on top of that jewel, surprisingly. And that means that Notaneki's so far away, but because Blixie's actually forced the issue a little bit there, he's going to catch Enzo off guard with his forward position. That's a really bold play from Blixie, but one that makes a big difference. And Blixie now throws a smoke grenade to actually try and fake as though he's given himself a little bit of cover to make his way up catwalk And now he's repositioned, and that repositioning is what makes the difference. A quad kill from Blixie. That is a really intelligently played by Blixie. Think about how he times his fight in middle from catwalk so well to get both those kills. Then he gets that kill by actually taking initiative and pushing forward so that Enzo doesn't expect him in that corner. And then drops the smoke and rotates back around in towards market. Honestly, that is a really smart round out of Blixie. 11-5. Cybershock now 2 rounds away from finishing off the job. Anonymous off the back of that bomb plant, and the round loss bonus going to be able to afford some decent weaponry coming into the round. Enzo just phases straight to the smoke. That's a really massive spray transfer, one that works out, and Chuddies and Snipers undetected takes down Levikas. Notaneki is the next man he is pursuing. He'll come out on top of that. Blixie's never going to expect Nami in the corner, and Anonymous have been able to get the job done. Very solid work coming through from Anonymous. Just running at their opponents, but there was still good composure amongst them, even though they were playing with so much pace. Okay, well, Anonymous, that has to be the start of something. They were a bit slow to get going in the first half, and it might be the case here as well, but at least they were able to get the engine running on their CT side. Can the previous round win have some sort of a similar effect here on the T side for them as well? They have lost the opening pick, but that doesn't mean you should count them out. Nami with a prolonged gun battle there comes out on top, and the HE grenade actually goes behind the boxes instead of towards Delpan, and that means he still afforded his life here. So good work out of Nami in some challenging circumstances. Feminine. Yeah, that's easy, right? That's so easy. Post on the angle. He missed a shot earlier watching Apartments. Posted on that angle, and that was a costly miss. But this time around, he does connect. And Glowing has gone venturing through Apartments, so he's getting a lot of information right now, figuring out what's going on. Cybershock can kind of start to deduce here what they need to prepare themselves for. A little bit lackadaisical there from Darcheville, to be fair. And now Glowing can activate on his flank as well. It's going to be a good double kill from him to conclude proceedings in the round. And although Anonymous win the round before that, it's straight back to losing ways immediately afterwards. And with that, Cybershock will get themselves up to map points on their map pick. Right, Anonymous, it's going to require 6 rounds in a row from here to force it into overtime. It's a tall order considering they've only managed 6 of the 18 rounds played so far, but can't count them out of it. Right now, Blixie is here, time to keep really nicely. Got support of Levikas, who's actually going to combine to assist him in the first frag, and then Levikas gets the second as well. Melavi, though, has actually done pretty well to get through the smoke, find a kill, and then get back with his life intact. There's still time to play with here as well, so try and find a way to work this round. Got Chuddy to try and play off of as well, who's deep into jungle. Notaneki has not timed out. He's just positioned in CT spawn right now. I don't think Blixie's going to be close enough to hear these footsteps in T spawn either. It'll be very close, but he's just too far away. Well, maybe he has actually heard them. You know what? I think he's realized now. He must have just clocked it right or heard the footsteps right at the end, because he's got his knife out running through T spawn. And the longer that Anonymous takes to commit to the bomb plancher, the better position Blixie's going to be in. He's run so far forward, really brave. Himself and Notaneki are retaking from complete opposite angles right now. First frag's going to be free for Blixie, and now Chuddy is left alone. 1 versus 2. They don't know where he is right now, but this is where Notaneki is going to be able to get himself in on this fight, because he's the one who's undetected up until now, and he will capitalize on that position. Gets the kill with that Cybershock win the map. 13-6, a convincing performance from them, particularly in the second half. And with that, they take the 1-0 lead in the series, fighting for their lives in the competition right now. They will they will get across the line on Mirage. Very good performance coming through from them. 13-6, like I said, a dominant display in that first half in particular, and then a really strong showing in that second half as well. Means that they clean Anonymous up. There were some glimpses, there were some moments from Anonymous we thought that we may have a game in our hands, but unfortunately it kind of fell off as the map went on. Hopefully they can reset in this break and come out the gate swinging on Nuke. It's their map pick, and it's a map that historically Cybershock haven't really shown great form, and we haven't seen much out of them on Nuke. It used to be their permaban, right? But they've had some roster changes, they've had some time, so let's see what they're going to bring to the table. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's time for Nuke. Okay, we're back, and we're going to be getting to the second map of the second game of the day soon enough here. Anonymous struggled heavily on the previous map against Cybershoker. Was Mirage, the pick of Cybershoker, and they romped to victory. Excuse me, it was a little bit touch and go in the first half there at one point. I mean, Cybershoker started off strong, but we saw some good return to form from Enzo in particular, I'd say. And with that, Anonymous managed 5 rounds in the first half, but they were never able to get going in the second half. Just the one round coming through for them. So they lost 13-6 on Mirage. But now we go to the map pick of Anonymous, which is Nuke, right? So we're hoping for an improved performance out of them. We're hoping to see a better level out of them here. I mean, I've already mentioned that Cybershock historically on Nuke didn't look amazing. I mean, they barely played the map. In fact, let me go back and check their numbers in terms of how many times they've even actually on Nuke as a team, with the core 3 of Levantino, Fenneman, and not a Neki. So on Nuke, if you go back in the last 6 months, they played it once. In the last 12 months, they played it a few more times than that. But in the past year, they've played on Nuke 7 times. And the last time was back in October. Lost it 5 times in a row. Only won it once, which was back in March last year. So yeah, but the point I'm making is that Nuke has just not been a great map for Cybershock. But with the addition of Glowing, that could change. That could be a different... We could see a different level of form coming through from them. Because Glowing was a very good player on Nuke for 9 Pandas. And I'm sure he's been imparting a lot of his knowledge here on the youngsters in Cybershock. So let's see if they will be able to find some success. It is going to be Cybershock who gets to choose which side they start on. Unsurprisingly, a CT side start for them as we get into the action. Looks like Nanomo are trying to turn up the pace with which they're approaching this A bomb site. That's awesome from Chuddy. Oh my god, he's just landed 3 headshots as he clears out the defense on the A bomb site. First he dinks up the player on the rafters, then someone just drops right before his very eyes. He tears his head off, and then he catches a glimpse of the player falling back through the mini smoke, and he gets a headshot there as well. So it's a brilliant job done here from Chuddy, and it should be a very easy cleanup coming through here for the rest of the team. Nami in the back lines will be able to just tap away. Doesn't even have to be too clean with it. He gets those kills, and Anonymous will open up first. Okay, well, full eco now for Cybershock, and they've gone for the cheerleader stack, not the conventional ones around. Instead, it's in towards Garage, and they've actually been able to manage 2 frags. Act 10 getting picked up isn't super exciting. They can find 1 more frag here. That would be a pretty decent return in this eco, but it's not going to happen. 2 frags is still alright, though. And into the gun round we go. Into the gun round we go. Let's see what Cybershock brings to the table here in terms of their setup. We know that they're a team that like to be dynamic, that like to try and force fights. So kind of interested to see how they're going to approach the CT side here. As I mentioned, you know, they're keen to probably try and force some fights. Glowing is the man who's going to be playing outside here for his team, and unfortunately comes off second best. Quite a few players contesting him at the start of the round there, so was probably always going to get overwhelmed. Not able to get a kill before he does, though. Onimo have some good position here. They don't actually have to force any issue or make any plays. They can afford to just sit back and let the round marinate a little bit. Force Cybershock to get a bit antsy on the defense. Maybe move a few pieces across the board unnecessarily. What is the plan here? Working outside right now, opting to not go through Mini to try and get into the A-bomb site. Instead, they're going to try and go in towards Hell, but Fenneman seems to have a read on this, and in fact, it's actually Cuddy who has the bomb right now, so if Fenneman can get both these kills, that would have been mega, but it doesn't prevail, and Pixie's going to get mollied out into the open here. That's really good util usage from Dodgeable. 4th player on the bomb site, though, and they will be able to find him out. Lavika's just getting completely from every single direction there. And it's looking very good here for Anonymous in the early stages of their T side. Anonymous are going to be very happy with the start that they've been able to piece together here. They've looked really convincing in all the rounds that they've won, and you can see that they have a lot of tactical depth here on Nuke. You can see that it's a very comfortable map for them. Just in terms of with the way that they're moving across the map right now, the decisions that they're making, the way that they're taking space, it never really looks like there's a moment where they're doing nothing. There's always some sort of a plan being conjured up. Well, although Anonymous have been able to get onto the bomb site and find a plant, they've actually taken some damage in the process. It's a very quick round coming through from them, and this is not normally the standard approach when you're playing against an eco, but yeah, I guess they're in an okay position, all things considered. Chuddy is still controlling lobby right now. I don't think that Cybershock are even thinking about winning the round from here. I think they're just looking to inflict maximum damage. They're trying to hunt Chuddy down right now and stop him from being able to carry his AK over, but it's actually Chuddy who's denying saved. Nice shot there from Glowing. 3 kills coming through for Cybershock to be regarded as a success here in the eco. Chuddy's had an incredible start to Nuke so far. He's 9-1. He's having a field day right now. Really solid work from him. Let's see if he can keep up that form here throughout the rest of the map. Okay, well, Stake recognizing now that Anonymous are in a really good position here after the start that they've had to the map so far and giving them some favorable odds. Really important gun round here for Cybershock to try and figure out some sort of a solution, because they haven't been convincing in these rounds so far on the CT side. Blowing outside, AK at his disposal, and he knows for a fact that there's a player behind the red container, but still a bit of a gamble as to which side of the container he's going to be checking. And Blixie, well, I like to see that he has the confidence to make a move of that nature through lobby. Glowing still playing on the edge of the smoke here. In position, spray's not clean, but kill still comes through anyway. And Notaneki's in a really strong position. You're never going to clear out this deep into control room, or maybe you are. Is that the commentator's curse? I don't know. Either way, Blixie continues to find impact. Melody not actually far away from connecting on that spray transfer. Nami is running out of ammo, and you can just see him looking at the AK on the ground, but unfortunately he doesn't have extendo arms to pick it up. And it means that he will go down, and with that, Cybershock able to get themselves on the board. Okay, Venom now has an AWP to work with, and he can actually try and make some moves towards outside. Join up with Glowing, uses his AP to clear out the smoke, but he's missed his opportunity. He did all the hard work, but couldn't connect on the easy part there. Good awareness for Levikas, not going to be baited towards outside or shift his focus away from his objective. There you have it. Cybershock start to get the ball rolling here on their CT side. They start to build up some momentum. Right, well, off the back of those 2 consecutive rounds that Anonymous have lost, they're actually now going to have to settle for an eco. That means a good opportunity now for Cybershock to close the gap with just 1 round. Good useful uses from Dixie, drops the Incendiary as shallow as he possibly can, recognizing that the Anonymous players were a little bit further than he had initially expected. So, yeah, good adjustment coming through there from him. Gun round now for Anonymous, who started off the map really strong, but since then Cybershock have been able to win 3 rounds in a row, bolstering their case here on Nuke, a map which they've historically struggled on, but now starting to get a little bit of a foothold. Having said that, Anonymous are playing with some pace in towards ramp right now. They've actually been able to force the ramp anchor back. Arseneki forced all the way deep in towards the B bomb site, so that means quite a bit of a space has been forwarded now to this T side. That's a great shot out of Glowing. Really good awareness that somebody could have crossed as far as Darcherville actually had there. And that certainly does blunten this round now for Anonymous, because well, that was a big extra avenue for them to try and get in towards this B bomb site that has now been removed. And Levikas at range is just removing Polish players from the server. Some really good kills coming through from him there, and it means that he hasn't even had to call on Arseneki. He was the bait player, and he ended up being the main man. He was the lead act in that round, and that's now 4 in a row for Cybershock. They finally found their footing. Makes sense that Anonymous would call for a pause here just to try and talk about what they can change up. Scoreline leveled up right now. They've lost 4 in a row. They're going to have to eco as well. All of the thunder they brought to start off here on Nuke is dissipated. Okay, chance here for Cybershock to get their noses in front on the CT side. They're going to want to win the half at the bare minimum. Wasn't a great start from them, but they certainly have recovered well so far here on Nuke. Big gap in the smoke, and as a result, Glowing's going to be able to spot 3 players on the cross. That is so much information at his disposal. Anonymous surely would have realized there was a bit of a gap in the smoke, so they should also know that this information is fully available here for the CT side. You know what? The fact that they've been able to get a bomb plant is actually a pretty good return here from the round. Glowing, not too clean on the spray, but eventually the kill comes through, and it's actually been quite a lot of damage done here. Don't try and talk Enzo's Tech 9, you know, on the drive-by. That first tap is beautiful. It's another low health player that he's busy dueling with there. Eventually, Levikas will come through to just clean it up and make sure no chaos ensues. With that, it will be Cybershock who get themselves up to a 5th round. 5 in a row. How many more can they eke out of this first half? Those stakeouts are just on a roller coaster ride right now after Cybershock have shown much better form on the CT side. If they can win this gun round here, then they're in control, I'd say. 6-4. Anonymous don't get a bomb plant. That's going to have to be another eco from them. Phenomen changing up his position on the front line. Diorp is able to draw first blood. It's going to force Anonymous' hand in towards ramp, where some space has somewhat been afforded to them. Notaneki has been forced backwards, and Phenomen's not able to get on the scene in the way that he would have liked, and they're going to continue to just try and pressure Notaneki right now. They've been funneled through the right-hand side door, though, because of the molly that was thrown, so it would have been completely telegraphed from the CT's perspective as to how the T's were going to try and get in towards that B bomb site, and I think that it would have been way better there for Anonymous to maybe just slow down the pace there with which they were approaching the bomb site. Man, you kind of understand why they went for it, but it costed them heavily in the end. Great shooting from Notaneki and Levikas, who rotated through as well, just combining on that B bomb site. And Cybershock are getting better as the map is going on. Way for Blixie to open up. At least there's some kills back. There we go. We've been looking for this from Anonymous for a while. A really good response out of them, but Notaneki will falter into position and at least find a frag back. Blixie's actually restored the man advantage, and Notaneki has found Nami playing around the smoke. At least Melavi seems to have found a little bit of a gap here. A slight chink in the armor. He'll be able to find one, but Notaneki trades immediately afterwards. What a big round out of Notaneki. Right place at the right time. Himself and Blixie combined to get all 5 frags in the round. And again, I think if Anonymous just get a little bit ahead of themselves after they find that flurry of frags, it's not like they actually have a clear-cut plan as to how they want to try and take advantage of the kills that they get. It feels like they're just trying to run the way through the round, right? Like, cool, we got 2 picks. Let's just run into the bomb site and finish off the job. There wasn't any composure there. The teamwork kind of fell apart after they got those opening kills. And that means yet another broken buy. Sure, they've got the firepower, but they're incredibly light on utility. Oh my goodness, Venom, he is just plucking players out of the air. He's just dropping bodies right now. Be careful though. Melavi, that is an overstep, an overextension. Oh, Venom is having a field right now towards the outside with the 4 frags. Found 5 bullets fired. Gets the reload out. Tony Darcheville left remaining on top of the AC roof and on top of mini. And Notaneki will get the job done. And look at that recovery at the top of your screens right now. Cybershock lose the first 4 rounds of the half, and then they win 8 in a row thereafter. Once they found the recipe and the formula, they were impenetrable on the defense. And it kind of made sense, because the first 4 rounds that they lost, they just really weren't that competitive. They weren't really able to show us what they were capable of. It was only once they kind of got into gear where we were able to really see what they were about. Okay, well, massive pistol round here for Anonymous to try and find a way to get themselves back on track. And Cybershock are tracking and tracing as they just charge in towards this B bomb site. Nami at range is able to get one. They've realized where he is right now. Rotations are coming through from the CT side, but a really well-timed and placed smoke will be stopping them from having any impact. Phenomen continues to frag like a madman. At least a kill back for Chuddy. 2 versus 3 now. Enzo and Chuddy have to combine. Glowing with the P250 up close could be difficult to get past, posted on the angle, and well, Enzo's head has just been perforated. A bullet put through his temple. Phenomen finishes off the job. He's just dealing in multi-kills. I mean, he might have a hot date or something, man. He's 14 and 4 right now. Phenomen, slow down. Map number 2, 4 away from being concluded. Cybershock in complete control. Okay, well. Numbers towards the outside, but the full ball comes through from Anonymous. It's a really bold decision for them to invest all their money coming into this round, considering the state of the game, and just not one I can get behind personally. I think you settle for the full save in this type of a round, and then guarantee a gun run at the next, just forego the 10-4 scoreline, because now the problem is, you roll the dice with the force buy, you lose it, you're down 10-4, and you got no money. Now they're going to have to eco. That means 11-4 before they get their first full gun round. Oh my goodness, not an Eki. That is just beautiful, man. Look at the disjointed investment from Anonymous as well. Melavi is saved, Archiville saved, everybody else has spent all their money. That's a look of a team who are waving the white flag. Nami is kind of pushing by himself here in ramp right now. I mean, aided by Phenomen, he'll actually get the kill on Blixie. So at least he gets a frag out of that position, I suppose. But the man advantage persists now for Cybershock. Archiville, yeah, he's making moves as well. Damage is being inflicted. It's a bit of an awkward round here for the T side, but it's put to bed pretty quickly nonetheless. So that is going to be Cybershock winning out against the Force Buy again, and that means it's going to be another broken investment coming into this next round. Anonymous just not doing themselves any favors with how they're distributing their economy right now. Okay, well, Cybershock have a good opportunity here to just put Anonymo away if they can continue to deal with these broken buys. It's going to be a pretty elementary way for them to finish off the job, not having pace up until now. Cybershock are just taking their time here. Not entirely sure what type of investment they're playing against. They are hearing quite a lot of neutral, so that would give some information. Waiting to see if Anonymo are looking to make any plays, giving glowing time to work outside. Always love to see when a player plays the same part of a map on both T and CT side. They just have a vast depth of knowledge in terms of the positions that are played, how to try and exploit them, the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Is right now completely undetected, and that's going to allow him to capitalize and get the kill on one, and then immediately gets paid out by his teammate. Really good work here, man. Cybershock just covering all their gaps right now, crossing all the bridges when they get there, not forcing the issue at all in the round. A very methodical approach. You can see that glowing is a really big cog on this T side, just in terms of the timing with which they're approaching the round, giving glowing the time and space to work outside. Once he activates, they start to make moves elsewhere. They kind of realized that if Glowing could have impact outside and show that he had taken all the control, Anonymo were likely to contest Ramp, Squeaky, and Hut. Cybershock was set up for that exact eventuality. They punished the players who pushed forward, and they now have 8 map and series points, and all 12 of their rounds have come in a row. That is something to marvel at. Thank you for production for showing us that. Shout out Exalted, man pushing the buttons, making sure we realize that Cybershock are on a heater right now. Anonymous were always going to struggle against Cybershock, to be fair. They're a team that are recently formed, a lot of inexperienced players as well. They've had some moments, they've had some glimpses, but it has been the Cybershock show up until now. See if they can finish off the job here. Looks like we're going to try and pivot away from this B bomb site. Melavi's in a really good position. Levikas actually going to be able to root him out of that really good position. Just great awareness there from Levikas as he makes his way forward, clearing out all the different corners. not taking anything for granted, not making any assumptions, and that makes life really tough now. Dodgeball's going to go back and try and join up with Enzo. Information available. Enzo at range with the MP9 is getting that SMG Sing, and he'll even finish off the job with a really clean little burst fire there for the headshot. Okay, Anonymous finally showing some signs of life after losing 12 rounds in a row. Okay, well, let's see how far Anonymous can take this. How far can they delay what feels like is inevitable? We saw a massive comeback attempt from Fluffy Gangsters earlier on against Yano. They were down 12-3 on the CT side of Nuke, and they eventually lost 13-11. This is 12-4, so if they can put together the exact same performance as Fluffy Gangsters, then they'll get up to 13 here. Fluffy Gangsters won what? It was from 12-3 to 13-11. They won 8 rounds in a row. If Anonymous can do that, that's up to 13. It's a tall order. It's not impossible. And if he does catch Fenneman on the cross there, and he's actually going to be able to just get himself in towards Garage. It seems like Levikas has that info. Compelled to just switch fight. Doesn't work out for him. Chuddy not so clean. Notaneki will punish. And Nami, well, he's the man who's going to be catching Notaneki completely off guard here. Lexi at least has the information as to where these final two players are, but he's not able to do much about it. So, Nonmo will win another round here, and they've done some damage to the T-side economy. Probably not enough to stop them from investing here, though. Problem for Anonymous is just that they've left it way too late, right? It's too little too late, surely. I mean, it's good to see that they have a little bit of flair here on the CT side. They've had some decent rounds in the past two that they've won, but just way too much work to try and recover how far gone this game already is. Tech pause. Hopefully not going to be too long before we're able to get underway once again. Sure, it's a nice little reset here for Cybershock. Anonymous would have liked to have ridden that wave of momentum from the past two rounds they won and straight into the next, but not going to have that luxury. Okay, here we go. Back into the action. Cybershock have got 5 rifles, a couple of Galil sprinkled into the mix, but that enables them to get even more utility. And those stake odds, well, they tell a story, don't they? The market's closed for betting on this game. And that's because Cybershock still have 6 map and series points. They're in complete control, and you'd imagine with individuals of their caliber, should be able to trip over the finish line from here. I wonder if Glowing is calling. I'm sure Glowing must be the IGL for this team, right? I think Stinix used to be the IGL. Pretty sure it was Phoenix before. Couldn't imagine it being not a Neki or Levikas. Blowing by far the most experienced player. Really nice grab to enable Levikas as he pushes through. Enzo's in the corner. Tough job on his hands right now. Chuddy's blind. He's regained his vision in time here. Trying to affect the defense. Melody's rotating through as well. It's only Venom left remaining. Oh my god. What defense of that A bomb site. Chuddy looked like he was a dead man there, but he's afforded his life for an extra second. Regains his vision as a result, and he's able to just mop up 3 kills. 12-7 and an anti-eco round now for Anonymous. The easiest round of the lot so far for Anonymous, right? They really got to make sure that they don't have any issues here against the pistols, and that opening frag will certainly give them a good boost of confidence. They're their way through heaven right now. Melovy ready for it. He's got Chuddy there to support him as well. Block tapping away gets 2 frags, but the rotations have come through. Oh man, I was a little bit nervy there for a second. Dodgeville had full health, but he's still able to get the frag, and Anonymous make it 12-8. So they've won, what, 5 rounds or 4 rounds in a row now on their CT side? Can they get another 4 in a row here to force it into overtime? It would be a brilliant comeback if they could. Again, going to be looking to try and crack open the save bomb site, and again he's found another opening kill, and he'll make his way back through the smoke to the safety of lobby. Low on health right now, and Dodgeville is actually trying to track and trace. He's going to go through the squeaky smoke himself, and Venom is the one who pays the price with his life to get the information. Oh my goodness, there's lots of fights breaking out left, right, and center. Nami with his AWP is going to be able to find a kill. Going outside hasn't been able to get much done. Dodgeville has just had a massive rush of blood to the head. I have no other explanation for why he's decided to just run outside like that in a 3v3 with so much time on the clock. That is a big mistake there from Dodgeville, and one that he's going to have a while to sit back and think about, especially when the game's 12-8 and you're trying to fight to make the comeback happen. You can't afford to make those sorts of mistakes. Nami will go down. Oh, it's all on Melovy. 1 versus 3. Dodgeville, what have you done? I mean, it's not like a guaranteed round win if he stays alive, but him dying there certainly did tip the scales in Cybershoke's favor. And Melovy is going to have to retake that B bomb site with an AWP. It is far less than ideal. His steps would have been heard. He's spotted out and taken down. And that is going to be Cybershoke securing the victory in the series and keeping themselves alive for a little bit longer. Booking themselves a date with Yano, who they will face in that decider match of Group A. They're in Group B. Okay, that actually does change things up a little bit. Yeah, let's double check exactly who they're going to be playing against. But that's a really solid result from Cybershoke. One that will certainly boost their confidence. And we don't actually know who Cybershoke will be playing against just yet. Of course, because they need to play against the loser between BC Game and Eyeballers. There we go. Thank you, production. It's been a long day, guys, especially that first series. It certainly took it out of me. 3.5 hours solo casting. But we made it. And this is the end of the second game. So, unfortunately for Anonymous, they will be following Fluffy Gangsters as they exit the competition. The second team, as I say, to be eliminated here from the CCT Season 2 Europe Series 16 play-ins. That's a mouthful. But unfortunately, it is their end of the run here. And as you can see, the results we've had today, Yano able to overcome Fluffy Gangsters. That was a hard-fought victory. Double OT was where they lost the first map. They then won on Mirage, and then they won on Dust 2. I was going to say in dominant fashion, but that's because they were up 12-3. They eventually won the map 13-11. It was a lot more difficult than it should have been. Cybershoke, well, a clean and comprehensive victory against Anonymous. 13-6, 13-8. Doesn't get better than that. and that means that they're still alive. So that is going to be all I have for you for today, guys. Don't you worry though, because there's still plenty action coming your way. Fireflux against Alaska going to be the next game of the day. And let me just double check who's going to be covering you guys going into that next matchup. It's going to be B-Dog. Oh, you guys are in some great hands. You got Mr. Brandon coming in hot here to solo cast the next couple of games. I hope he has some spicy affairs. Alaska versus Fireflux up next. And then afterwards will be the other winners match from Group B, which will be the Eyeballers versus BC game. So he gets to have the enjoyable, the better side of the day, I guess you could say, as he'll see a couple teams progressing through to the play-in siders, while I saw a couple teams being eliminated. Anyway, we're going to throw it to a break now, guys. When we come back in about an hour, it will be the start of that third best of three. So don't go too far. You can go a little bit far, but not too far. And be sure to join back for that third game of the day.
Welcome back in, everyone, to another day here on the CCT broadcast. And production, you're right, it does look like we're in the space station, ready to get going again here at CCT. This is Europe Series 16, 20 European series in total, and then we've got that global final right towards the middle of the year. It's an exciting time to be here at CCT in 2025, and yesterday you saw the opening games for these groups, and now we're going to see the winning games and the losing games as well. So let's take a look at what's going on. This is Group A. This is the first match we're going to be keeping our eye on, which will be Fireflux taking on Alaska. The winner faces Yano in the decider match in a few days time, but Fireflux and Alaska will be a fun one to keep our eye on. We've also got the overall schedule for the day as well we can bring up. Obviously, we've had 2 games already that have entered, that Yano game versus Fluffy Gangsters, Cyberstroke versus Anonymo, and now, as mentioned, Fireflux versus Alaska is the first one, and then we've got Eyeballers versus BC Game. Now, you might be a little bit unfamiliar with Alaska, but don't worry, you will recognize them. Before we get to them, though, I think it's important to talk about Fireflux, and a nice little personal touch from me is I've always wanted to cover this Fireflux squad and haven't had the opportunity to, but today I get to watch them as they sort of go through their development. I think they've been around a little while now. A few months or so have passed. This is the really, really old core of Sangao. Like, we're talking 2022 Sangao with Skrunk, Soulfly, and Sensei. They all played together a while ago, and then Soulfly, I think, had to do some IRL things. There's now come back to Counter-Strike, which is really cool to see. Paz and Banjo make up this team. Banjo is, I think, a bit of an interesting fit in this squad, really, because he obviously had a little bit of time on Fnatic, was part of the Fnatic Rising team as well, and has now moved over to his, I guess you want to call it, first proper organization where he is playing full-time on the main roster. And then you've got Paz, who obviously is well known in Space Soldiers, Eternal Fire, is now looking to raise this team to new limits. And to be honest with you, when you take a look at this team and the way it's sort of transpired, I mean, they haven't been doing too bad, right? You're like, they're 84th in the world after like 4 months. World ranking on HLTV is 62. You've got Hardstyle as the coach in there as well, who again used to be the old coach for Sangao before these guys joined, but also for Eternal Fire. So an awful lot of experience on this team, and you feel like it will kick on. And especially in this stage of the competition, you expect Fireflux to, at the bare minimum, be in the Swiss stages, making some competitive runs. So that's an exciting one. And now we'll move on to Alaska. A lot of you should be familiar with Alaska because it is ex-Verdant, and they are looking for a new roster. It's the familiar core who have played together for forever in Giraffe, Artist, and Extinct. Vacancy comes in to fill the ranks. And you've got Leaf in here as well. Divi has taken a step back from this team and is looking for new opportunities, and they've got Leaf in here instead. That would suggest to me that Artist is now picking up the AWP again in CS2. I've not got a chance to watch Alaska play recently, but I know that Divi was AWPing. Artist have moved over to a full-time rifle role, still in-game leading, but was on the AK. So I'm assuming now he is AWPing. And yeah, this team, I would like it for them, biasedly, I would like it for them to make it through. I think this is a tough opponent in Fireflux, but also I think with the change to the map pool and the change to obviously Vertigo coming out, Train coming in, I think that makes it a bit hard for Fireflux because they have to ban one of them, or they ban Nuke and they hope that Alaska ban Train, because if Fireflux ban Train, you know that Alaska are going to pick Nuke, and Nuke is not a map that Fireflux like to play, so they have to ban that one out. Mirage is gone from Alaska. A statement of intent. Are we going to see a Train here? That would be an awful lot of fun. Not quite yet. Inferno gets picked by Fireflux, and then there it is. Train picked by Alaska. I got no idea what to expect on that one. Anubis as our decider is a confident middle ground. I think it's a good idea. Alaska banning out D2 as well. They don't play that one all that much, but Train being picked is a lot of fun. So thank you to the UK boys for doing that. So we'll have to wait and see sort of how that one pans out. We saw a glimpse of Train in Tier 1 yesterday with Fnatic versus Spirit, and that was, for lack of a better term, a bit of a mess, to be honest. I don't know how it's going to work in Tier 2. I think two things need to be established when you're talking about Train. It's, have you perfected the perfect A-rush if you're on the T side? And if you're on the CT side, how do you defend against an A-rush? Those are the two things at the top of the tongue and at the top of the forefront of the mind as to sort of how to work with Train, because Train definitely feels a lot more claustrophobic now than it did when it was in Go. But moving on to Inferno, because we're not quite at Train yet, even if it is exciting. Fireflux have got a 50% win rate with a decent sample size of 10 games. Alaska have only played it half the amount of times that Fireflux have and have got a similar win rate. So it'd be interesting to see how they match up against each other. It's Alaska with a 3-match winning streak. It's Fireflux who have just about got their first best of 3 victory in, I'd say a month, but you know, that's not really fair because we've just come back from player break. But in the last 3 best of 3s they played, they've won only one of them, looking to bounce back, looking for revenge here in the winners match here at CCT. I've been told that we might have a slight delay here, so what I am going to do, if that's okay with production, never mind. I've been told the game's ready, so we don't have to go to a break, which is really awesome, because I was going to set one of those really fast ones. In fact, we're ready right now, so we'll jump into the game. Fireflux versus Alaska, map 1 on Inferno. No messing about. Let's get straight in. Of course, with Fireflux choosing Inferno, that means Alaska will start on the CT side. Quite a lot of utility, actually. Extinct's got a molly. There's a smoke and flash for vacancy that he's just chucked on the floor. In fact, they really want to take Banana. This is incredibly aggressive coming out from Extinct, but the counter flashbang from Sensei is immaculate. Leaf now needs to be careful, but he takes Paz down to the grave as he bounces out, and he's still got Artist in close support. Meanwhile, if you take a look at Apps, Banjo is trying to have a little fight here with Giraffe. Wants to take space in the apartments. Timing is everything, and Giraffe gets the best of Scrunk. And now look, there's even more pressure. This is so overwhelming from Alaska. They are fighting tooth and nail in every single one of these fights. Sensei, who actually, you know, helped out Soulfly get that opening kill, is now last alive. Dinking down Artist. He's got the bomb at his disposal, but with 1 minute left, it starts to get a little bit tricky. If he goes B, that would be awesome, because he can kill Artist, get the bomb down. He's got a smoke as well for CT. There's every chance he can inject some money into the Fireflux bank accounts. But we're mind gaming. And it has worked. Look at that deep rotation. Everyone has come over. But they don't hear the plant. In fact, they don't hear anything. And that starts to make you doubt. What is he up to? Meanwhile, Sensei's clearing absolutely everything in towards second middle. Giraffe's had enough. He's moving back towards A. And in fact, the whole squad is. So the foot race has been won on this A bomb site. I think Sensei's also just been spotted. That molly's not going to help him. And in fact, just with the USP as well, Giraffe will lock in the kill. But at least the bomb gets planted. That was the overall objective for this round. And it is one in which Fireflux have successfully navigated. So to be in that 3v1, to be able to actually get the bomb down in that position is absolutely fine, because it means you can force buy. It means you can look to break the economy early here of Alaska. So what's your buy looking like? Tech 9s, 3 Galils. To be fair, you actually got quite a lot of utility here for Fireflux. Definitely not the end of the world. MP9 out, flashbang obtrusive. But it's Skrunk's bullets that are precise. Leaf is dead, removed from the round immediately, and now this T-side looks to put pressure in towards top brackets. A swing and a hit from Artist. Sensei, who was the player that got the bomb down in the previous, is now forced to watch on from the wings. It's going to be vacancy that has to do a lot of the heavy lifting here, you feel, if Fireflux go in towards short, because Artist is dinked down incredibly low. Break on the smoke. Artist didn't see anything, and now you've got to be careful of Banana. Look at Giraffe. Just tucked in. He's so close. Are they going to clear him, or does he go overlooked? He goes overlooked. One kill is his, and the second. Giraffe is doing everything. Scrunk, low HP, just behind the half wall. Can he get this kill? He has to wait for Banjo. They got to swing Giraffe together. They got to guarantee this trade. Giraffe has now elevated himself, and Scrunk goes a little bit before Banjo. Giraffe is on for the 4K, and he'll claim it. What a great hold on Banana, just solo by Giraffe. You got to say as well, what a shame. Because look, this is an opening kill for Fireflux, and then they didn't really do anything because they just got pressured. They walk straight into Giraffe. They don't clear him. They sort of give him grace into getting these kills. They're pretty much all one by one, apart from the opening sequence. Place your bet at cct.gg/stake. It's got Alaska as slight underdogs compared to Fireflux. Makes sense given the rankings. And Artist is just ripping players apart in towards top middle. Precise headshots. It's against unarmored pistols, so you can't be too upset if you're Fireflux. Has get any more? Not quite. Artist will get the ace, and that will fill him with confidence. More on that betting, by the way. Please make sure you are over the age of 18. Please make sure you're gambling responsibly as well. Don't bet anything more than you can afford to lose. Be sensible, guys. It really just isn't worth it. So Draft is 7-0. Artist is 6-0. On a field day. Let's fight for Banana again. The nades are absolutely brilliant, and Scrunk is able to get rid of Giraffe, finally proving that he is mortal. Leaf will trade, but Scrunk is still there. Paz, what are you doing? Bro has just walked out the smoke with his back turned and twerking up long. Can Scrunk find Leaf? Yes, he can. Is there a follow-up here onto Extinct? It's perfect. Scrunk has done everything in Banana. It's a 2-on-3, but he is 9 HP. So as Artist rotates over... In fact, it's going to be a fake. Look at what's going on over at long. Banjo has heard. Vacancy rotate over. Scrunk is now just selling this more. That nade should do the job. You are still in a 2-on-2, and you're just gaining knowledge now that it isn't B, it has to be A, and now you're worried about CT. Artist makes the long rotate round, but as soon as he's being loud, Banjo might have heard him time in everything. And Banjo claims his prize. A kill onto Artist immediately throws Vacancy into the 1v2. Dink for dink, but it will be the kill from the M4. And he's just sticking it. He's just calling the bluff out of Banjo. And he's got it. Banjo took an extra jiggle. And that was enough. Vacancy just said, hey, guess what? I'm going to stick this. I just saw you kill my teammate, Deep Apps. You're not going to think that I'm going for this. And he called the bluff and he got it spot on. Unfortunate for Banjo, but elation for Alaska. They keep the slate clean. Look, if he didn't jiggle that wide. Look at all this util that's been dropped for Leaf. Here you go, son. You control all of Banana. We'll start 4-8. It's the first time we've actually seen Alaska not throw aggressive flashbangs over at Banana, and I feel like Fireflux should cotton on to this. They've now taken all of the space. Not quite able to deal with this Banana play. Meanwhile, in top middle, Extinct is ahead of this long smoke, and he could just take the life of Paz. That's another opening kill, fall in favor to Alaska. The smoking towards mid will separate Sensei and Banjo, and you've still got Vacancy on the boost. And Extinct has literally just taken his kill, and he's gone to B. So now he can help out Leaf, who's still got a little bit of utility, but Extinct's got another full belt. Vacancy's got to be so careful here. But Artist has got the orb. He can take the first contact just like that. Instant collapse from Artist. Vacancy will then announce his arrival on top of the perch of the balcony. And Banjo desperately trying to get something. Will find Artist, but a 1v5 with 15 seconds is just not happening. A nice couple of kills, but that's all he wrote. Alaska keep on building the 4-player setup, the collateral on top. Chef's kiss. And Fireflux immediately take a pause. Great, actually. Where they haven't been able to plant the bomb here, Fireflux, but Soulfly, Scrunk, Sensei, all on like 3.5 grand. And that just means, look, you have to have Tech 9s, you have to have pistols. Not the best buy in the world. So this could be 6-0. This could be a impressive start here for Alaska. Good damage has been done to both Leaf and Extinct. A little bit of chip damage will help things. They also know the Orb's in play. But this one's very patient out of Alaska. They're not looking to fight early in towards apartments. Into Banana. I will say that craft is lovely from Sensei. Look at that Deagle. It's got the Spider-Man, the little spider there. I'm not cool enough to know too much about CS sticker crafts, but that is nice. And it's on the Crimson Web as well. That's very aesthetically pleasing. Tell you what, this utility has been brutal from Alaska. Especially over towards long. And now they want to try punish. Leaf is in the perfect spot just to completely capitalize on the position. Softened up players means that the M4 is a battering ram over towards top brackets. And as Scrunk goes around the corner, Vacancy should have his number. That's the bomb drop. That's the round over. And again, it's another one of these rounds where they haven't even planted the bomb. And Soulfly can't even kill Giraffe as he's got his knife out. Things go from bad to worse again for Fireflux. And Alaska are cruising. And you got to remember, this is Fireflux's map pick. We've got to go on to train. Okay. I mean, it works. Trades are plentiful, though. Finally, we see that little bit of resistance. And now you've got one player on A, one player on B. For Verdant, Vacancy's always sort of been up high, elevated in these angles. So you feel like you would expect him here. Rotation comes over from Leaf. If he can get to Library in time and try and help out Vacancy, that would go a long way. Although Banjo caught on the jump, the swing is there. Vacancy doesn't need any help. Another double kill. And Sensei now left alone in the 1v2. Starts to scale in towards top brackets. Vacancy has not moved a muscle. Leaf was never revealed either. Vacancy overplays his hand. And you feel like if he's swinging, the other player's got to be in pretty close proximity. Leaf starts to make his move, as does Sensei. Now looping back around in the apartments. The hope is that Leaf believes he's gone B. But he doesn't bite on it. And Sensei will have to make an audio cue if he wants to drop into sight. Just like that. And now Leaf knows that it has to be this A bomb site. He plants in the smoke. Leaf creeps in closer. The Sensei just leaves. Vacates. There's a molly, there's a flash, and more importantly, there's a defuse kit. Angles are starting to be cleared all the way over. Can't check out the back of sight just yet. Leaf now clears it. Bomb is planted for apartments. You feel like Sensei has played this brilliantly. One molly into Apps ruins everything. Oh my goodness me. He's thrown the molly in towards Apps. He fakes out the bomb as well. Sensei running through and Leaf claims the kill. And I think there's more than enough time to drop the defuse in. Brilliantly done by Leaf. He didn't want to take anything to chance. So by just faking out the defuse noise, Sensei runs around the corner. Leaf takes the kill and has enough time to get the defuse. 7-0 for Alaska. Another pause now enters the field. But this is just breathtaking to watch, really, from Alaska. And Firefly's got so many opening kills. You've got to remember, the Observer was ping-ponging back and forth between different perspectives of Firefly's players getting a kill. And then Vacancy gets a double up, and then Leaf is just able to close. What more do they need to do to get around here? Artist back on the AWP. Thought that would be the case once Divi left. Giraffe lighting up util, a peek, but only a kill for the CTs again. And then in drops the half-wall utility, keeping Fireflux back, denying this trade. Vacancy once again in the apartments. In drops another smoke. Banjo just walks through. That's a freebie. That's so nice for Alaska. You want to keep giving us kills, guys? You want to peek us one by one? That's the way to lose rounds if you Fireflux. But Alaska will take that all day long. Extinct is a dead man walking, but it's Giraffe that sort of settles the tone on Banana, and it's a 4v2. It doesn't matter if you lose one player. Because Alaska trade immediately, just on another area of the map. They've not even got the bomb yet. It has to be going picked up by Paz. Another flash just used as a denial of space. Sensei just wasting a couple more seconds. Paz now gets elevated on the boost, but Giraffe's already left. This does get a bit dangerous if Giraffe falls. But he's holding such a tight off angle in towards second oranges. They'll have to also announce their arrival here with utility. Artist has also got another incendiary. He just throws that one forward. 15 seconds. Giraffe finally burns out. Unlucky. Caught on the final embers of the molly. But it's Artist again. Trying to shut things down. Paz fakes out the plant. But it's Artist with the conversion. And it's Alaska with another round. 8-0. This is child's play. This is not difficult at all. If I'm Fireflux, look, I'm not being funny. Where's your execute? Where's your top banana sort of utility? Where's your top brackets utility? You got to go together as a team. There's too much of one by one individual gameplay, and it's clear they're just not shooting back. Sensei on 2 kills, Soulfly on 1 kill. Like, it's not good enough. Finally, we get to see a 5-man take of sorts, but Giraffe is being flashed in. Giraffe's being flashed in and he gets free. Oh dear. The timing of that could not be any better. And there's still 2 players on banana. And Vacancy's pushed down and it's just locking the door behind them. Sensei would have to hit a slammer with the Deagle. He is being given the chance to, and he will. Wasn't quite the slammer I was expecting, but, you know, it got the job done. 35 seconds. Artist has still got control of second mid, so that means that Extinct and Leaf can still remain here and towards B. But that's tough. There's another molly. 20 seconds. You've just deployed all of your util, which means you have to wait for the incendiary. And you're so transfixed on up high that you're not looking in oranges. That's so easy for Extinct. It's the subtle audio cues of Leaf burning alive. That is enough for Extinct to go completely overlooked. Didn't expect this. Just that these early smokes are just so horrible to deal with if you're Fireflux. Because look, you can disrespect them, but then you walk just into nades, into more utility. Giraffe dodges the incendiary and Leaf just spams Scrunk. That's so horrible. Soulfly spray. It looked really good, but immediately just whacked out the server by Artist and his AWP. Any more for any more? Yeah. That looked dead on, but it wasn't. Finally, a kill was claimed by Paz. Vacancy on the balcony. Mustangs Banjo gets traded 2 versus 2. And 1 player already spotted over at long. Artist needs to get a wriggle on. Leaf catches that nade and then can't see Paz swinging. Really well worked by your in-game leader. Dragging Fireflux, kicking and screaming towards their first round. And look, these rounds have been close. To the point where Giraffe's money isn't great. Extinct's money is not amazing either, but Artist has still got his AWP in towards Banana. You can tell it's his because of the Irish sticker on the scope. He's out of there. So the best Fireflux can hope for now in this first half is 3 rounds. They've got there first. And this time it was the individual fights that actually paid off. Extinct overswings, not ready to swing with Vacancy. Paz able to get the first, then Paz able to trade out Vacancy as well. And then really good work on Leaf with the HE, just obscuring his vision, where the puff of smoke sort of blows up in your face. That's when Paz swings. Yeah, look at this. Look at what you're working with. You are 9-1 up, and you have 2 XMs on your A players. Leaf is once again being given all this responsibility of taking Banana by himself. Let's see if Paz can navigate these shotguns. Great flashbang. There's one of them. We've also got Giraffe here. And now the shotgun goes around the corner. Paz has dealt with both of them. So no XM shenanigans. And now they're applying pressure over towards B. Fireflux. Nade broken. Kill not quite claimed by Leaf. But the second one, again, not quite. But Artist re-blows open the smoke. You've got to remember that Soulflight and Paz are incredibly low. But with this kill, Scrunk can now look to wrap. And in fact, can maybe just bring the whole squad over towards A if they want. Artist has got to clear close library. If he hits this shot, he's got a chance of winning the round, but I don't think he's going to. Fireflux hold on again. Money for the last round of the first half is horrible. MVP weapon of FAMAS. At least I got a little bit of utility here. But they need to deploy it quite early just for the sheer amount of volume of nades that Fireflux have been deploying over towards top banana. This one's your classic up-down approaching towards the sandbags. Artists can take even the first contact on towards the half wall. The idea is really hoping that they walk into banana. Unfortunately for Alaska, Fireflux, they want top brackets. They want to take all of this space. They are getting a little bit closer though. Scrunk knows that the incendiary was thrown here because he sees the roast chicken on the floor. Has to be careful walking through this smoke because vacancy is on the other end, but he walks into him. Easy collection. Extinct can only find one, and suddenly you've got that triple setup on banana now hightailing it all the way through middle. No kits means that they've got to move fast. You have to go for this, of course, but clearing out every single angle is going to be a bit tricky. When you take a look at the setup as well, one graveyard, one pit, one close short. It feels almost impossible. And Paz is making it improbable. Further still, Giraffe, Artist have to swing together, but don't. Artist will at least find Paz, but any further instance in the round feels very futile. Come on. Any more? Yeah, just the one. But it will be Fireflux that will actually have the tiniest, the smallest of rebuttals towards the end of this first half. 9-3. It was pretty good if you're an Alaska fan. But we're going on to the CT side of Fireflux. We're going on to... Remember, this is their map pick, so this should be their stronger side. It should be something that they should be really familiar and comfortable with. They're obviously not happy with how that first half transpired. A lot of close moments in there, but ones that ultimately were favouring Alaska. A lot of silly mistakes that should be stamped out here by Fireflux if they want to turn their fortunes around. And they're pushing mid. Oh my god, this is aggressive. They can see... Oh, timing on this is horrible. But spotted. And now a re-swing from everyone. Paz doing the damage. Vacancy will trade. They now know one more is here. So Banana, they scale. And as you look back, you got to be so careful if you're swinging this. Yeah, one by one. You're going straight into the guillotine of Sensei. And he shows you why he's the master. You get 2 kills in bottom banana. You even hear the third player rattling off shots. And Alaska were half in, half out around taking top banana or going back for the fight. They chose the latter. And they walked straight into their demise. They're even going to force, even though they didn't get the bomb down. They want to break economy instantaneously. Tech 9s, that's it. Okay, someone's needed their teammate. Not ideal. But through the long smoke you go. Immediate trade and an MP9 upgrade. Improves the arsenal just a little bit. And another re-swing. Hang on a second. Fireflux are peeking one by one. Same criticism we just drew by Alaska in the pistol. It's suffering the same successes. Sensei needs to stay alive in the pit. 9 HP and 45 HP. This is winnable now for Extinct, but the long range of the M4 is enough to make it happen for Soulfly. That was expensive. And to be honest with you, it'll probably make Alaska feel incentivized to maybe go in again, although I wouldn't like it. Save some money. This should be a gimme. This should be a freebie, and suddenly we're in a 3-round game. Yep. Easy does it.
Counter-terrorists win.
This round is still, I guess, fortunate enough for Alaska that you've got 3 MP9s still on Fireflux. That's just going to make them more aggressive. Yeah, look at Shrunk go. Already down bottom middle. Flashbang, brilliant. Artist is there with the trade. You've got Leaf boosted over, clears Sandbags, and clears Soulfly. And now you know from the trajectory of the grenade that one player is locked up in towards oranges. As long as you swing together, as long as you get the trade, that's more than enough to take the B bomb site. Retake is looking to be attempted. You've got a lot of utility. You've got a smoke as well for Sensei. He can dribble on towards Banana. And Molly can go in towards Quad, but no one's home. It's Giraffe instead that's at Dark, and he's caught a glimpse of Sensei in Banana. This is becoming a little bit messy, but vacancy was never spotted. There will be a faster change of pace there for Alaska. Just bulldozing their way up Banana and also keeping tabs on the top mid play. That was effectively your bonus. So that means the AWP will come out for Sensei. It means that all the rifles and the utility will be available. But Alaska running out of time. Actually, they're not running out of time at all. That's completely opposite of what I wanted to say. Fireflux are running out of time. I'm surprised that nade only did 5 damage. Is there another sort of flashbang here? No? Kind of need one. Molly pushes Paz forward and he's just able to, wow, get rid of Giraffe and Leaf through the fire and the flames. Oh, goes Extinct! And he goes huge! 3 kills up top Banana. And you've still got vacancy in at the lurk on A. And whilst Banjo can dispatch of him, that still keeps the forces a little bit delayed. Oh, you think Paz has done more than enough in towards top Banana, but no, Extinct, who is still alive, is here, ready and raring to go. No defuse kits, you got to act fast. There's an AWP as well on the retake. Bomb's already halfway gone. Oh, this feels like you need to get the kills immediately. And Extinct gets rid of Banjo. Sensei says, no thank you. Can Extinct get an ace? Yes, he can. What a round from Extinct. Pushes Alaska closer and closer to the finish line of their opponent's map pick. You look at this and you think, okay, Paz has got control of Banana, and this is just ridiculous. Excellent target control as well. Dealing with the player top Banana, he knows that there's a player tucked in reloading over at car, so I'll deal with him later. And this is your buy you're bringing forward to potentially prevent 12. 2 MP9s and pistols. 3 players lying wait on A. Banjo with one of those MP9s is just on the balcony. They can see lying in wait, just holding in case someone pushes around the corner. Now they've even got 4 players here, Fireflux. 50 seconds left. Look, you do not need to commit into top brackets. You keep feeling like you're seeing this plethora of players. There goes in Banjo, and Sensei's found another. Oh, they're walking into the stack. This could be a disaster for Alaska. But Giraffe and Vacancy are looking to provide a little bit of relief. And they still know that Sensei is here. 20 seconds. Scrunk creeps in. He's got AKs he can pick up. But if he dares jump on that van, he'll die. Giraffe's in a really good spot for this. Vacancy's also high HP. First kill was his. Has to swing and clear, but no, doesn't check it. In the most common angle, Vacancy sits, and he finds the triple, Giraffe finds a double, and Alaska can wipe the sweat off their brow because they have avoided embarrassment. Avoided the full eco, and instead can inflict just despair instead onto Fireflux. Because they were all in, and now they're all in again. That nade should do the job. And it does, but look, you gotta look at it this way. 4 kills away. Scrunk going through the smoke, surely to his death. Oh, the flashbang's brilliant. Oh, and he finds the second onto Leaf. Pirouettes in Banana. And now Giraffe knows that Scrunk is there. Vacancy should be able to deal with him, and now the troops resurge. On towards Banana, they group up together, but if they walk back, they are contending with 2 players behind them. Giraffe gives it a look. He holds. He's patient. Oh, and he spotted the player. And he secures the kill and spots the second. Vacancy versus Banjo. Banjo to keep Fireflux in this, and Vacancy is just on his bike. Heads towards A immediately. The plant is open. He can take this long. He can play this from pit. Instead, he steps into short. Banjo looking to be the bully, but Vacancy can't get the best of him. Banjo extends play. Fireflux will find one more and keep the party going.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
This game is not done yet. Because again, you look at the money for Alaska. Oh, you look at the shoulder from Artist, it's gone. Can Vacancy work any magic here with this AK? Well, he's got a really good time in here actually, in towards long. Paz is looking, but not securing anything. One player in over at Arch. Top brackets control has been established. No one's on B. A double flash, a double swing. Soulfly looks to return back to Banana, but it's Leaf that rendezvous with his team instead. Extinct remove. That's the bomb dropped. And that's the statement of intent. Through goes the MP9, but Scrunk, he gets dropped immediately by the Glock of all things. Can't go one better on the M4, but Vacancy trying to create space. You've got to be careful about Pit. That's the tough bit. And now you know he's there. Vacancy tries his best. It's a kill, it's a dink, but it's not anything further. And it's Fireflux just about escaping that one. Another eco will enter the fold, and then that means you've got Tech 9s. And that could put this game from feeling comfortable for Alaska to maybe ending a little bit turbulent. Money management has been the worst thing on Alaska's record in this map so far. Feels like they're winning rounds, but then they've just got no money. We're in that position again now. Paz has really stepped up. Banjo and Scrunk have provided some really important contributions. Soulfly yet to get off the mark, but he's still got a long way to go in this best of 3. What's the go here? What's the move for Alaska? Which little pocket strat do they think will be best? It's aggression in towards the apartments, which is a dangerous game against these Tech 9s, let me tell you. One quick swing and a headshot against the AWPer would be pretty detrimental. Soulfly is still solo Banana. He'll drop his smoke and he'll back off. He'll call for reinforcements. Looking to play ahead of this. But can only find one. So suddenly that's an AK. Now there's another smoke. Scrunk trying to go through with the MP9, but there's a player behind him he doesn't know about. Finally gets dealt with by Vacancy. 2 versus 3. A bomb plant in this situation. This feels really good if you're Alaska. Still room to grow into this round. There is a kit, but it's only on the AWPer. Who's going to take the risk? Out of Alaska, it's going to be Artist, just transitioning through into the banana smoke and leaves Vacancy all on his own. Oh, there's a chance. There was one. But instead, it's Artist that goes through the smoke. He's such low HP. Sensei is on the bomb. Flashbang not good enough. Fireflux hold on. If Vacancy really wanted to drop down a little bit and not fall off, that was a bit unfortunate for him. If he stayed on it, potentially that could have been game over. Instead, the play extends. But that was just Tech 9s. That wasn't anything to write home about. This time you've got the AKs, you've got all the utility. You're looking at 2 gun rounds now. That's the difference, because it'll be a gun round, then an eco, then a gun round. Soulfly has dropped again. Starting to be a little bit of a detriment here on Banana for Fireflux. It's the same double apartment setup that was not seen previously. There's now pressure being applied by utility on both fronts. Molly in towards top. Banana, the smoke over at long. It makes the apartments players a little bit twitchy. What's happening? Where are they going? Finally. You get confirmation. Banjo is dead. Leaf just runs through the molly. Paz really wants to get involved here at long. You got to remember the Giraffe is incredibly low. So 1 kill can easily evolve into 2. There it is from Paz. Oh! And even a 1-tap onto Leaf. Destroyed.
Counter-terrorists win.
Oh, an awesome round out of Paz. And Fireflux, this was 12-6. Now it's 12-10. Are the wheels starting to fall off? This is a really big risk in towards top middle if they just walk through these smokes. Instead, they're just waiting to burst through. And speaking of bursting, there goes Giraffe. Another player there, but overwhelmed immediately is Giraffe. And up from the balcony, Banjo gets a kill and a dink. Sensei plucks vacancy out the air, but there's Extinct over at long. It's happening. A 2 versus 2. Extinct needs this shot on Paz in library. Takes a wider angle and secures it. In towards long goes Scrunk. But Extinct puts him down. And Alaska, it takes them a hell of a long time to close that map. But finally, they do it. 13-10. And that was the pick of Fireflux. In a minute, we're going to move on to Train, which I haven't seen personally. I've not casted, which is gonna be a fun one, just sort of exploring that one together with you all, learning all of these various call-outs. But that is for about 10 minutes. Good work by Fireflux, being able to look and remain competitive. It does gear them up quite nicely for Train, rather than being blown out the water on their map pick. We'll have to see if they can respond to the pocket pick of Alaska. It's Train coming up in about 10 minutes. Well, this is a treat. We've already seen Train once today, and not me personally, but it was in our first game of the day with Yano taking on Fluffy Gangsters. That one went OT, and now we've got Alaska picking it against Fireflux. Fireflux drops their map pick of Inferno, so that means they now need to win Train. And if I know anything about Alaska and just sort of the setup of how this works and what they sort of do when new maps come in, is they try and incorporate them as early as possible. Shout out Timo, who I DM'd as well about this. He used to be the analyst for Verdant, and he said, look, Artist is always looking to get the map pool integrated as early as possible, and it kind of gives them a veto advantage for like a month or two, and it gets them ahead of the curve. He said he's just relentlessly watches demos. He wants to get his team in the best possible shape whenever a new map comes out, and Train is now here. There's been a few changes since it got added to the map pool, but there still needs to be a couple more. The notable ones is that Valve have pushed T-Spawn back, although having played it yesterday, it didn't really feel like it was pushed back all that much, but I'm sure there is a little bit of a difference between Rushing A now compared to Rushing A a few days ago. They've also added some barrels, like underneath Heaven in that hell bit, which will be fun. And of course, the changes that were made just generally to Train from CSGO to CS2, if you're a little bit unfamiliar, is the map is a lot more condensed. It feels like it's a lot more about rifle gunfights than having an AWPer. It also feels like you've got a lot more openings to sort of deal with, like the place where you normally would describe as camera in CSGO. That's just a hole in the wall now. Ivy's changed a little bit. You don't really see too many players go through Ivy all that much. Normally you go Ivy to defend A main, and defending A main will be a pivotal position. Pop's completely changed. It looks really weird now, and so much so that people have started to call it Long Dog instead of Pop, which is horrible. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of learning here, not only for you guys, but also for me, and we're going to have to come up with call-outs as well. I will go over what the players I've been playing with has been called in certain positions, and hopefully we can come to some sort of agreement as to what the call-outs are, because that's always fun when you're a commentator, is trying to figure out what do I call these things that the general public will know. So we'll work together, Twitch chat, if that's all right, and we'll come up with some bits and bobs. But the game's live, so I can stop yapping about my preamble into Train, and we can just get into Train. A reminder that Fireflux need to win Alaska's map pick, and they chose to start on CT side, which I think makes the most sense. This map does feel a bit even now that the spawns have been pushed back, but this will be a fun one for sure. Let's get into it then. One smoke, one flash on Leaf. A double push. Aggressive from Fireflux. There's the bouncy flash you can throw on the wood, and look at all the space they've gained immediately. Extinct will be aware of this, and I said about Ivy. Well, Artist has dealt with Scrunk already. He's let one go by. Extinct now deals with Paz, and Artist is on a rampage. And they've even smoked themselves off deep Ivy and are now pushing all the way through on towards site. What a really cool pistol. Okay. He has destroyed them. This is the Artist way of thinking. And it is really coming into fruition. A 1v4 for Banjo. But can't get by Artist. No one can get by Artist. He gets 4 kills in that round, helped up by Extinct, who was lurking here in Pop Dog. I'm calling it Pop. And Alaska are taking a pause. Interesting. You win the round really convincingly, you get 4 kills, and you think, nah, we need a pause. Let me tell you what, guys. I don't do this at all normally, but we are going to open Twitch whilst I'm here with you on Train. We can work together, okay? Let's get things going. Force buy. And Fireflux still being quite aggressive, actually. In towards B. Just dropping that smoke. Scrunk then goes forward to join and take the space here. The Soulfire actually gets the opening kill. Artist still working. Still finding these kills. Paz is ahead of the AK. Oh dear. Ran ahead of the fire and the flames. Giraffe now looking for another kill. The Banjos actually deal with Leaf. The trade is there. So Ivy being manipulated quite a lot here by Alaska. But it is being countered by Scrunk continuously taking like top B. And this round now gets weird. Because Sensei is behind Giraffe, and he should be able to get this kill, because Giraffe's not going to look behind him. That means that Extinct now needs to try and work out a 1v3. Gets the first, but not going to be ready for a player up high. Knows that Paz was over at A main a little bit ago, and just immediately destroys him. Extinct versus Scrunk. Skrunk's now being very loud, so too is Extinct on a swivel, but it's Scrunk with the pistol from down low that catches Extinct by surprise, and Fireflux are just able to scramble their way to a victory. This is the smoke we saw at Blast Bounty. That's the one that lands in A main. They're going Ivy again. There's so much consideration towards Ivy here for Alaska. Trying to work it forward immediately. The Tech 9's trying to get involved, but can't really. So much damage has been inflicted. Extinct finds Soulfly. Giraffe's right behind Sensei. Hang on a second. This is a 3v2 in favor of Alaska. I think they now know where both of these players are. Low HP should surely mean that Fireflux are going to claim this. But where it all falls silent, this now starts to get a little bit unsettling for Banjo, but he passes the first test pretty easily. Giraffe now walks away in towards Ivy, and if he goes all the way around the world, like there's going to be a timer on this, surely. You got to start to consider this in the next sort of 10 seconds. Yeah, Banjo starts to look at it. There's no way Giraffe can find this. Time in. Though, will profit him. 30 seconds left. Paz in at pop. Just win the round literally by jiggling. Doesn't need to go hunting. Doesn't need to go fighting for him. Time in is everything, but Paz wins it out. It comes right down to the wire. It comes down to another one of these 1v1s, but Fireflux, by the skin of their teeth, get back-to-back rounds. But that's expensive. Timing there on Banjo was unfortunate. Nearly timing there on Paz as well. They do force in again. They know the money's low. And they're going Ivy again. Look at this. Ivy one more time. They've added that dumpster. That's new now as well on train. Double nades into main. MP9 jiggles. Saw one player. His flash caught off guard. Giraffe now round the corner versus Scrunk with the MP9. And it's Giraffe that comes out on top round the corner again. Goes Giraffe. These Tech 9s are trying to overwhelm with the Deagles. But fortunately, Soulfly is here to back up Sensei. And Extinct has got a timing out B. Banjo let go. Extinct is stalking his prey. Banjo. Oh my god, Banjo's got no idea. And now Extinct's gone back to Ivy, which means he can actually get a favourable timing here on Sensei. Oh my gosh, this is actually so terrifying. Letting him go. We'll take the kill. Doesn't know about Banjo. And still won't know until it's too late. These Tech 9s are doing substantial damage though, but without the bomb plant it doesn't help. Now this has to be the eco. Now it's just everyone on a deagle trying to hit a headshot. Skrunk's not even got Sensei over here at Ivy just because of the sheer amount of players that have been over there continuously. Another re-smoke. Pat's just holding the edge of this. Extinct should be dead in a second. He is. And Banjo, fluffing his lines just a little bit. The bomb's actually been able to scurry over, but Sensei steps in and deals with Artist, who did actually find Banjo. Any more kills here? Doesn't look like it. So that'll be the 4th round on the board for Fireflux. So what's this? 3 players above Pop. 1 player Ivy, and Sensei wants to keep peeking. We'll just go right round the corner. Banjo collected by Extinct. And that's a really cool molly actually thrown by the T side that allows them to get space deep in towards Pop here. I really like that. Calculated play. Soulfly just moves back over towards Sandwich. And now another smoke dropped by the T side to allow a little bit of a lurk in towards A main. Prompting Soulfly to sort of go into the corner. And that's exactly what Alaska want. Vacancy wants Soulfly to be here. Now smoking towards Connector. Yeah, he's so trained on this position. Giraffe also looking at Pop. Will collect Paz. A swing, but a double collection of kills now for Fireflux. Sensei will be traded out. Soulfly stuck in the corner, but not for long. Extinct will remove him. Extinct is having a blinder. Skrunk behind all of them. But now position known. Low HP on Extinct. Skrunk's thrown himself into a 1v1. But it's Artist that collects the round. Nearly a 1v3 for Skrunk, but not to be the case this time. Alaska will get another round on the board. There was a lot going on there. There was so many different smokes being thrown, trying to create a pathway almost for Alaska, and it did work. They dropped a smoke in towards Red Box to create the isolated kill onto Sensei, and then Extinct just pushed through it and dealt with Soulfly. A lot of moving pieces. That was really difficult for Fireflux to contend with. This is what I mean about Artist, by the way. Just having all this like demo and server work. He's got instas. If he's going to throw it. I don't know what he's going to throw the insta for. In fact, he didn't throw it. But that goes into the camera connectory bit that my friends and I have been calling Icon. Right there. He finds one. The swing out of Ivy, though, is brilliant out of Scrunk. He even finds a third. Exceptional multi-kill from Scrunk. A quad kill at the end of it. An AWP retrieved as a prize. And yet again, no money here for Alaska because it came down to a 1v1 in the previous round. I like those nades. Should have done more damage outside A main. It's Vacancy's Deagle that does the most damage. Soulfly in the corner, but not for long again. Oh dear. These Deagles do significant damage. Sensei will chip down Artist, but it's not a clean conversion onto him. Finally, at the second time of asking, we'll collect one. Andrew deals with Extinct. There's another player wasting the wings. That's the bomb. Between Sensei and Banjo, they are picking up the pieces.
Counter-terrorists win.
Easy does it. Six rounds plays two. Feel like Alaska need a couple more rounds here on their T side. And that's a freebie for Sensei. He's been incredibly dynamic here. There's that molly. That allows Extinct to get space. The Paz, oh, you feel like he's on top of E-Box there. It's definitely going to be netting the kill, but can't get by Extinct. Got to pay the toll. Clever play from Soulfly. Just he's looking at Extinct jump spotting, getting closer and closer to the point where he can just take the kill. Extinct can't do anything about it before it's too late. And again, Soulfly just moving forward, being incredibly aggressive. There's the trade, but it's on Banjo, not Soulfly. Again, more mollies, sets up Sensei just to isolate all these angles. You can see the feet as well at the bottom of the train. And Soulfly's even walked through the molly just to guarantee the kill. Where it's your own team's molly, you take less damage. Fireflux is alive and well here on CT. They can get even more. I mean, there's a lot of space that's just been taken here by Extinct, but he's half HP. Soulfly holding and collecting. Should be a trade here, you'd imagine. And there is out of Artist, two through the smoke. You thought Extinct was going to get one of those. He doesn't. You got Leaf as well, just in the corner over at Ivy. That's going to create a lot of space. Since Giraffe just claimed this kill. That's an important one back for Banjo. Scrunk in the corner, dealing with Artist, and turns on the swivel for Leaf, but it's Leaf that gets the best of him. And Banjo's already repositioned over towards Connector. Last known location was Pop. He's got to go and get the bomb. Banjo is going all the way around the world. feel like this has to favour Banjo. It all comes down to timing. He should have Leaf in the back. And he does. Patience pays off for Banjo. Fireflux keep ascending here on CT train. And it looks like light work. It doesn't look like they're doing anything too complicated. They're just taking really aggressive fights in towards A main. They're being quite aggressive in towards B as well, actually. That surprised me quite a lot. I mean, my reference point isn't pro games, it's Face It games, which, I mean, is a completely different level. But you don't really see people fight for B this frequently. This time it's just a flash forward for Banjo. Oh. I feel like he deserves something more there. That spam's really interesting as well. Out of main they go. Straight into the AWP again. Surprised he's not dead. Should have been punished there. Break on the smoke, a collection of kills, but not the double up, but Sensei finds another. He has been insanely consistent over at Connector. With Artist now wrapping round through hell. Banjo, Crosshair trained on the smoke, and collects the kill. Easy for Fireflux. Inferno. Just a blemish on the record. This is feeling a lot more comfortable here for them. Can they get a third? And they start to come back a bit, very much like Fireflux did on Inferno. We'll have to wait and see. Soulfly searching, Leaf holding, and collecting. But that's a lot of information for Soulfly. He saw a bunch of players over at B. That's going to prompt the rotate, but look at vacancy. He's just walked out A. Whilst all this is going on, he has got complete real estate. And now he's already in the back lines. Fireflux have over-rotated tremendously. With Extinct stuck in this smoke, he can now go back and fight, but Banjo gets the kill. There goes the AWP. The nuisance piece for Alaska finally dealt with. A 4-on-3 with Banjo 1 HP. You feel like they're going to get their third. You really do. Especially with this angle out of Leaf. Yep. Easy. And Giraffe's just on the other end of Pop. He can swing. Sees the shadow. There's the spray. And the claim. Alaska will find that third round. It does take him a while. And now we have to see what their CT side looks like. Otherwise, we're going to go to a third map. Anubis is that third as well, so that'll be fun. If we need it. Currently looks like we will. A lot of utility being dropped forward. Flashbangs are immaculate. Oh, and so are the kills. Every single one entering the feed is a Fireflux player on an Alaska player. And our vacancy's been very loud. Soulfly's already in the back. Oh, to your right. There we go. Very hard to try and do anything there. Paz with the free piece. Fireflux with the double digits. 3 steps away from locking in and trading map picks. Now it's Fireflux's turn to utilize Ivy. Extinct had no idea that he was spotted there. Giraffe just brazenly walked through the smoke. And another one. There we go. Easy does it. Cool, calm, and collected. Now we just wait for vacancy to die, really. As horrible as that sounds. There it is. Fireflux now 2 steps away, effectively just 1 gun round away. Let's see what this CT side has got to offer. Well, it's a ton of nades in towards A main. It's Leaf getting close on the right-hand side. It's a similar setup to what Fireflux were doing. Except you haven't really got an aggressive player over at B. Instead, you've got Artist sort of supported over from Connector. You've got Giraffe on this angle that I think is a really good one. Just to grab a kill and fall back. Well, that helps out a little bit. First kill actually fall in favour to Alaska in this round. Vacancy with a really great position just to spot the top of Soulfly's head. Paz will trade. That means the Vacancy's got to fall back. Artist just on the edge of the smoke. We'll go 1 for 1. And the trade on Vacancy will mean that it is a 2 versus 2 situation. Bomb can move forward. Giraffe up close. Banjo. Spotted and dealt with. And now Paz feels a little bit uncomfortable. Has got no idea where Extinct is. Apart from he was IV about 30 seconds ago. Knows that one was in towards Connector. In fact, it's both. Paz fakes out the bomb. Swings round. Drops off. And now will commit to the plant. And Giraffe will remove him before that's even possible. So there's a round. We're still an awfully long way off calling this a comeback. By miles and miles. But it's a step in the right direction. And everyone is just so blind. And that round is over within, what, 20 seconds? Those flashes were unbelievable. Andrew's just watching on thinking, what's just happened? So 4 stay alive, 4 deny the A main rush. I mean, these flashes are just insane. Plus giraffe assist, leaf assist, giraffe assist. Like that, you just couldn't do anything. That's how you stop an A rush. Now Fireflux have to eco, so this now goes to 11-6. Again, still a way off. Where's that going? Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. So that denies fast B when you know you're going up against the eco. They have to run through the molly and then, yeah. If they're stuck behind it, then that nade will do significant damage. That's awesome. Unfortunately, they showed that util set right at the beginning of the round, and now this is happening at the top. They're spamming. They are wallbanging them through as they're running forward. That is unbelievable. Okay, Alaska have done their homework. And now they've run to B, and now they're going to go back towards Pop. Oh, Fireflux have been all the way around the world in this game. They're not even going Pop. They're going all the way back towards A. What is happening? They just took even more damage, and now that's an audio cue. That's wild. They go back to Ivy again. So we've gone Ivy B, Pop, Spawn, Ivy. Like, guys, what are we doing here? This is the most insanely convoluted round, and you're just gonna walk into a molly. Oh look, there's the molly. Cool, that was fun. That was around a Counter-Strike from Fireflux. They just had no idea where they wanted to go. I don't think we start talking about a comeback just yet. I feel like when we get to 11-8, I'll start deeming it possible. That's another gun round and then another eco. There's that molly again. Giraffe's taken an awful lot of damage. I don't know what from. This molly's gonna land on him. No? Oh, it goes deep. This thing needs to be cleared here, and he is. Awesome collection by Scrunk. And that molly. Oh, wow. Okay. I thought that was going to be difficult. I honestly thought, look, Vacancy, Giraffe going to be separated because of that molly. And now instead, you've got the players that just remain over at Ivy. It's Scrunk that opened up the round. It's Scrunk that needs to close it, but can't get by Artist. Alaska are holding on. That ping pong of contact between Giraffe and Vacancy was brilliant. And then Leaf gets a kill in amongst all the fray. We'll see this one back. It's just the see you later. And the push through the smoke from Vacancy. Great work. This is now 11-7. This is now the eco, which means that we potentially can get to 11-8. They're doing it. Back to Ivy we go. Will this be Ivy to spawn to Ivy again, or is this just going to be Ivy? A loop in smoke that bounces off of connector indoors allows the wraparound. Oh, there's just the kills from Extinct and Leaf. 2 USP ones in the mix as well. Only one casualty, absolutely fine. And you really do feel like it's game on now. So many rounds in a row being won. If we could put up the match history thing, that'd be quite cool as well. I think it's so many rounds in a row now for Alaska. This was either 11-3 or 11-4, and this is now turned into 11-8. And and they're disincentivized to go for that A rush because of all the counter utility that was thrown before it. Instant smokes as well, landing in A main, just making it really difficult to walk forward and get anything whatsoever. It's this same split out of Fireflux. It's the double Ivy, double above B play. Really wanting to test Giraffe and... oh. He got spotted, but it's actually the Ivy player that hits the deck first in Extinct. Giraffe wants to come back and find more, but this time gets punished by Banjo, who lives on just about 5 HP. Vegsy, an artist, now feel like they need to be a little bit more emboldened. They need to go and look for clues over at Pop, but it's a flash, a swing, and a kill. Make it a double from Soulfly. And just as you... this is why you never say to people, "Oh, it's the comeback. It's starting." This is why you can never say that. Because as soon as you say it, it's the classic curse.
Bomb has been planted.
And that'll be Fireflux getting their 12th.
Terrorists win.
Fast B finish. Oh, Giraffe is lucky. One time Molly. And in fact, a lot of good nade damage actually put forward early by Alaska. Fine for survival. They just did 4 rounds in a row, now I need to do it again. This time stakes obviously a lot higher. You lose this, you lose the map, you go straight to Anubis. Vacancy peaks, he's dead. Makes a step, Scrunk tucked in the corner, Vacancy doesn't bite on it. Utility actually wearing out a little bit here. For the CT side, they back all the way up. Playing an up-down approach are Leaf and Vacancy. A boost over the top now for the AWPer. Can't spot anything. 35 seconds. It looks like we are going to go A. It looks like the split is going to come through from A main in towards Pop. That nade's also been spotted as well by Soulfly. Now you know that there's one tucked in the corner. That should be the first point of contention. Although Soulfly just overlooks it. Soulfly completely overlooks it. Vacancy gets one and now tucks in the back of the site. 10 seconds left. Contact looking to be taken here by Giraffe, and you feel like he's done enough. Paz stuck. Floundering. Has to get these kills instead, but they can't do it. Paz trying to plant the bomb. And is somehow alive. How the hell is he alive? There we go. Like, should have been no way. But he did. He lived. And planted the bomb and told the tale. I think Fireflux just left that way too late. They were really anticipating that there was going to be a push. There was going to be something there. There just wasn't. So another one of these gun rounds. Because of that bomb plant, it's enabled back-to-back investments. A broken or Leaf caught in the open completely. And Paz, surprise, He's made it all the way in the back lines, but so has Vacancy. You've got to keep your eye on Vacancy, but it might not matter. And it doesn't even. Draft thinking, where have all my teammates gone? How have they been removed within like 15 seconds? It's a faster change of pace. It's all these players just being caught off guard, and that will do it. Fireflux are claiming their opponent's map picks. We go blow for blow, trade for trade, and it means we will need that decider of Anubis. Good effort on the comeback by Alaska, very similar to Fireflux on map 1, but they can't quite do it. They can't even match the scoreline that Fireflux put up on their map pick of Inferno. Anubis is a favourite between both of these teams. It's a very even map between the both of them, so it should be a really good contest for all those involved. We go to a break. When we come back, it will be Anubis just after this. My mic has stopped working, but hopefully we... Guys. Technology! What will we do without it? You didn't miss much. All I said was that we've done 2 maps. We need another one between Fireflux and Alaska. They both traded their map picks. Now we head to Anubis. Anubis is a very even battleground for these teams, so it'll actually be really interesting sort of seeing which side starts where. I think a lot of importance is actually placed on this knife round and just seeing sort of where we end up with it. I think if you're Alaska, more than anything, you need to start on that T side. You need to have momentum, because Fireflux, I think, did a really good job at sort of stopping that momentum when it started to build up a little bit on train. And I think Fireflux just, as individuals, have got a little bit more experience than Alaska. I think it is still well within Alaska's grasp to sort of take this map, but now Fireflux are warmed up a little bit. Now that they, I guess, have woken up a little bit as well, I think this is going to now be a very tricky game. We saw good moments out of Vacancy on Inferno, but he was a little bit missing there on Train. I thought Extinct had a brilliant game. Artist remains to be consistent, so they're the pieces you're looking at if you're Alaska. If you're Fireflux, I think Sensei was absolutely brilliant just on Train. I think he was absolutely exceptional. Paz has been undeniable, really. All of this series, it feels like Paz has really leveled up his game, which has been really cool to see. If anything else, you think after that stint with Eternal Fire, what's he gonna do? How's he gonna sort of come back? And he's been brilliant. So I'm really interested to sort of see the development of this roster, but also the development of this best of 3. Alaska won the knife, which indicates to me that they will start on the T side. We'll jump into the game right now and see if we're right. We are right. Yep, makes sense. This is best case scenario if you're Alaska. If you're Fireflux, I don't think you're going to be too disproportionately unhappy with CT side Anubis. We saw quite a lot the CT side actually being brilliant for Alaska, both on Train and over on Inferno. Soulfly has just deleted Vacancy. Artist looking to reply back, and he does with Sensei. There's a player in con, and there's a player still back site, and Scrunk has just spammed out Extinct, and that's a frustrating one. Sort of die to if you're Extinct. Meanwhile, on A, Giraffe has somehow pushed all these players back. So it's effectively a 2v2 on either side. Giraffe is going to go the long way around, regroup in towards mid, and try and push and take control there. Scrunk checks, doesn't see, so leaves. So mid is open. Completely open. Leaf really hoping that someone comes and looks for information over at B main. It's kind of scary to me that Artist is being given all the responsibility of having the P250, having mid control on his own, but also having the bomb. Because if he dies, the round is over. Timing is absolutely everything. And he has got a good timing here on Temple. Paz needs to look behind him. Doesn't. So Artist gets the kill. One more in towards CT. That's what they need to consider. That's what they need to check. 15 seconds left. Are you going to be diligent? Doesn't matter. Because Artist gets the bomb over in time. So we're thrown into this 3-on-3. And they want to fight. They want to take the aggression in towards CT. Banjo now walking over with the dualies. Instant headshot onto Leaf. And that allows Artist to potentially trade, but now he needs to get everything. And Ace, it's a little bit too much to ask. And despite their low HP, Fireflux will take that pistol. NT from Alaska. You feel like Artist does everything with walking through and backstabbing Paz. But they swing for the fences. They come up just a little bit short. They have force still with that bomb plant, and they've already just let people know, hey, we want to fight Con. We want to take this space. If Soulfly walks in towards mid, Artist is holding him with the AK, but instead it's a push out A main. And it smokes on both the choke points. Sensei goes forward, and that's an easy one for him to collect. It's this fight here that is the most interesting. Artist immediately removes Scrunk like it's nothing. And now the split is on. And now there's one player currently just occupying this B site. Soulfly will be here in time. And the pistols, they swarm. But it's actually really good trading. Back and forth from both of these teams. 2 versus 2. Another swing, and this time a connection out of Artist. But they line up with the MP9. That molly, look at the way it spread. It landed on top of the obelisk. It spread all the way down both sides. It made Artist incredibly uncomfortable. Knife out. Bomb down. Sensei swings. And collects all the kills. That is unfortunate to say the very least for Alaska. But also what an incredible incendiary that turned out to be from Fireflux. Still expensive though, that's what you got to consider. And you know that Alaska will just keep investing because look, they didn't get the bomb down, but they have got loss bonus, and they also know that the economy just isn't the best. Isn't great. But that helps. Just an instant swoop into A main, an AK recovered, and then Banjo can get out of there. And that is all it's going to do, is going to force Alaska to go into B, and there's 3 players lying in wait. And Fireflux has been very good at just conceding this mid control, always floating, just an extra player over. Counter utility in towards Dark, but this time it is just one-dimensional. Everyone grouping over towards B main, and that's now confirmed with a flashbang setting up Paz. This is going to be really tough. But Extinct is trying to carve a pathway in. And at the very least, you can plant the bomb. So a 3v3, one that you can potentially win. Flashbang thrown into the smoke is just acting to delay. There's no kits on this either. You've got to kind of get going. Extinct has found another one. He has been brilliant. Scrunk needs to swing quite close, but he's so worried about more than players just swinging him at once, but it's just Extinct right now. Artist on 100, Extinct now on nothing. Still got to try and defuse. The Sensei gets knocked off it by Artist. Finally. Finally, Alaska break through.
Terrorists win.
I can't believe they did, to be honest, because that looked really difficult to try and break. They did manage it. Extinct at the helm of all of it, and this time at the driving force of middle. Really looking to try and create this space. As soon as Sensei feels the pressure or sees that pixel, he'll drop the smoke. The grazing below. But nothing more than that. Giraffe should have a pretty decent timing here on Soulfly. That's one of the M4s removed from the equation. But this is a disaster. But this is an absolute disaster. Vegasy gets 2 kills, but it's Banjo and Paz just chime in with MP9s and pistol kills. Giraffe can recover this. Skrunk is incredibly low, but it's the MP9 of Paz that has got me more worried. Getting the bomb already a challenge. In fact, both of these players are just disengaged. Another smoke just gets thrown onto it in camera. And that does mean that Skrunk can just play close. Bomb's been taken. Paz needs to be killed. Oh no, he won't be. Or will he? Oh my god. No, he won't. They both pulled their knives out and both ran at the same time. I thought that was going to be potentially Giraffe getting away with murder there and then going into a 1v1 with a 10 HP Skrunk. But no, instead Paz sorts himself out. So it's Fireflux that just rebound immediately, and that means the economic hopes of breaking it would, wow, disappear with that. Insane shot out of Paz. Tell you what, his first bullet accuracy in some of these gunfights has been exceptional. Told you he was consistent. He continues it on Anubis. 2 quick kills. Yes, against pistols, but everyone matters. Bear in mind, this is CT side Anubis. Going up to 4 rounds early when you've only played 5 is exceptional. Can Giraffe and Leaf find anything with the Deeg and the Tech 9? Well, Leaf can't. I don't think Giraffe will be able to either. 4-1, 5 alive. Easy does it for Fireflux. As they are looking to be in commanding control now in this best of 3. That's just insane. What have Alaska got to show for us? Because this should be the half that you're building rounds in. I said they needed a fast start. Instead, it's kind of, oh dear, going from bad to worse. Soulfly. I tell you what, we spoke about players being consistent. Soulfly wasn't on Inferno. On Train, he was really good at getting aggressive. And I think he's now gained that little bit of confidence. He's starting to do it now on Anubis. Just walks in towards mid, finds the opening kill, disengages. Artist now wants to creep forward. He really wants an opportunity to try and get a kill here. Instead just catches the nade. That does 60 damage to him. Oh my, that is a lot of util usage. Soulfly's about to swing. Spotted on the corner, so Leaf punishes. 4 on 4. The attrition war as well in towards Connector. Just sort of leaves a stalemate. And Skrunk and Paz just back up. They've got an inkling that this could be the A bomb site finish. Oh, with Sensei being removed, it absolutely is. A great find from Giraffe. The molly actually takes a little bit of an unfortunate bounce, but Banjo is still there on cleanup duty. A multi-kill would be incredible, but he just couldn't see. Just couldn't see the players through the wisp of the smoke. That's okay, though. Him and Paz will try and deal with Lee. Between them, they'll get both. But Vacancy steps in, and suddenly it's a one-on-one. Fakes the drop down, and Scrunk quick switches. Vacancy clutches 1 versus 3. He is victorious, and Alaska, from the jaws of defeat, it felt like in that moment, come back with a banger of a round. Look at how Vacancy plays this. 2 quick kills as he ascends heaven, and then he makes the audio cue to sell to Scrunk, hey, I've backed off. When actually, he really hadn't. Right there. Great moment from Vacancy. And now a double push out B main. Sensei with the AWP collects onto Lee. But it's the Mac 10 of Extinct that just tries to take the ground. He knows he can't cross. He's worried about CT, so instead allows Vacancy to pick up the pieces on Scrunk. Sensei now struggling, and Sensei only forced to watch on in this round. Alaska are back with a bang. Said that this needed to be the half that they get some rounds on, and well, they've just posted back-to-back in quick succession. And now you can even afford to hunt, maybe, if you're Alaska. But instead they just say, do you know what, our money isn't in the best state of affairs. We survived with 4 players alive, that is good enough. 2k per player on Fireflux. It's now 2 rounds lost in a row, which means that the loss bonus is just going to be horrible. So you have to save. You have to hope and pray that these 2 M4s just do enough. Actually invested in a little bit, yeah. Sensei saved money for the AWP, but Scrunk and Paz have got MP9 armor pistols. Oh well. Badger had one of the M4s, and now he doesn't. If Alaska walk B, that's the trap. That's the worry. They are holding for this exact aggressive play, and Leaf will punish it. And starts to announce himself in the server a little bit. One more player still lies in wait, but it is only an MP9. However, I do rate Scrunk's ability to potentially carve something. And whilst he finds one, Giraffe will step in from Connector. And unfortunately for Fireflux, that is it. The best Sensei can do is hold on to his A1S, but you know they're going to be hunting him.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
He doesn't expect how close Extinct is. So now you're forced to take an eco, which means you're now forced to sort of kind of give this 5th round over to Alaska. Easy enough for Artist. This should be a clean-up. Like I don't expect Alaska to sort of drop the ball here, just kind of against 5-7s, especially when they're double layering the nades. Banjo tried to get one, but he just instead just gets deleted by the artillery. They're being very diligent here, Alaska. whilst they're ramping up, and obviously Fireflux are cooling off a little bit, I will say that 4 rounds is more than enough. If they get one more here, Fireflux, I think they'll be incredibly happy. So hard work done early. Hard work just beginning, really, for Alaska. Said I wanted more out of vacancy, we've got it. 10 kills already for him. Ooh, Soulfly getting aggressive. Sensei as well over to A main. Flashbang, brilliant. And Giraffe will punish. And we spoke about Soulfly in towards mid. He has found Extinct. So an immediate trade. A good molly combo with the smoke to sort of deny and collect onto Giraffe. Vacancy really want to try and flash Giraffe through to sort of deal with Banjo, but it doesn't happen. So instead we just almost fall back into limbo. A 3v4, but with the A bomb site not being contested at all currently. It's actually a favourable position for Alaska to be in. 2 players only defending B. They're about to be met versus 3. The entire roster of Alaska. Timing, though, is exceptional. Now you expect the swing from B main. Scrunk and Paz just swing in tandem with one another. And it's Soulfly with the backstab coming in from A. A really simple setup that's put into really good effect by Fireflux. That is how you defend B. They're happy but not satisfied. They want even more. They want to put this game beyond any reasonable doubt that this belongs to Fireflux. Loser of this. Who do they go and play against? Let's have a look. As Paz spots one on the right side of B main. He's got to get out of dodge quite quick. Yeah, so winner of this will play Yano. Loser of this plays Yano in the decider game. Whoever wins this is through to the playoffs of the play-ins. Oh, no, you thought you're through to the Swiss stage. Not quite. You go through to the playoffs of the play-ins, which is a mouthful. But it means you got one more best of 3 rather than potentially 2 to make it to the Swiss stage, which is then more best of 3s. Oh, Banjo catches a really favourable timing, and Giraffe just can't trade. Can't get the kill, and that just sends Alaska completely the other way, and they're going to go straight into Scrunk. Artist needs to clear this, and he can't. And between Scrunk and Paz again, they find absolutely everything. It's falling apart at the seams here for Alaska. And Fireflux have the potential to get 7 on their CT side. This is very close. Look at Extinct. Oh, look at Extinct. They have no idea. That's a free kill. And then a swing. Oh, but not the second. Onto Banjo. But Vacancy's there with the backstab. Are you going to be ready for this other player? I don't think so. Banjo gets one through the molly. Leaf is right behind. So surely there's another kill. And in fact, make it a double. Alaska will get a 6th round. Well earned as well. Quick one through middle. They pulled all the rotate, and then it's just that lurk from Vacancy through A. Fireflux were just covering too many different angles and overlooked one, and that made the loophole. So, the points are shared, but you're going to be feeling that Fireflux are going to be way happier with this outcome than Alaska. Just on the state of the map and where we're at in the meta. It's also been tough for Alaska to win these CT pistols. Vacancy Jiggle spotted one outside B main, but only spotted one. A giraffe? Oh. Okay. Very classy. Oh. Any more? You really want to test him again in the same angle? Here's a tip. Don't. Those shots were... I think the only way you can really describe it is sexy. Oh my god! Yeah? Any more? Oh. Scrap replies back, but he also needs a highlight reel moment. He needs to go beyond sexy. 2v4, and now you're worried about someone pushing. The reality is that no one's pushed. You got just 2B, 2A, stacking up. Did Banjo spot Vacancy there? Not sure. I think they did, because Skrunk's very diligent on it. Got this double setup as well with Extinct jiggling. They're not going A, they're going B. Leaf is actually a little bit further away from the pack because he's worried about a possible mid-lurk. Vacancy is not looking in towards water at all, but the favourable timing will allow him to delete Skrunk. Sickening shots from Alaska and Giraffe means that they will get that CT side pistol that they've been looking for. Oh yeah. Run it back. 1 bullet. 2 bullets. I think there were 4 bullets fired and 4 kills from the CTs. Beautiful. Now the MP9s can farm up some money. Fireflux just playing it safe with the eco. Oh, that spam was nearly on the money. He still gets his prize. Extinct wants even more. Probably should give him to Artist because he wants the AWP. Yeah, give him it. There we go. Couple of kills there for Artist at the end. Well, you have seen, what, 3 MP9s in that round in theory? So you know that you could probably go for something a little bit faster. The weaponry is not going to be all that amazing for Alaska. This is the bonus, but you've actually got 4 MP9s in the mix and a FAMAS. Furia-esque buy-in. That's a big nade. Ow. Wait, that did like nothing. What? I thought I was going to do way more. Look at that. Double molly, flash forward, MP9 gets the kill. And they're out. They get what they wanted and they leave. And then you get a re-swing in from Extinct just in the cubby in towards mid, and that does substantial damage onto Scrunk. And then you got a double rotate over towards B. I mean, look, they've got the perfect read here, Alaska. They know exactly what's going on. And that flash is insane. Oh, that flash is sick. Wait. Rewind that. Please rewind that flash. I want it. That was awesome. What was that? I've never seen that before. Maybe I'm just dumb. Yeah, come on. What? No way. Thank you, production. By the way. But also, I've never seen that before. Oh, remind me that I'm stealing that. You know what? I said, look. CT side's going to be a bit tricky. They've now got 3 rounds in a row. This is now 9-6. Then this is now against pistols. This is quite scary, though, because there's actually a lot of players there, and Leaf will now get the idea of it. A main dealt with by Vacancy. Mollies are enough to force Fire Flux away. Kind of ironic, because that's in their name. But now they're going to be, what, last chance resort in towards mid? And Extinct just with a little bit of shoulder means he can drop the smoke as well. He's going to get really close to it. This is actually a bit dangerous here. Or Extinct. Does he see over the top? Oh, instant deletion. And even lines them up. Look at how much damage he's just done. Again, if he holds left click, oh, could have been a kill. They live on 3 HP between both of them. And now for the B-pop. Now just trying to do something, anything, but they've got no health. And now they've got no heads. Graph just makes certainty of it. Extinct comes in, it's like, man, I knew I damaged them through the smoke. But 98 and 99 is a cruel mistress. But they won't care, they got the round. They're up to double digits first. They are the ones that are 3 rounds away from putting themselves in the playoffs of the play-ins. Artist has been destroyed by spam. And just settling this mid control. We're in with utility now. Is Scrunk looking to work forward a bit here, and he just gets out the way in the corner immediately. Molly lands at his feet. He needs to drop down. And that's just set up the B players. Look at this. They're just pushing middle. Extinct could be caught off guard here, and he is. But he's not dealt with yet. Meanwhile, look at B. These guys are just in the bomb site, and everyone has no idea, really. Sensei looking for Extinct, hoping to get the kill, and he does get it. That means the bomb can come over. Skrunk's also dealt with Giraffe. Yeah, this round felt a little bit weird here for Alaska. It felt like they had a clear plan in mind of what they wanted to do with the mid control, but then the B defenders were playing just so passive. They had no sort of inference onto what was going on, and they even mollied middle. They heard him drop down and even tick in the molly, so you know it's probably going to be this B split. And yet you just had players just way too passive. Fireflux will take that round, and they'll keep everyone alive as well. A brilliant one from them. But remember that there's one more best of 3 coming up after this as well.
Terrorists win.
So here we are then, 10-7. Alaska's still within chances to try and take this game beyond reasonable doubt. It's a double break on the smokes and towards both mid and stairs. And a flubbed flashbang. A break on the nade. They see nothing in towards water. There are 2 players there. One's on the stairs, one is here. Just outside A main is Banjo. And even more utility just being exchanged. And Soulfly, what even happened to you, mate? How did you get spammed just so low? That must have been through the connector smoke. And dealt with by Giraffe. Instinct, I feel like he's going to get caught off guard, and he does. Skrunk just gets him as he turns to look in towards middle. Banjo never revealed himself, but Giraffe still kills him anyway. Presses forward and now retreats back. Sticks his neck out on the line to gain Alaska another man advantage. Exceptional. Absolutely exceptional from Giraffe. I don't even think he's done there. He hears them outside B main. He doesn't know the bomb's in water. But he just wants to kill them. 15 seconds left. There's no way you can go for this round. So Alaska will go up to 11.
Counter-terrorists win.
And that was all because of Giraffe. Not only gets the kill on Soulfly, goes back in for more and deals with Banjo, and then pop flashes himself into dealing with Skrunk. Alaska on the verge of doing it. On the verge of putting themselves one step closer to that Swiss stage. Here's that flash. And now we got a techie. Let me see if I can find out what's wrong. It doesn't say. Some issue. That's fine. We can deal with that. Yeah. Something IRL. Completely reasonable excuse, so we'll just wait. And we'll see what the go of it is. But I think, look, for Fireflux, what we've seen out of them is they've been playing very, very passive, and they're expecting Alaska to be a little bit aggressive, and they have been, but they haven't really been making any inroads on themselves. They've been extremely reactive rather than proactive, and one thing that was working quite consistently on Inferno, and especially on Train for Fireflux, was that they were going together as a unit, and they were the ones sort of commanding the tempo to get something going, to immediately just fight for this map control. We'll see some of the highlights of the map so far as we sort of talk over this technical pause. But yeah, I really think if Fireflux just go somewhere together and execute, that's probably just the best case scenario. We're back in. Yeah, maybe just a little bit of presence in towards water, and then just split, and then just go. This is, you gotta remember, this is one round on T side. That's it for Fireflux on Anubis. Oh, Giraffe takes a tick. Break on the smoke as well, and that was just for Sensei, who's holding quite passive with the AWP. Got to worry about middle, because to be fair to Fireflux, when they have sort of taken mid, that has been a good source of operations, especially in the mid round. But Alaska, they've now just retaken it with 3 players. You still got Artist holding this line onto A main, and now he can fall back. And now we can also just call the mid players back over as well. And now you're in a position, if you're Fireflux, where you're in a 5-on-4, you have 1 smoke to go for your execute, which means you need to burst somewhere. And that burst, it looks like it's coming in the form of a B split. Giraffe waiting patiently, Molly's thrown forward, and kills just collected. It's all too easy for Vacancy and Giraffe. It's all too easy for Alaska. Fireflux, I think, are fumbling the bag massively in some of these rounds. They're leaving it way too late. The first point of contact comes in what? A minute? Over? Feels silly. However, that is a great start. Giraffe getting incredibly aggressive. And Sensei with the double. Artist was looking for more outside A main, was really hoping to get a trade. And now you know sort of where the second player is as well. In towards that A site. Because you just saw Vacancy throw not 1 but now 2 nades. 5 versus 2. You feel like he's got to get aggressive, and Sensei just levels him out. An incredibly fast round out of Fireflux, and you wonder, sure, Alaska did give them some of those fights early, but maybe you should have been doing this a lot earlier. Maybe you should have been a little bit more proactive with the AWP. Sensei has been brilliant when he's been dynamic. No casualties. Just a couple of grazes for Banjo, Sensei, and Soulfly. For Fireflux, they get their 8th round. They need 4 more in a row. Oh, Shadow. That should be an easy one, and it is for Extinct. Soulfly will finally get the best of these players. finally gets the best of Giraffe and Artist in dark. You know this player's going to push the smoke. Extinct always does that when you lose these players on the extremities. Soulfly is low, but you've got just so much time to work with. You don't know that Soulfly's just boosted just on this little ledge. Leaf's got no idea. Sensei will just remove him anyway. As soon as Vacancy gets contact here with Paz, the bomb's going to go A. Right now, it goes A. Vacancy isn't going to know about it until it's too late. He's probably just going to save. There'll be an AWP connector that is Artists. There it is. Thank you. And then the save will commence. Looks like he will be able to save onto this. It's obviously low HP on both Sensei and Soulfly. But that is a few rounds in a row.
Terrorists win.
The money is not in a good scenario. Are we going to get OT? There's a real chance that we could. Unless Artist AWP just pops off and has a blinder of a round. But he's over at A main, and Banjo's on a position where you feel like he's just going to get the kill. And Soulfly's just getting his. Okay, well, Artist gets his kill, but I think it's a little bit too late. Look at this. Okay, so he's going to juggle the AK and the AWP pretty much all the way over to Giraffe if he can. But the issue is that they're going to fight Giraffe instead. Nice shot out of Artist.
Bomb has been planted.
See if Sensei wants to give him a peek. He doesn't. Soulfly. Oh, we'll actually remove Artist as well. So there's no AWP. And there can be no AWP purchased either in this round. So that's a big disappointment now for Alaska, who felt like had the game in the palm of their hands, and slowly but surely it's starting to slip away. And now you're at this point where you feel like you've got to eco a little bit. I would half buy this if I'm Alaska. I'd go MP9s. Your loss bonus has been built up. You can get an AWP out into the next round. You can get M4s into the follow-up as well. But no. They're buying, they're selling, they're not sure, and okay, they're compromising. I think this is the right play. You get a really strong buy into the next round if you do this. You keep 2k, a little bit above it if you want the AWP. Maybe Giraffe is the one that gets sacrificed when it comes to the economic burden of saving for the AWP, but I wouldn't want that. He's been brilliant. Give him an MP9. And he does get one. And then he doesn't. Just buy one. 5.7 instead with utility. And I think we're going to just get an AXEC. I think this is a really good decision for Fireflux to bring out, especially in a round like this, where you're assuming that the economy is on tenterhooks, and that's why the pause has come in here for Alaska. Flashbang is exceptional. Vacancy just drops the smoke, and they will respect it. They might break it. They're going to break it too, go through it. Vacancy runs through as well, but it's just a collection of kills. Banjo will burn alive at his teammate's molly, but he's done his job. He's got 2 kills.
Bomb has been planted.
There's actually, yeah, Soulfly burning at the hands of Banjo. Still weird, still funny. Oh, Giraffe got a dink there, really? Can Artist get a Mag 7 kill?
Terrorists
No. They take their last pause, and they can't even afford an AWP. If that Mag 7 got a kill, probably could have afforded an AWP, but he can't. So now, do we go overtime? This was 12-7. Was one round on the T side for a very long time, and now we're at 12-11. And we got another best of 3 after this, don't you worry. Do Alaska take it, or do we need more rounds? Sensei now reveals that he's got the AWP over at B main. Draft blows open the smoke, has a little bit of a look and a spam, but doesn't see anything, and Leaf just dodges that nade. So much pressure being applied over towards B. The Sensei has just picked up his AWP and he's relocated. He's gone to looking towards middle and sees nothing. That's because there is no one there for the CTs. They're just playing block over towards the bomb sites. The mid control almost feels like a little bit of a farce. It feels a little bit fake that they're doing that. For both parties, they're just trading utility as almost a feign. Draft has been so good at controlling this connector area. And he even spots Soulfly as well. Doesn't have a flashbang, so can't go for that pop play. So instead he says to Leaf, let's back up. Let's withdraw. 20 seconds left. This was the detriment before of Fireflux. They couldn't get in and plant the bomb, but Leaf swings straight into the Sensei scope. 10 seconds. They've still got to go. They've still got to get in and get the bombs planted, but the trades are there and in. Help is on the way. Coming very fast. Scrunk dealt with by Vacancy, but Sensei hits another and goes for one more. We need more rounds. We need overtime. I can't believe we get to 15 seconds. You can hear them running in, and then you swing. It doesn't feel right. That's the pressure getting to Alaska. All the rounds. And maybe this winner has got a different outcome now. Good shot out of Artist, but Giraffe gets traded instantaneously. Oh. And the counter flash is incredible. An Artist is then looking for more kills in mid and just gets punished. Leaf, who has had a horrendous game, let's be honest. I think this series has been pretty dire for him overall. It is now left in a really tricky 1v4 where that flash has kept his attention there. He's now mollied himself off and the bomb's on B. And Skrunk's already in spawn. We'll collect that kill, but that's all that will happen, really. Maybe upgrade to an AK. Can't get Artist Sorp. Doesn't even want to collect the AK because he's worried about more players just doing that. Swinging, knowing his location and killing him. So Fireflux do continue their winning streak. It isn't the curse of overtime where whoever forces us to OT then loses the first round. That doesn't happen. Last time these two teams played on Anubis, it was like 25-23. So strap in. We could be here a while, or Fireflux could start to run away with it. Another opening kill found in towards middle. That's a gap that now needs to be plugged by Alaska, and as a result, they are conceding space yet again on this B bomb site. Banjo can have a mighty meal here if he wants. Instead, he's going to be flashed. Brilliant flash. How's he alive? How is he alive? Oh, the backstab's in from Giraffe. Oh my god, that was close. Oh, that was so close, but it's not to be. It's Fireflux again, claiming the round. Giraffe gets a double backstab, and it's still not enough. Go. Paz and Soulfly leading the charge. So much utility just being dropped at the feet of Alaska. And then Banjo just turns around. Vacancy. Will at least get one. And, well, they are trying to fight back just a little bit. Artist now left alone. 1v3. And the bomb's on B. So even if he gets this kill, guess what? It's not going to matter. His time has just been wasted. Skrunk has just dinked him for some ungodly reason. And it doesn't even matter. Fireflux get all 3 rounds. And now they need 1. And after this, guys, we've got another best of 3. It's supposed to start in 2 minutes, which is not happening right now. It'll be this, then it will be a break, then we'll come back, and we'll do it again. Eyeballers versus BC game. Guardian in 2025. Who would have thought? Yeah, he's still playing. It's Molly as well. Oh dear. It starts to get a little bit freaky now. Alaska. Artist holding for Scrunk, but Scrunk doesn't peek. And it was actually the CT side I was more impressed with out of Fireflux, so I'm actually really worried for Alaska now. Big kill from Vacancy. In comes the outpour of T's in towards B. Vacancy finds 1. Scrunk is wild with it and still finds a double.
Bomb has been planted.
Good kill out of Banjo as well. That makes it a 2 versus 2. This could be the end. The smoke into B main. There's kits all on the floor. There's a molly in for Con. Oh. An Artist is still alive. Bomb halfway ticked. So much util being put on Artist's position. How is he not alive? And the Giraffe just spams through. And spam back. Artist is still alive. They can stick the bomb. Fake it out. Get the kill. Artist, I think, has done enough. Banjo, can he defuse in time? No. Christ. That was so close. Brilliant entries from Vacancy, and then the Artist, I don't know, mate. That was actually insane that you didn't die in Connector. That was actually insane how he didn't die. Oh my god. And now Leaf. Oh! Now Leaf's woken up. Is this really going double OT? A 3v5, you gotta remember that these players are low, and Leaf has done a lot of damage onto Soulfly, and that's probably it. You're probably not gonna go for it now if you Fireflux. So we're going the distance. And in fact, they did go for it. And they lost. One more round. Tactical pause out of Alaska. We might be going again. Last time these two teams played, it was 25-22. So strap in. I don't think we're done just yet. It was even 25-23. There was an extra bonus round in there. Oh dear. The foreshadowing goes crazy. That molly is certainly missed over a B. Early control looking to be established here over towards A main. Bomb firmly pressed outside B. Sensei jumping over the smoke. Can't see anything. That's good info. And double mollies are going to push this CT side back. Comes the utility. Scrunk looking to defend alongside Paz. And Paz has actually been really quiet. Uncharacteristically in this series, he has been quiet and now he needs to get loud. Instead, he just ticks in the molly. They feel like they can't fight beyond these smokes, so it's going to be the spam. It's going to be the claim of the kill by Soulfly and a lot of damage done onto Giraffe. 5 versus 4. 3 defuse kits in play. Important collection for Artist. As there's 3 players outside B main, there's 1 in connector. They know exactly where he is. Oh, and that was a chance to get another, but instead it's Giraffe that swings wide. They need to get on the bomb. They need to get moving here. They finally deal with Artist, but it comes at a big cost. Another couple of kills. You can't defuse the bomb. There's no time. There's no chance. It is double overtime. And we go again. We want more. And now we've got more. Magic number we're now looking for is 19. So now we've gone from 6-6 to 0-6 in terms of CT side rounds being won. Banjo wants to get inquisitive. Oh yeah. Easy kill. And now he's back. He's like, see you later, Alaska. He's moved back. There's still 2 players in towards mid for both parties, actually. Got the AWP camera. You've got a swing and a double kill out of Paz. I said he was being a little bit quiet. Well, now he's really loud. Here was the round that Fireflux needed. And they get it now, when it doesn't really matter. I'm just joking. Every round matters, and it's important they get off the board. Gives them that little bit of confidence. It's a classic. There's that overtime little curse. Watch this be 3 CT-sided rounds from Fireflux, and then Alaska get 3 back on their own. Nice little nade, just swish just over the wall onto Extinct. Counter utility are applying in full force now for Alaska. They've got like no util for the exec, so that's going to be interesting to see sort of where they end up. They have 1 smoke, and it is on Extinct in middle, so a little bit dicey to say the least. That's a big kill out of Leaf. It looks like they're just going to split all the way through B. B has been a pretty good outlet. Oh! Oh, but Sensei! Sensei doing the damage. Oh! Alright. Okay, Sensei, any more? Any more to bring it back? Soulfly's on the round. Easy. Easy does it for Soulfly, but that was all orchestrated by Sensei. 27 and 28 kills apiece. Look at this. And the third one anticipates it. Yeesh. I think they know he dropped. Oh, that is an AWP scope spotted if I've ever seen one. And it doesn't even matter. What the hell is that from Soulfly? Vivexy just trades back immediately. Oh, and gets another. Giraffe even replies back. It's a 2 versus 2. This could be the breakthrough. This could be the T round. It all falls into a little bit of silence. That molly. Oh, is it going to affect vacancy? Well, it's important that it didn't. A 1 versus 1. Sensei with HP. Vacancy with minimal. And now he's been spotted on this left-hand side. Knows that the bomb hasn't been tapped. Oh, but instead taps Sensei. Damn. That was clean from Vacancy. 4 kills in the round. Alaska get 1 back. Damn. That was clean. Vacancy up to 30. Leading the server. Careful here, they're getting really aggressive in towards middle. Vacancy whiffs, but Extinct doesn't. He's looking to make Fireflux a little bit more endangered. 3 versus 4. With that nade being poured out, you know that one's in con. That was easy. Sensei just walks into the smoke. But that volley is brilliant because it forces them straight into Paz. Why are you not expecting that? How are you not expecting the B main player? And why is Artist only on a CZ? Huh? Oh, there's your AWP. I think he dropped his AWP to go and get a rifle, and then I don't know. He picked up Sensei's AWP, but then had that. I don't know, but what I do know is that Fireflux are now on series point. A really great molly to force them into the open. Weren't ready for Paz in B main, and Paz has just smashed them to bits. 2 chances now for Alaska. 2 rounds in a row needed. Fireflux just need 1 and they win. They put an end to it. And you're not out of the tournament if you lose this best of 3. You go on and you play Yano. Flashbang is exceptional onto Leaf. He still gets 1 and Giraffe just wide swings. He still takes 1 to the grave with him. Artist, it's a good flash and it's an even better reaction shot. Oh, Artist is keeping Alaska in this. Sensei needs a 1v3. And he has got the bomb on his back, so now he can walk away from B main and reassess in towards middle. And he has got this space. Extinct and Vacancy are playing this together. Vacancy has got the AWP. And sees nothing. The audio cue of the bomb going down is going to be the only thing that breaks the silence. And now your next question is, where does Sensei want to play this from? Remember, he hasn't got an AWP, he's got an AK. Did he hear them? Oh, I think he heard them. A smoke in towards heaven, a molly in towards bricks. It is planted for heaven. So he swings, he tries to take the fight, but he can't get by extinct. But because of Artist, Alaska are still alive. One more round. Between more rounds or Fireflux winning the series. And Alaska take a pause. That was a ridiculous sequence from Artist. If we got the replay, we should wheel it up whilst they're tack pausing. And if we don't have the replay, that's fine. I'll try and narrate it. Basically, Artist threw a flashbang through the right-hand side of the smoke. And then he went bang and just hit like an instant flick. And then he just went back again on the other side of the smoke and just hit another one. It was absolutely insane. Sensei couldn't clutch 1v3. Oh, yeah. Oh, that flick is ridiculous. I love production, because I always just say to them, just on the fly, they're listening to me all the time, bless them, that's put up with me. I'm always like, oh, can we see this? And they always do it. So thank you. Especially deep into double OT third map. Well, our third best of 3 of the day. Let's see if Alaska have got what it takes to force triple overtime. Or whether Fireflux have had enough with the double. Remember, it was on Anubis where the record for the most amount of overtimes did happen. Oh, what a shot from Vacancy. Skrunk will trade onto Extinct. 3 versus 4. This is not out of the realms of possibilities yet for Fireflux. They know that Vacancy was in heaven. He needs to be offset by a molly, by a nade or something. Instead, he isn't. The Raft still holding, dodges the flash and is able to deal with Skrunk. 4v2. I think it's happening. But that is brilliant. Oh, maybe it's not. Soulfly and Banjo have just come in with 3 quick kills instantly. They just crunched the top of the bomb site. And now Artist needs to clutch. He's being really loud about his approach. Soulfly should swing and take the kill. By 1 kill. And by only a couple of points of health, Fireflux just about win the series. Now, Alaska is not eliminated from the play-ins. They have to go down to the final match, the decider game against Yano. It's Fireflux that progress through to the playoffs of the play-ins. And that is 1 best of 3 down for me. We've got 1 more to go. We've got Eyeballers versus BC game that is probably going to be exactly the same in terms of length. It's going to be wild, and it should have started 15 minutes ago, as you can see by the time there. So, we're going to go to a break, and then when we come back, it's Eyeballers versus BC game. Don't go too far. We'll be back in a few minutes. Here we go then, one more best of 3 to whet your appetite with tonight. We just had Group A winners, now we've got Group B winners. We'll go ahead and bring up that group and show you everything that's happened to date so far. As you can see, this is the winners match again. BC Game beat Anonymo 2-0. Eyeballers had a little bit of a tough time against Cybershock, but were able to get it over the line. And now the winner of this will again advance through to the playoffs of the play-in. The loser isn't eliminated. They'll go on and play Cybershock in that decider game. But now we know about the teams and what's at stake. Let's get to know a little bit more about the rosters in particular. We'll start with Eyeballers because obviously Eyeballers towards the middle portion of 2024 struggled and they really didn't, it felt like they didn't have a clear direction of where they wanted to go. It was JW, it was Flusher, and Flusher decided to take a step back and just retire. They had Golden in the mix for a while and now he's over coaching Saw, I think now. So you've got Poi, who I think has really grown into this Eyeballers team. I think he's a very good player indeed. You've got Heap that is still playing for this team, which is really cool to see. I think Heap had an awful lot of potential. I think he still does. He's still a young chap in the grand scheme of things. Where you're seeing sort of all these players come out the woodwork and be like 16, 17-year-old prodigies, Donk and Kioska, like it can be difficult to sort of have your name in those same heights with the age, but I still think he's a very good player. Dele and Dex are two youngsters that have come over and have joined the Eyeballers outfit. They sort of joined Poi in that similar vein of rank. I have watched these guys just a few times, to be honest, and I think Dele is pretty damn good. I don't really know too much about Dex, but I'm excited to see them all just integrating together. I think they've been in the lineup now for about 4 months. I think it was September 2024, if memory serves, when this team kind of came together and sort of started duking it out in Tier 2, and I've got high hopes for them. It just depends on how quick it takes them to gel. Now they've had 4 months, hopefully they can start seeing the fruits of their labour. Let's move on to a team that has had honestly quite a lot of drama surrounding it in terms of, remember Joel? Yeah, he was on BC Game, wasn't he? But he now just isn't there. Anarquez is not on this team anymore. And Guardian's playing, which is crazy. I think, look, his pixelated, edited photo needs no introduction, really, because it's just sort of like, yeah, he's here. He was the coach of this team, and I guess he still is the coach of this team, but I think for now, whilst they're trying to get an AWPer, they're playing with Guardian, which is weird, I think, to say the least. Speaking of other Photoshop jobs, we've got JChem. He's also here and joined after having a fun time with the Bleed organization, is the way that I'll frame it. You've also got Sassanito, who played on Apex, also played on Blue Jays, and Prime Taps and Lecro also just sort of round out this outfit. I think it's a ragtag group of misfits in BC Game. I think I've actually got a lot of firepower. I think Sassanito, J-Chem, Prime Taps all have ridiculous firepower. I think Lecro is unbelievably good with the pistols, and Guardian, I don't really know what to expect from Guardian in the big old year of 2025. I've not really seen Guardian play, actually, for a number of years. I remember when Guardian was in Sampi, and he was playing there, and that was sort of his adventure in Tier 2, and then he decided to take a break, and now he's back, and who knows what he's doing now, but he's playing this best of 3 against the Eyeballers. Veto time. Let's go look at the veto. Let's see what we're working with here. I don't know is the honest answer. Normally I have a little bit of a sneaky look. Train banned. Boo. Don't you want Guardian on Train, BC Game? Why have we banned Train? Not happy. Anubis is probably going to be picked, if I had to guess, by Eyeballers. They love a bit of Anubis. It's either that or Inferno. So, never mind, it's Mirage. What do I know? Nothing. Ancient picked by BC Game. I think it's a good choice for them. And it's left with Inferno. Okay, I'm just looking at this now. Yeah, Mirage makes sense for it to be picked. Inferno actually sucks for Eyeballers recently. Anubis, they've not played in ever since they made the lineup change, so I don't know what I'm talking about. They used to play a hell of a lot of Anubis, and now instead they have picked Mirage. Fair enough. And Ancient is actually a good map for both of these teams. So Eyeballers have got the capacity to take it in 2. Will they, though? I don't know. It depends how good Guardian is compared to JW. That's a throwback for the years, isn't it? Oh my goodness me. I have got a message in my Discord saying that we are testing other servers right now, but we're starting soon, so never mind. I'll take that back. What are my predictions for this game? I don't know. I don't have a clue. I expect with the firepower that BC Game have, they should be taking this one. When was there? Was there a head-to-head I can check out? Yes, there was. BC Game won all the way back in July. Who was the lineup in July? That was with Anarchez and Joel. Okay. And that was with Pepsor on the team. That was a Golden on the team as well for Eyeballers. I think that Eyeballers will struggle against BC Game. And I think if Eyeballers, however, win Ancient, then it's 2-0 to them. I think they will actually win Mirage and take this 2-0. If BC Game win Ancient, then we're going all 3 maps. We're probably going to overtime. That's normally how this works. So it's going to be interesting. And a reminder that whoever loses this game isn't eliminated. They go on to play Cybershock anyway. I think that'll be interesting actually seeing the journey that these 2 teams have got to at this point. So for Eyeballers, I know they were playing against Cybershock. That was a 2-1 where they beat them on Ancient in OT. Then they beat them on Dust 2. I know BC Game had a little bit of an easier run against Anonymo. They won 13-1 on Mirage. Oh dear. And that's with... I don't even know any of that Anonymo team apart from Darcherville and Enzo. Eesh. Okay. And Ancient was 13-8. I think that's actually quite a scary veto now for Eyeballers. Now I've seen that. Yeah, I still think BC Game are going to take this. I've just been told that we're ready to go. So we'll take it off this screen. I'll call this one the speculation screen. And we'll go into Ancient and we'll see what is actually happening with these 2 teams on the server. Here we go. Eyeballers start CT, of course. And BC Game remain on the T side. A little bit of utility sprinkled in for BC Game, and Eyeballers have nothing. There we go, smoke kit for Dele. BC Game are your favourites as well over at Stake. And Dele has just deleted Lecro through the smoke like it's nothing. Yeah, cct.gg/stake. If you'd like to learn more about that, please be over the age of 18. Please gamble responsibly. And now let's enjoy. Oh, Sassanito deleting JW and dinking Dele. So bomb can get planted. 4 versus 4. There is a smoke. There is a kit, but there's no flashbangs to get Eyeballers forward. And BC Game have got really good, nice space just in amongst the bomb site. You have to pop through this. You have to try and trade effectively and evenly. And Guardian and Prime Taps have deleted the opposition. So off the back of that opening kill, that was it. Unlucky. I'll tell you what, I am really excited to see Guardian. I casted Guardian in, what, 2022? Like, when he had just come out of tier 1 and he wanted to rebuild this project, and apart from that I've not seen him play in 2 years. So that's fun. That spam's not connected. That looked like it was dead on from Sassanito. That shot is, though, immediately to the dome of Dex. It is a B-stack. And Sassanito's making light work of it. Boy will trade. That is an unbelievably quick shot on the USP. But Guardian is here. Oh, he was. Boy is destroying them. It was a P250, even not a USP. Doesn't matter. It still hurts all the same. Double headshots. Lecro's in A. They can leave. At least Poi can get an AK. And now it's JWV Let Crow. Time in. It's unfortunate for JW. And now Poi, last player standing, no armor, with AK, will save. And that'll be the round for BC game. Assassinito looking sharp. Things you love to see. I think the J-Chem addition to this team is actually really interesting. I think he just adds a lot of experience. Obviously Guardian, but recent experience. Also, I think he's a very underrated player and deserves a lot more respect on his name. Jump into the fun rounds though, the gun rounds. Mid control has been established by Eyeballs. Break on the smoke is brilliant. Dele gets a double. Oh, it could be Della. Swedish. They have walked out A. JW is watching this with a cursory glance. Looks back in. Lecro steps forward. Wally is going to upset JW, push him to that left-hand side. Dele goes to swing. Lecro! Oh, lines them up. JW is still lying in wait at the back of Donut, but not for long. J-Chem will clear him. This round has recovered. Look at Guardian as well. He's all the way deep in towards CT. There you go. Next 1v3. Next 1v2. It's doable. But smoked off is going to hurt. No kit as well. Spam not going to affect Lecro whatsoever. He's looking for a gun. But he can't find one. He'll get away with the M4. That was a double opener. The Della. And yet, BC Game has still been able to turn this round on its head. A double push through A main. Guardian just whacks Dex on the head. Tells him to sit down. I'm going to Google translate this live, I think, as well. Swedish. It is Dele. Cool. I was right. Lovely stuff. This is where someone in chat goes, no, actually, he wants it pronounced like this. We're going with Dele. And he's going with an MP9. Poi slides over towards A main. Oh, we can't peek this. Oh, this is dicey for Poi. He's been forced back, straight into prime taps. And now the stack will run away, and that also might be heard as well by the B and mid players. I say B and mid because J-Chem's now just made his way over there, trying to take space. There is Dele in towards red with the MP9. And yeah, they're going to concede the space. They're going to rotate back. They're going to go over towards B. Everyone is here, though. That's what I will say. Everyone is here. And through the smoke, prime taps will fall. Now, that isn't a rifle that can be recovered, but BC Game have just realised this. They got J-Chem in the corner. Oh, J-Chem. Oh, you naughty boy. That is incredible from J-Chem. Talk about trigger discipline. And he even gets the last one. That is beautiful. That was just against the eco. I think good, just like game management there for BC Game. They recognise, hey look, it's going to be a stack. We'll go the other way. Boy, JW, remove players immediately. Boy wants even more, and he'll get it. Assassinito will finally trade things out, but the damage, it's already been done. It's a 2-on-4. I guess 2-on-5 if you want to be pedantic, because I mean it is a 2v5, but now the current game state is 2v4. Can you break this into bite-sized chunks? That's the next question here, really, for BC Game. This gets really tough. The thing is, you know they're going to have to spread resources. You can group up and try and attack this B site together. Lekra going forward with the bomb. It's this kill on Dex that really is the tricky one, but he gets spotted. And then that allows Sassanito to slide in. Heap on the corner, though, I think is going to be overlooked. And he is. And now you know this player's in towards Cave. Heap doubles down and gets Eyeballers their first round on the board. Great openings from Poi and JW. And then Heap does the rest. And there's another opener. It is Poi. He's everywhere. This kid is good. Like, JW hyped him up on HLTV when Eyeballers first signed him. He said he's got all the makings of being, like, the next best thing, which is, like, the most, like, insane praise you can kind of give someone. And Poi was like, look, I'm going to take this in my stride. I'm just going to try and be the best version of myself I possibly can be. He was really taken like a duck to water just in Tier 2. I think his development has been exceptional. Prime taps. Any more for prime taps? No, but he sees the gun barrel and claims Heap. Gushing over Poi, but maybe we should be gushing over prime taps because he wants another one. All these players are over here for both Eyeballers and BC Game. Guardian's only on a P250. Sassanito's on absolutely nothing now. He's hit the deck. Dex then swoops in. He's getting spammed, but he still claims a kill. Can't reload. Has to go USP only, but he doesn't care. He softens up prime taps enough for the AK to swing in. And then Guardian, as mentioned before, has only got a pistol. Good response. And now they get the reward of an eco. Should just be a tap in. Should just be a little clean conversion here. Oh my god. Okay. Hang on a second. They can burst through that smoke there over at CT, and there's only one defender here. He can get overrun. Oh no, he's been overrun. J-Chem's found him. JW has also been removed. This should be a tap-in, he says. In fact, it might just be a hard smack in the face. Poi and Dele need to run away. BC Game has stolen that round right from under Eyeballers' nose. All it takes is a 1D in from Cave, and then the rest of the players, they bursted through that CT smoke. I said they were going to do it. And then the long player doesn't find one, only finds 50 damage on like 2 players. And of course they can hunt. They got pistols. They keep the AWP alive, and I guess that's the most important thing, but that is a heartbreaking feeling to have done the hard bit. You're like, guys, they're on an eco, and then you just lose the eco. Yeah, Guardian's keeping pace. I wanted to... You know what? I don't want to. We're going to. We're going to keep the JW versus Guardian head-to-head, because that was a historic head-to-head. And now we got it here. Delay throwing the flashes that land just in front of the box, and that delays the rush. No one's on A. Nobody is on A at all for eyeballers. And everyone is about to be on A for BC game. Good counter, Molly. Delay. Very blind and very dead. Boy tries to spam. Oh, we'll get prime taps. That's good. Bomb not yet planted either. A little bit scared of the spams. A break on the smoke, a swing, and the lineup actually favours Lecro. You don't want to challenge that man to a spam war through smokes. There will only be one victor. It will always be him. 4 versus 3. J-Chem low on health, but low on resources are the eyeballers, not just in this round, but in the future, if they decide to go for this. But JW creeps forward, looks at the boost, and collects onto Guardian. There is a kit, there is a smoke as well. It's planted right on the edge. There is that smoke, there is that nade. Sassanito gets traded. They have to get on the bomb. And they are doing it. Dex sticks it. And Lecro knocks him off right at the very end, but after he's defused. Eyeballers stay afloat. Oh, big nades towards middle as well. That softens them up for the MP9s. Because look, you walk into that round, you win it. You're still battered and bruised. Dex self-flash in towards B. Doesn't see anything. Actually prompts a molly from Lecro. Guardian's on an AWP. You got 2 AKs. And Lecro and J-Chem are on pistols. Oh, can you see him? No. That's just the X-ray. Deceiving me. Dex is stuck. Guardian. Oh, he's sharp. Prime Plus has found one, and we said Dex is stuck, and Dex has become dead in the ground. Looks like eyeballers can't get more than 2 rounds in a row. Or even more than 1 round in a row currently. It's going to be the 6th round for BC game, and it was just quite a simple crunch on towards the middle of the map. Guardian hit a nice shot as well in towards B ramp. And now we've got JW saving the AWP, and we've got the MP9 just hoping for an exit. And if he finds 1 kill here, you assume he's going to get traded. In fact, he doesn't even see any of them. Delay, will you get your MP9 kill? No, you get an AWP straight to the face. At least JW holds on to his sniper. But they have no money surrounding said sniper. Yeah, BC game looked pretty good. I've not seen BC game play in, I don't know, 5-6 months. It's weird, because like you go through phases, obviously, of being a commentator where you're watching Tier 2 Counter-Strike, and you'll watch a team, and you'll watch them for, like, 4 games in, like, a week, and it's like, oh, okay, like, I'm quite familiar with what this team does. And then you won't see them. The scheduling will just sort of line up and make it so you're never on their games. And I tell you what, it was like that for like in October with Permitter. Like I ended up watching just from being on various tournaments. I think I watched Permitter 11 days in a row, and I was on every single one of their games. I ended up having to apologize to Permitter fans for just being like, sorry guys, that was me again. I don't know why, it keeps happening, but here we are. I then also met the Permitter guys when they did IESF, and that was cool. Lovely people, hope they find new homes. That's enough of that. Let's get back to business. And that's an AWP. JChem's like, huh? Okay, JW saved an AWP. I don't know what the rest of the buy is like, but the AWP is in middle. And Dex is on 1 HP. He's just been whacked with nades. And Heap has been wallbanged by Prime Taps. I think Prime Taps has improved a lot, actually. I think his positioning has been really good. I think his decision-making in this map in particular has been pretty exceptional. Hasn't done anything too complicated, hasn't needed to. Where's JW shuffling this AWP? In the right spot. He's on JChem, and they're going to burst through Donut anyway. This is a little bit scary, because you have given an AK over now. And you're still giving JW a reason to fight. He's so blind. He's been spammed down as well. And they're going to leave. Again, the right call to make. Lecro, you've got the bomb. That's the danger man. Potentially. JW's rotated over. So, Eyeball's got a really good read on what's going on here. But JW misses the shot. And that allows Prime Taps in. That allows Prime Taps to secure kills. That looked really scary. And look, it still could be with Poi, but he's now been spotted. So it isn't scary whatsoever. If JW hits that shot, it's a completely different story. That nade weirdly was okay. It worked in a 1v1. And now look at Poi. Poi's on the edge of this smoke and he claims Prime Tap. So advantage still with Eyeballers, but BC Game have been working their way back. Into some of these rounds. Maybe it could be through Guardian. Let's look at Guardian over at B ramp. What's he got cooking here? You can't see this player out long. You can't see Dex, obviously, in cave. Nearly, guys. Lecro's clearing out A in the meantime. Oh, Guardian's going to get a fight here. He's going to kill the long guy. Oh, he's run away. You're scared by the smoke. They brought a third player over here, you know. Guardian's faking B all by himself. Oh, he's so blind. Unlucky. Oh, he's kept them there. Boy will start to rotate over. You've got a player that's in towards Temple. That needs to get sort of dealt with utility. Double flashbang, that can work. They are in here, BC Game, to a certain extent. JChem just finds a headshot. And just like that, 2v3. Bomb needs to go down. Plants in the smoke, gets off it. There's even a dink in there as well. They're really trying to thin the numbers. Oh, and Lecro has. And then JChem comes around the corner. No way. No way they win that round. What's that, 2v4? That is ridiculous. I said that they can recover rounds like this. I think Guardian did such a good job of just faking B, but... We'll have a look. We'll have a look. Yeah, 2v4. They just win. They fake the bomb smartly, and then Lecro's just diligently tapping behind the box. Jacob goes and thoroughly clears it, and all of a sudden you're just like, what? Well, how am I in this position, says JW. Has to go for a peek and just get stoned. And now you look at this buy in the final round of play in this first half. 5 MP9s. Oh, and now you know about them. Prime Tap's Lecro are still doing the damage, though. And you know that Dex was there. You know that he's there. And Guardian will deal with him. A stellar first half of Counter-Strike from BC Game. Eyeballers look completely outclassed in a lot of those moments. Well, that was dominant. Eyeballers have got B for free, which is nice. That's an easy plant. Freest plant of their lives. And now you're thinking, okay, well, they've got to be flanking us. We can't see them in towards CT. We'll smoke it off anyway. And now we'll focus ramping cave. It's a role reversal for the pistol. Because you've got the CTs that need to go in. It's a great shot from Guardian. He's trying to provide overwatch. Poi steps in on a beautiful off angle, and Poi is deleting BC Game. Exceptional hold from him. And Eyeballers get that necessary pistol. My goodness me, they needed that. It's a good choice as well, just to eco this your BC Game. You got so many rounds just in the palm of your hands. You don't need to rush this. You don't need to potentially give Eyeballers any extra rounds. It's MR12, like comebacks. We've already seen today that comebacks are certainly possible. You can even be up 12-7 and then not win the series. Unlucky Alaska. But for all intents and purposes, this is 9-5. Then we get the gun round. Maybe we get to see more Guardian AWP in. It's not a sentence I thought I was going to say in 2025, and it is brilliant. Alright, just don't fumble the bag, Eyeballers. They have nothing. They have no armor. They have no utility. They have nada. It's already half ticked. They've not got a kit. And they're all dead. Perfect. Exactly what you want. A good start for this second half. All the M4s ready and raring to go. Sassadito getting a little bit brave here and towards B quite early, and this will be good info relayed at a positive time, you would assume, because you've just seen the smoke fly over. That is disgusting from JChem. Oh, Lecro. Overwhelmed by that Mag 10. Didn't have head armor, so just got deleted. Donut taken. Bomb site secured. Another molly. Goes down. Oh, but Jacob catches another. There is no kits. They have to act fast. Dele in a powerful spot. It gets traded immediately. In fact, all the trades are coming through here for BC Game. A smoke on the bomb. Prime taps. They just taps it. Now they know he's in towards Donut. And between both of them, they are able to get the kill. An extremely clean retake by BC Game earns them that 10th round. The guns come out and they're successful. Boy is able to adjust on Lecro. That's brilliant. Is there a trade? Yes, there is. Prime Taps will secure it. And look at this. Oh dear, JW just caught off guard, but at least there's a trade instantaneously. And that gives a little bit of leverage for Eyeballers to take B, but keep your eye on Sassanito because he's right behind them and they have no idea. This rotate is so quick, and with Prime Taps even just announcing his arrival in towards Cave, then you're not going to be prepared for Sassanito up ramp. Flashbang forward into Heap's face, trying to isolate the player on site, but you can't get by Dex without paying the toll. Prime Taps will trade 2v1. Heap, they know he was in long. So he creeps round in towards short. Guardians already hit the time in, and Prime Taps just levers him against the wall. Another retake, another success story. And with Prime Taps peeking, allowing Sassanito to walk up the ramp, it just all slotted into place. 3 kills for Prime Taps, 11 rounds for BC Game. And despite the bomb plant, Eyeballers have got no money. Still gonna force anyway. Oh, these nades. Oh, they're lucky that they've missed. That would have done a lot of damage. Mag 10 just running down. Prime Taps. They will get him. So that's an AK that's now been upgraded. Rotates have been pulled immediately. Sassanito in a bit of an uncomfy spot. Flashbang's really good, because even though Dex was unaffected, JW was. But that spam helps out in dealing with Sassanito. You'd assume the players in at long are being dealt with as well. Sassanito just in the smoke will actually get rid of JW. And there's Guardian who gets the collateral. It's not quite the kill, but it's a lot of damage on towards Heap. And Guardian wants even more. It's vintage Guardian. And it's BC Game with map point. Oh yeah. Come on. Bosh. That's what we like to see. It's not what you like to see if you're an Eyeballers fan. You got to remember, that was an all-in. That was a forced buy, and you don't really have anything, and now you have even less. JW will trade onto JChem at the very least. No flashes. There goes the exec. Counter utility is immediate here, and Sassanito is even going to extinguish it. It makes it so difficult for them to trade, but Dele will answer the call. You've still got prime tabs in cave, or well, he was. Heap hits a blinder, and now you've got a 3 versus 2, but 2 of these players from Eyeballers are not healthy. 1 bullet is all it would take to remove them. The issue is Guardian retaking with this AWP. Dele up close should be dead right now. JW in cave as well. Guardian's even swapped over to a rifle. There's kits available on site. And with JW being removed, now you can start to stick it. Although that is a great shot from Heap, and he can't follow up onto Guardian. He's the man that closes. 5 kills in 2 rounds gives BC Game the map in an incredibly dominant fashion. I thought BC Game would win this map, and I thought looking ahead into the series that they'd do quite well, but 13-5, I'll be honest, is not something I expected. I thought that Eyeballers would give them a little bit more of a fight. Potentially they can do that on their map pick of Mirage, but that was insanely good from BC Game. Everyone was performing really well. You had good moments from Poi, good moments from Dele, but the rest of Eyeballers really need to step up. We go to around about a 10-minute break. When we come back, it will be Eyeballers' map pick. It will be Mirage just after this.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Well then, that was a quick map one, wasn't it? BC Game made light work of Eyeballers on Ancient. We now go to Mirage, and I think this is actually going to be a very similar story, because it was the aim fights that were really getting the best of Eyeballers. BC Game were out-aiming them, and it wasn't just one player just like having a pop-off game. It was everyone on everyone in the server, to be honest with you. Like, I think Guardian played really well. He had like a couple of moments that were pretty standout. You've also got Sassanito and Prime Taps that were just unbelievable. J-Chem was really impactful with his lurks, and you've got Lekro just deeging people. Like, there were rounds where everyone had a rifle and Lekro was just on deagle. It was quite funny to watch, really, but it was a struggle for the Eyeballers, and I think they need to bounce back. I think we saw some good moments out of Poi, but I want to see Poi just get involved a little bit more. I feel like if you flash him in, you go for a peek. I think that is ideal. I think JW, they tried to boost him up with the AWP, but like BC Game were just being so intrusive, and it was really hard to sort of deal with that. It's tough to sort of get map control on Ancient. On Mirage, hopefully it'll be a little bit easier. I know Eyeballers do like playing this map quite a lot, and for BC Game though, if they keep up the efforts that they sort of put forward in that first map, I think we're in for a bumpy ride if you're an Eyeballers fan. But Mirage, we wait and we see. I've casted games of Eyeballers before where they've looked like ass map 1, and then map 2 they come out and they just destroy. So, well, we could be in for a treat here, ladies and gents. Like, BC Game, I've only watched them a few times on Mirage. Like, their CT side's pretty good, and their T side just looks a little bit flat. And I'm hoping that because this is, if you're a BC Game fan, you hope that they obviously will start CT and they got off to a good run, because I think their CT side, when I've watched it on the eye test, I think their CT side is better than their T side. I'm now going to go and check the stats on that, and I'm going to be probably grossly wrong. To be honest, let me have a look here. Where are we? BC Game, Mirage. Yeah, 60% win rate on the CT side, 43% win rate on the T side. That feels not very nice. They've won 3 games out of the 7 that they've played, and we now just anticipate that maybe they can make it a 3rd out of 8. That record is not very good. I guess it's 4 out of 8. I guess it'd be 50%. It still doesn't feel great. Eyeballers, on the other hand, this is one of their stronger maps, 67% win rate, which feels pretty damn good. To be honest, if you're Eyeballers, this was the map that you narrowly lost out to on Cyber Show. But this is the map that you beat Navi Jr. on earlier this year, and you know, Navi Jr. have been incredible. They've been destroying the scene recently. So to beat Navi Jr. on this map, 13-7, like that's got to feel pretty damn good. We will jump into the game now, and it was Dele and Poi that were sort of top performers there actually in that Mirage game. So I'm looking to Dele, I'm looking to Poi. They were the standouts on Ancient. They need to be the standouts on Mirage. Let's get things underway. We're going B. BC Game have gone mid. Oh my goodness me, look at this. They're on for a quick flank, or they can come short. Eyeballers aren't going to know what hit them. Guardian's now going to be ahead of this, going to be like, guys, I've seen them. They're out B. And come short immediately, everyone. Oh, okay, cool, you're here. We've now also got players that can come in from market. J-Chem has deleted Heat. That is exceptional. Poi is there for the trade. Poi is always really good with these pistols, so I'm excited to watch him work. There's Dele. In fact, everyone from the Eyeballers is coming round and chiming in with really important kills. Guardian's now been dinked and deleted, and we've now just got Lekro remaining. 1v4. He's out of there. Eyeballers get another pistol. They didn't really serve them well too much in that previous game when they got the T-side pistol on Ancient. But maybe it can work out better here. Lekro saves a kit, he saves a smoke. That could be a little bit worrying later down the line into this round, but we're not there yet. They're going to force Scout for Guardian, MP9s, a couple of Deegs enter the mix. You still have got that smoking kit. Run it right back, do it again. They couldn't stop you the first time, so maybe they can't stop you this time. Huge nade. Softens them up a little bit. They're going to disrespect that utility. Lecro with the Deeg. There he is. Normally always good for one. Can't get the second. JW will lay waste to him, and that's the bomb site open. That is JChem going fast under, but Dele is holding. Should be all but said and done. I feel like you just save this if you're BC game. You run away. You keep all of this forward. Remember, it was Lecro that had that kit and that smoke. JChem can go searching for a Galil. But he comes up with nothing. Nice idea from eyeballers. Pistol round works so well. And they do it again. I like it. That feels good. A steady start to the game. A little bit of bolstered weaponry for BC game, but nothing too much. As we said, this is the half that they should be getting their most rounds on. If eyeballers can nullify them, that would feel really good indeed. And they go in B again. Hey, you couldn't stop us those first two times. I don't think you're going to be able to stop us now. JW needs to clear ladder room, and he doesn't. He thinks the molly's done enough. Making their way in towards the site, and they have done it. Guardians now the next line of defense for the squad. Has tagged a few of them with the scout, actually, so these players are battered and bruised. It could work here. Sassanito will find Heap. Jacob's got the MP9. Two players are still incredibly low. There's no nade. There's no kit. Do you really want to save this again? Surely not. Surely you look for exits. Exits feel pretty good. Dele's got to clear under. You will look for it. And nice. Creates a good pathway. Poi will fall at the hands of Guardian, but for him and Dex, they can get out, and more importantly, they can get another round on the board. Everyone dies for BC game. They won't care too much because that was your scout and your MP9 that you'd saved. Now we've got all the guns. We've got a straight little hit out A. Guardian under pressure. And Poi was looking at Jachem the entire time. Oh, this is brilliant. From eyeballers. Just overwhelming this A bomb site immediately. You can't stop them. Bomb planted. Job done. Round over. Guardian's not going for this. Lecro and Sassanito are so far away. This is 4-0 within like 4 minutes. They're chilling. Oh no. Oh dear, the orc's been caught off as well. And JW is like, oh okay, thank you. I'll have that. A free upgrade. A Mach 10 to an AWP is a lovely little trade up that definitely favours eyeballers. A painful one for Guardian. Oh man, look at that actually. Because Guardian didn't get to save his gun, he's on a deagle. Maybe JChem can get him a rifle. There's one. But Guardian is so far away from the fight. Dele will actually deal with JChem finally, but that comes afterwards of Poi being eliminated by Sassanito. I feel like a Lecro Sassanito duo on B is quite powerful, and having Prime Taps just sort of being your A player, JChem lurking in towards mid, and you got obviously Guardian Window, like that feels like a really concrete setup here for BC game, but they've just been undone consistently. 4v3. Sassanito just jiggling in towards short. JW thinking about the potential of going for this kill. Now being joined up by Heap. That smoke just extends play for eyeballers in towards middle. Sassanito will get the jump, and then Lecro can spin on the swivel. Oh, and the timing is horrible. Oh, the timing is so bad. Prime Tabs looks back, and that means that Sassanito isn't ready. Heap can get the headshot, and Lecro now needs to deal some damage. Does good work. Oh, on nearly all of them. Heap is last player standing on 10 HP. That nade does the job. And yes, he gets the bomb down, but that doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Guardian can go and collect a prize of an AK. Maybe there's even an AWP here. There is. Great work from Lecro. He knew immediately he had to move off that bin. He had to get behind safety and just swing a moment that favoured him. And he did just that. That was even with Prime Taps missing the jump, getting the info ahead for Sassanito. Back to it then. JW is still reacquainted with this AWP. JChem's now in Sandwich. Ooh. Again, that nade on the minimap, obviously we didn't see it. It just looked like it was bang on Poi's head, and it just did 18 damage. Not even, I can't count. 16. Like, that's nothing. It's like nothing at all. Obviously softens him up enough for a M4 bullet to be a one-shot headshot. This time you haven't got JChem actually poking his head out a connector. Do the damage onto under. Good lineup from Dex just to break the ladder room window, put the molly in there. Now connectors being taken as well. Another re-smoke in towards Palace. This is so obstructive. Prime Tap still remaining over on default. Lecro, ooh, struggling. And now dealt with as well by the window player. Sassanito will just swing back in from jungle. Prime Tap still not known, and neither's JChem. So he finally announces himself. JChem, I think, has pulled the trigger a little bit early, but Prime Tap finds another kill in the meantime. Poi on a swivel is incredible. Everyone's blind. Heap has somehow dealt with Prime Taps, and Guardian's left alone. There's more than enough time to get the bomb down. Guardian with the Deagle, but he still has got his trusty AWP. He's going to make noise falling off here. Boy now knows exactly where he is. Oh, and he just one-taps him. I can't believe that round turned on its head. Poi with an insane adjustment, jumping from catwalk to the window kill. And then Heap is... I don't even know what happens with Heap under Palace, but he gets the kill. Buy is okay, but it's still not perfect. You are missing like a rifle, for example, on J-Chem. An AWP on Guardian. A boost up has now been established for Assassinito. Mid control. Been established the way it always is by eyeballers. As they look for even more space. Even more room to work with. Assassinito should have this kill. And he does on JW. Backs up, and then that baits in Lekro. Really nice bait and switch. And in comes J-Chem's swing from Connector. That's the bomb dropped. That's a good round of Counter-Strike out of BC game. And for eyeballers in the 4v2, you can go for this if you want to. You know, the money's not great for BC game, so any kill here is pretty good. First objective is getting this bomb. And that's going to be a tall task. Especially with that molly. And also the footsteps being heard. That's an easy one for Assassinito. Heap now in towards top middle. Should come toe to toe with Assassinito or J-Chem in a moment. It's Assassinito and he collects the kill. Really nice like contact back and forth play out of BC game. Our eyeballers were really struggling to deal with that mid presence. From 3 different pinpoints, the Assassinito boost into the Lekro sort of setup at close range. You're never ready for that. Let's have a look at this just replay of the first half so far. That's how BC Game got their first round. And then, I don't know how they didn't get this round. Like, the fact they didn't get this round is just bonkers. Like, what is happening here? Yeah, this setup is very strong. Money's not actually quite broken yet. We're still in this equilibrium where both teams' money is kind of just awful. We keep going blow for blow until one team gets consecutive in a row. And then we're at that point. Then we're at that stage. Oh, good timing from Dex. Immediately. Guardian, I think, knows that there's a guy there. And yep, removes him. But I don't think he's going to be ready for Poi up so close. Now he'll be aware of it, but Dele has got the trade in the meantime. There wasn't really anything much to that. They just ran into A and they just hit the headshots. How simple was that? But how effective was it as well? 6 rounds for the eyeballers. And well, looks like this best of 3 has got a little bit more to it than meets the eye. I thought with that 13-5 they'd be done for, but no, they are looking pristine on Mirage. And all we do now is we watch Lekro and Assassinito save. I told you, back and forth. Now, if BSC game win this round, you know that Eyeballers are going to force again. If Eyeballers win this round, then that's going to be 8-2. And then you pretty much just call the game GG. And you move on to Inferno. And that could be just anyone's game. Assassinito just walks into JW's line of sight. And that was a freebie for the veteran AWPer. Speaking of veteran AWPers, where's my GOAT Guardian? He's a top connector. And this window smoke is not going to help matters. But they've at least got connector control. JChem tucked in towards short. This is a powerful angle potentially. So much control just being established here in towards ladder. Scope up as well, deliberate to allow Heat to hold this line in towards short. The bomb is coming over. It's going to be a B split. It just all depends on sort of what these players can find here on the site. Necro on an incredible off angle. The flash actually hits him. You've got Prime Taps waiting patiently. If they can buy enough time for Prime Taps to come in, this is the most ideal scenario. But Poi is holding. Poi is holding 4 Prime Taps. And also you've got this flank. You can go A. You can leave. And you can go A if you want to. But 15 seconds. There's not enough time. He needed that frag. And he gets it. But alive. Guardian needs more than one. And he can't do it. The fact that they've got the presence of mind to hold for that. The fact that no one is peeking. BC game thought they had that round of the palm of their hands. They thought they knew what was happening. But they didn't. They didn't know that Eyeballers were waiting for them. And as soon as they get that kill, they pounce. The fact that Heap is just eviscerated JChem there is unbelievable. Oh, they bought a bit more again. I didn't think they'd have an M4 in this round. I didn't think they'd have an MP9. I thought they'd have nothing. Okay, let's see. JChem's MP9 versus the entire host of Eyeballers on A. Doesn't feel very nice, does it? Especially when you're being burnt alive. He gets a kill and a half, to be fair to him. More than enough output. Assassinito on the way. Look at Ramp. Oh, Ramp has been taken so quick. I don't think you're going to be ready for this whatsoever if you're Eyeballers. Oh, there's a good shot. Any more? Not quite. Assassinito will adjust in time. He's on 1 HP. Lecro, I think they know he's in connector. What's going to happen here? Maybe Assassinito meets up with Lecro. He gives Lecro the M4. And then Assassinito goes on the Deagle. That's the only thing I'm seeing here. Lecro's got a kit. 2 versus 2. This is still winnable. JW feels like he needs to take space. So he goes into CT. And he claims that. Assassinito remains on the rifle, everyone. Dele needs to swing wide and gets the easy kill on the Deagle, but also, I guess, the harder kill in terms of HP. Assassinito wants nothing more to do with this. He will save and run away. Eyeballers get 8. 8 rounds on T side. This is brilliant. And again, it's just as simple as just popping onto A. It's not anything convoluted. It's not anything just too difficult. A couple of flashbangs, pushing forward, and just hitting headshots. impressive stuff. JW's just out-ramp again in Tetris. Like, you've got no idea this has already happened. If you're prime tapped, Shadow spotted, and JW has just run him down. Like, that's the confidence we're working with here. What a just completely different contrast from Ancient. They want to now fight Guardian. He gets 2 kills. You can just move away, surely, and go back into A. Although maybe you're hoping the rotations have come. But look at J-Chem. He's made a rotate. He's pushed top middle. And JW is literally on 1 HP, so he can't peek this. He can't swing this. Up high, but it's JW down low, and he will get the kill on J-Chem. Guardian is still lurking around B-Apps, and he has dropped the bomb now. He's scoped deep onto JW's line. JW would need to wide swing him. He's even gestured. He knows he's here. But Guardian is just that bit better. A touch of class, a sprinkle of it from Guardian. Gets BC Game their 3rd round, hoping for 4 here. But as we spoke about before the game went live, their T side has looked shoddy. There he is again. Finding the opening kill. And look at this from Lectro. Oh, hello, Dex. That was a nice easy kill for me. Thank you. And then a reflash in towards mid. Yeah, this is exceptional. Where was this all half? That's what I've got to say. That's a bit audacious from Lecro, but it actually enables Sassanito to spam out JW. Delay. Delayed in mid, and that means the Guardian can just follow up with a nice shot. He injects a little bit of life into BC Game to close out this first half. 4 rounds is all they walk away with, though. Which means it's a long road to recovery here against the Eyeballers. And remember, Eyeballers need to win this game. Or this map, rather. Otherwise, BC Game win 2-0. This was the flash attempt on the Guardian. Not happening. Let's see what they've got in store for us then on this T side. Eyeballers need a good B hold. And they've got Poi and Dele. Dele. Oh, it's brilliant. Oh, it's perfect from Dele. 2 quick kills. And Poi just plucks them out the sky as well. Oh, the B defense is immaculate. But what I will say is, look, those shots were sharp, but at the same time, no util. No nothing. That was just pure brawn into B. Look, imagine a flashbang here. Bang. Oh, Poi couldn't see anything. He wouldn't be able to do that, would he? This one's going to be a temp pretty quick. J-Chem has dealt with Dex. But that was over on A, in middle. Oh, nice shot from Heap. Oh! Yeah, Heap's having a field day. He even gets the ace. All 5 for Heap. We're going to Inferno, everyone. Unless something, like, amazing happens with this comeback, which I currently cannot see happening, we've got Inferno. Prime taps. Oh. Adjusts immediately onto JW. that's a great flash, but seen and dodged, so maybe it wasn't a good flash at all in that respect. A fade on the connector smoke, nets a trade. There's a guy in short that Sassanito now knows about. Poi removed. And Dele, last player standing, he's now pushed off. Sassanito will go through. And it will be a 5th round at the very least. And that round, that sort of round, is what eyeballers were doing to BC Game in their first half. They were just brawling them. They were just taking these fights. They got the kills, and they were like, okay, we can just keep pushing. And that is exactly what BC Game have just done to eyeballers. Sassanito has expert work in mid. LA's even fallen as well to Guardian. Now it's just an eco. So, well, hang on a sec. You're at 10-6 now. Remember all those like 3vx situations that BC Game were winning? Like there's chances. There's options. How long is this boost going to stay up for? That's your next question. Do. Now we wait. Can they see the CT? No, they dismounted it. No, they haven't. Can they see it? Oh, there it is. God, that was a whiff and a half from Sassanito. That is so whiffy. Very windy in Mirage. They couldn't even get the gun. JW's got the Zeus. Don't Zeus Guardian. No. Guardian, be careful. Oh, he sees him. Yes. No Zeus for JW on Guardian today. In fact, Guardian just takes all the eco kills. That puts him up to 15. So we are at 10-6. We are at a point where potentially there is something to be said here about this map still. Big kill from Dex. That was so simple. Well, onto JChem. And again, that felt like BC Game were taking a page out of the Eyeballers book. Oh, we're just going to walk through and just sort of take a shot. Heap now reveals himself from stairs. JW's also come over from jungle, and Poi is in ladder, just occupying mid. Having a little look to see what's up, but they see nothing. It feels like all eyes and all roads will lead to the A bomb site in this round. It really does feel like we're going to end A. Guardian's still waiting outside ramp. Sassanito's just explored mid a little bit. He's the one with the AWP, actually. He had the spawn to go for the peak. So he'll run back round. You imagine he kind of gives that over to Guardian. They swap roles. There you go. The 3 players are still lying in wait here on the site. Look, the setup hasn't had to change because there's been nothing going on whatsoever here for BC Game. So you see the smoke come in, you think, okay, cool, this is what's happening now. Heap will get in front of it. Dex just slides in the corner. That molly is going to upset him. Unfortunately for Eyeballers, he can't walk away with a kill. JW still at default. Heap on the edge of this smoke. Guardian removed. Heap needs a multi, but maybe it can be JW instead. Immaculate. And some would say fantastic with the FAMAS. Didn't realise the FAMAS could do that. That's the power of it. That's the power of BC Game just leaving it late and not putting any emphasis on any map control. That's a real trust on that smoke blooming in time, isn't it? And that's one spam prevents that molly landing perfectly. And actually annoys Heap because he can't throw his smoke properly into the sort of the outstretcher connector. Next then begins his walk. No one home at ramp. Interesting. Does he go further for information or is he satisfied? I think because he's having a little bit of a tough time with it being 5 kills, I think he's just going to remain vigilant over at ramp. He's going to let his teammates do the work otherwise. Boy has been pushed back in towards short. And at least there's good mid control being established for BC Game. Right at another juncture though where they've got 1 smoke left for their exec, which means they're probably going to go mid to B. Boy hits an awesome timing on Sassanito. J-Chem walks into exactly the same spot as him. This will be a B finish, but it won't come from short. It will have to all come from the apartments. Poi is leveling up his game. Oh, wow. Need I say more? Guardian. Oh, nearly. But Dele and Poise, the 2 youngsters, do just God's work in the apartments. That little spray transfer with the M4 from Dele. Just sharp, precise bursts. Ooh. Very nice indeed. This is probably it. I mean, look at the buy. This is probably it for Mirage, I'm going to be honest. It's so funny that everyone's on Deagles and now it's Lecro's time. It's like, yes, guys, I've got the hero rifle. And normally it's always him on the Deagle. Can I get a boost? No. He's still the guy that helps everyone. But they failed the boost. They got 1 in there. Oh, interesting, actually. They got 1 in there, but then they failed the boost. No, they didn't get anyone in there. They just flat failed it. Look at Poi. Oh, Poi. He's been brilliant. He's been absolutely superb this map. And whilst he gets removed, he's got Dele and JW just to lock things in. Eyeballers take a very commanding victory on their map pick. So you got a blowout map 1, a blowout map 2, 13-5 and 13-6. And that sets us up quite nicely for Inferno. Wow, I didn't think we'd be here, to be honest. But a really good fight back from Eyeballers on Mirage. I thought Dele was brilliant. Poi was exceptional. And BC Game just couldn't get it going. They just couldn't deal with the all-out aggression that was constantly being thrown at them by the Eyeballers. As I said, that sets us up really nicely for Inferno. That one is coming at you in about 10 minutes, so don't go too far, and we'll see you then for the decider. Inferno waiting now for these two teams of Eyeballers and BC Game. It has been blowouts actually on their map picks, so Inferno should be a little bit more of an interesting one to watch. I think the BC Game have got a better map win rate. They beat OG on this map. I mean, like, everyone's beating OG, to be honest. But 13-4 is pretty dominant, to be honest with you. Especially for BC Game that is playing with Guardian, right? So it'd be interesting to see sort of how this matches up and how Eyeballers are doing, because Poi played really well. I'm still really impressed with Dele. Like, I think he's playing incredibly good Counter-Strike. I think JW is more impactful than Guardian in that game as well. So it'd be interesting to sort of see how they match up. Who's going to be more aggressive? Because if Eyeballers keep being aggressive, I think BC Game are going to struggle. And if BC Game are able to adjust to that, that's a completely different story. But I think for now, the way that it's shaping up to be is that if Eyeballers keep on the oppressive, they keep going at BC Game, I think they're going to get a lot more joy than what they previously were experiencing on Ancient, for example. And at the same time, I think if BC Game just settle down into it a little bit more, then you're looking at a very competitive sort of final map indeed. And it's up to be honest, it's up to Poi, it's up to Dele, and Heap is, whenever I watch Eyeballers, Heap's really good on Inferno. So I kind of need Heap to be there as well, sort of as this final piece of the puzzle for Eyeballers. Otherwise, BC Game are going to take this, no shadow of a doubt. Which core performs better is the ultimate question. Which team is just going to win outright and head to the playoffs of the play-in? We find out now on Inferno as we jump straight into the game. A BC Game starts CT, and I said on Mirage, look, I think that's going to favour them. It didn't. I do think it will favour them here on Inferno. We'll have to wait and see. What it does mean is we will have to see what the aggressive stance looks like for Eyeballers, and they're going quite quick actually up towards middle. A swing from Sassanito. Oh, but being held for. Guardian walks back into apps, into middle, sees a bunch of them, gets a dink and should die. Does. And now you're at a point of view where it's a player advantage here for the Eyeballers. They've got a lot of map control as well. BC Game are guessing. JChem has to remain at B. That's an absolute fact. And for the others, it's just about sort of figuring out where Eyeballers have gotten off to. They're currently occupying Boiler, Prime Taps. Yeah, that's what I meant. You got to go looking for info, and if you're caught looking the wrong way, you're dead. And now they can wrap long, now they can wrap Lecro, or even go through into B, into JChem. JChem just goes in the corner. They have to clear him. Surely they clear him. Well, they know about him now. 1 for 1, absolutely fine. Lecro placed in the really uncomfy situation. He doesn't even have armor. So getting anything out of this would be spectacular.
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb punched in. Dex noted. Throws a perfect flash just into the back of the truck, and then they move away. But this should be it. Yeah. Especially when you had the opportunity to kill Poi, you don't give Poi another opportunity, otherwise he will take that away from you. Really excited about this kid in 2025, I'm going to be honest. I'm really excited to see what he can provide. I think he's going to be a very good asset for the Eyeballers. And this team with young talent and the experience of JW and Heap, it should cook. It should do quite well. A little bit of an eco now for BC Game. As anticipated. So we'll get to see JW farm up some cash now. Look at him go. Big stack on B. JW has just about sussed it out. They're a little bit curious about this. They're like, well, I haven't seen anyone. Oh, that's why. JW says, hang on. Why is Guardian turned around? That's that spidey sense tingling. Knows it therefore has to be the stack. All the Mac 10s go in. And they farm up the cash. Only hope is Heap doesn't get involved in the fun. But, I mean, he's bottom banana. He's waiting just in case Prime Tats walks into him. Go on, Poi. Go get him. Low HP. There we go. Any more? No. That'll be collected by J Kemp. Another slow start. I think, to be honest with you, like, it's BC Game that need the better start more than Eyeballers, especially after what just happened on Mirage. Oh, huge nades, actually, for both parties. Heap feeling the brunt of it, but he's only on the Mac 10, so if there's any player to take the damage, same actually with Prime Tabs in the fan mass, if there's any player that can take damage, it should be those guys on the worst weaponry, so nice to a certain extent for both teams. JW's just in mid. Check him out. He might just even walk through his own long smoke. This is what JW does. He just likes to be a little bit curious. He'll try and hit a timing. Sassanito is watching on. JW has actually announced his arrival. Meanwhile, on B, they're also dropping utility. A little bit confused of where they want to go. That is ridiculous from Heap. JKM probably not very happy. Neither's JW. Blow for blow, it is a mirror round of what is happening. Remember, we've still got the Mac 10 alive. Oh my god. Okay. Heap was on 35 HP and he got 2 kills with the Mac 10 basically through smoke on both of them. That should not have happened. And they're saving. They're calling it off. They don't want to go for this. BC Game. Oh, dear. There's no util for Eyeballers. I guess there's no util either for BC Game. There's no kits. But my, oh, my. How quickly a round can change on its head. All because of a Mac 10 finding so much success through smoke. Of all weapons. At least they hold on to their weapons, but again, a slow, sluggish start. Definitely not what BC Game had in mind for this game. But happy days for Eyeballers. Take this all day long. Now just rolling with the default. I think this is the first time actually we've seen deep control from BC Game down banana. It means the Eyeballs have to go back and retake. if they see fit to. Very, very patient round, guys. Like we're just chilling. Everyone is just vibing. Interesting that eyeballers haven't contested sort of either brackets or banana. Finally, we get to see a little bit of contestment for banana. There's 30 seconds left. It does feel a little bit hollow. That has actually drawn a rotate though. 20 seconds. Guardian tucked in mini pit, peeking wildly. Sassanito as well will at least find one. Dex knows the Guardian's in the mini pit. Flashbang's brilliant, and between the two of them, they're able to trade things out. 3 versus 2. Bomb can go down. That is not a problem whatsoever, but it is a problem for BC Game. Their retakes were good on Ancient. Let's see if they're any good on Inferno. Never mind. It looked like they were really going for that, and then they just didn't. Inferno is the easiest map to save on, which also makes it one of the most boring to watch in Counter-Strike. I like Inferno, don't get me wrong, I think it is a fun map, but at the same time, watching teams go, oh, should we give it a go? No. And then just sitting still for 40 seconds. It adds up. For example, if you watch players save for 40 seconds, for 10 rounds in a game of Counter-Strike, that's 4 minutes we're just sat watching players save. It's not quite that, actually. 400 seconds. I can't do maths on stream. It's actually more, guys. It's more like 6 minutes. Point is, that's a lot of time. Nice shot. There we go, Guardian. Pop off, mate. I'm sure you guys are excited. Vintage Guardian on the server. This is a treat. Something we don't see very often. So much utility being thrown in from quite deep, and actually the incendiary is extinguished by Prime Taps' own smoke. That spam was incredibly close to his head as well. Another one of these rounds where we're entering the 40-second, 30-second territory and no one's really done anything. Guardian's peaked with the AWP down middle and got a kill. That's the only thing that has happened this entire round. 3 players still occupy B here for BC Game. They're not sure what's going on. Eyeballers aren't sure what's going on. But that is a great shot. Point on Guardian. They're wrapping A. They're trying to do this. Sassanito just in the bomb site. Just needs to delay long enough. 10 seconds left. Lines them up. Gets 2. And through the smoke goes Poi. There's not enough time to plant the bomb. Prime Taps has done more than enough. Oh. Whilst Heap gets a few kills right at the very end. At least he makes it expensive. But that is BC Game finally getting around on the board. Awesome work from Sassanito, and then this spray through the smoke. More than enough. Rotaps has got a little pocket of space here with the molly. I don't think they know. Yeah, not going to clear that whatsoever. That's a freebie. And this time, again, another spray through the smoke just benefits BC Game. Boy is taking a risk. One that doesn't pay off. Look at that angle from Guardian. Elevated. This is a 5v2. This is a really good showing. BC Game have won every single one of their gunfights in this round. They're trying to win this quite cleanly. And now Guardian's getting interested. Oh, and will connect onto Dele. Not sure if JW was spotted in towards Apps, but he's going to be trying to save this. And I don't think he can. Prime Taps is already watching the exit. Sassanito over a boiler. Oh. Will punish JW. So 2 rounds in a row now. And okay money, I suppose. On a couple of players, but you don't really want to be investing into this. If you're eyeballers, you're going to give away a 3rd round. Yep. Sassanito says, oh, Mikos. I'll have some of that, please. Easy does it. Guardian gets flashed back. They get baited into Lecro. It's all too easy. As it should be in sort of rounds like this, where you've got everything and your opponent has nothing. No AWP for JW, notably in this round. Guardian still has his. It's uncontested AWP in. He's got the spawn as well to maybe go for a bit of a banana peek. He certainly is heading that way. So keeping it dynamic. Early flash as well to get Guardian on the angle. He doesn't want it. Doesn't feel like it's going to be too good for him. Instead, he holds a bit more passive. Apartment's being checked out as well. Sassanito's in there for BC Game, but 2 players, one of them being Poi, is also walking over. That Yuto's going to push Guardian away from the fight. Has to force a smoke down as well. So 1 for 1. I don't really know what Poi's doing there. He just walked out completely, just lackadaisically. In towards top mid. He just didn't have a care in the world. Maybe Dele can answer back on prime taps. Oh, but not Sassanito. Instant trade. Means the 2-on-3 has still got some legs to it. Guardian's just in the middle. Oh, he's dead. Surely he's dead. Yeah. It's undone, and now JW's got an AWP as well. Oh, and JW finds Sassanito. Lecro put into an uncomfy spot. Dex is incredibly low, but you got to get past the AWPer, and he has, in theory. But now he needs to get past him again. And he's also got to find Dex. Dex is just coming all this over to JW. Shoulder spotted. Unfortunately, that nade doesn't land on Dex. It lands on JW. And look at where Dex has gotten off to in the meantime. CT and JW. Oh, it's vintage. We said it for Guardian on the first map. Now we'll say it for JW on this map. Keeping eyeballers in it. Putting them just in the lead and extending it a little bit further. Of course it's JW with the no scope. It's actually eyeballers with a tactical pause. I wonder who is Who's coaching eyeballers these days? Peter. Oh, okay. That's quite cool. Yeah, yeah. I rate that. Used to coach Dignitas, coached NIP for 2 years back in the day, coached NIP before that. He'll add a lot of structures to this team, which I think they desperately need at times. Fun signing. What a really good angle from JW to take. He's been brilliant. Last few rounds, he has been exceptional. And that pre-aim was nearly dead on from Heap. He doesn't know how close he was to Prime Taps' head. Oh my gosh, he's so close. And then Prime Taps gets the kill. No! JW manages to kill Dex. Oh, it's a disaster. And that molly doesn't seal the deal either on Prime Taps. How on earth is he still alive? Oh, I can't believe it. That is outrageous. He should have been dead from the first pre-fire, and instead he caused so much chaos. Yeah, I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to go B either. I cannot believe that. That is outrageous. Guardian's got a really good deep line here on Dele as well. He's not peeking. He's so concerned about this arch play that he's just going to wait patiently. Maybe Poi gets the first point of contact. He can skirt across. Guardian's turned away. All that time in.